Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The night was quiet on the cobblestone streets of London, where the Darling family resided in a modest yet cozy home on Bloomsbury Street. The nursery, a charming room tucked under the eaves of the house, was where 3 young siblings spent their nights dreaming of adventure. Wendy, the eldest, was a girl on the cusp of young adulthood, her head full of fantastical tales she often wove for her brothers, John and Michael. The 2 boys, a pair of bright-eyed and boundlessly curious children, adored Wendy's stories of pirates, fairies, and the mysterious boy who could fly. Little did they know that these tales were more than mere flights of imagination. They were echoes of a world that would soon change their lives forever. Mr. and Mrs. Darling were loving but practical parents. Mr. Darling, a meticulous man with a strong sense of propriety, was determined to climb the social ladder and provide the best for his family. His wife, gentle and nurturing, often served as the anchor that balanced her husband's ambitions. Together, they created a household filled with structure and warmth. Yet, as grounded as their lives seemed, an air of magic always lingered in the nursery, thanks to Wendy's vivid imagination. Wendy's stories often centered around Peter Pan, a boy who lived in a magical place called Neverland. According to Wendy, Peter Pan was a mischievous, fearless boy who never grew up and spent his days battling the fearsome Captain Hook, befriending fairies, and leading the lost boys. These tales captured the essence of childhood wonder, a realm where anything was possible, and adventure awaited at every turn. John and Michael would hang on every word, their eyes wide with excitement as Wendy brought her characters to life. But Peter Pan was more than just a figment of Wendy's imagination. Unknown to Mr. and Mrs. Darling, Peter often visited the nursery. He would sit on the windowsill, listening to Wendy's stories and marveling at her ability to recount the events of his own life with such accuracy. Accompanied by his tiny, feisty companion, Tinker Bell, Peter's visits went unnoticed by everyone except the family dog, Nana, who often barked at the window late into the night. The Darling parents dismissed this as the dog's overactive instincts, unaware of the magic unfolding right under their noses. Nana, a loyal and clever Newfoundland, served not only as a pet, but also as the children's nursemaid. She had a peculiar way of organizing the nursery, placing the boys' wooden swords and shields neatly in one corner and ensuring that Wendy's books were stacked just so. Despite her diligence, Nana could not shake the feeling that something unusual was afoot. She would often sit by the window, her eyes scanning the night sky as though expecting something extraordinary to appear. One particular evening, as the children prepared for bed, the air in the nursery felt different. Wendy had just finished telling a particularly thrilling tale of Peter Pan's latest duel with Captain Hook, and the boys were still buzzing with excitement. Mr. Darling, frustrated with the chaos, sternly reminded them that such nonsense would only distract them from becoming respectable adults. Mrs. Darling, however, couldn't help but smile as she tucked the children in, her heart warmed by their innocence and joy. As the lights dimmed and the children drifted off to sleep, Mrs. Darling lingered in the nursery, gazing at their peaceful faces. She thought she saw a flicker of movement near the window, but dismissed it as her imagination. If only she had looked closer, she might have seen a small, mischievous figure silhouetted against the moonlight, poised to bring the extraordinary into their ordinary lives. The stage was set. The darling children, with their hearts full of wonder and a yearning for adventure, were about to embark on a journey that would forever blur the lines between reality and fantasy. Little did they know that their dreams of Peter Pan and Neverland were about to leap from the realm of stories into the dazzling, impossible reality beyond their nursery window. It was a particularly still night when Peter Pan decided to make his next visit to the darling nursery. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the city, and a gentle breeze swayed the curtains at the nursery window. Inside, the room was quiet, save for the rhythmic breathing of the sleeping children. Nana lay curled up by the door, her ears twitching occasionally, as though sensing something out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the faintest chime of tiny bells echoed through the room, a sound so delicate it might have been mistaken for the wind. But it was no ordinary sound. It was the arrival of Tinker Bell, her light flickering like a restless firefly as she zipped into the nursery. She darted around the room, her wings humming softly, inspecting every corner before signaling to the window. Moments later, Peter Pan appeared, slipping through the window with the ease of someone who belonged there. His tousled hair gleamed in the moonlight, and a mischievous grin played on his lips. He carried himself with the confidence of someone who had never known fear or doubt. Peter's first priority was finding his shadow. During his last visit, it had somehow gotten away from him, and he had been unable to coax it back. He knew it must be hiding somewhere in the nursery, and with Tinker Bell's help, he began his search. Tinker Bell, however, was not in the mood for shadow hunting. She buzzed around Peter, chattering in her tiny, bell-like language, clearly annoyed by the inconvenience. Her light cast fleeting shadows on the walls as she flitted about, and Peter shushed her impatiently, worried she might wake the children. Eventually, Peter's eyes fell on a drawer in the corner of the room, slightly ajar. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he crept over and pulled it open. There it was, his wayward shadow, crumpled and sulking among Wendy's neatly folded nightgowns. With great care, Peter tried to reattach it to himself, but the shadow proved uncooperative. It wriggled and squirmed like a living thing, slipping out of his grasp each time he thought he had secured it. Frustrated, Peter sat down on the floor, clutching the shadow as though it might make a run for it. The commotion stirred Wendy from her sleep. At first, she thought she was dreaming. The sight of a boy sitting on her nursery floor wrestling with what appeared to be his own shadow was so absurd it could only belong in one of her stories. But as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she realized this was no dream. She gasped softly, sitting up in bed. "Who are you?" she whispered. Peter looked up, startled but not alarmed. His grin returned and he puffed out his chest proudly. "I'm Peter Pan," he said, as though the name alone explained everything. Wendy's eyes widened. "Peter Pan? From Neverland?" "The very same," Peter replied, clearly pleased that his reputation had preceded him. "And who are you?" "I'm Wendy Darling," she said, still trying to process what was happening. "What are you doing here?" Peter held up the shadow, which was now behaving itself for the moment. "I came to get this," he explained. "It got away from me last time I was here." Wendy blinked, her curiosity overcoming her surprise. "Would you like some help?" Peter hesitated for a moment before nodding. Wendy climbed out of bed and retrieved her sewing kit from a small box on the dresser. As she knelt beside Peter, she couldn't help but marvel at how real he was. He wasn't just a figment of her imagination. He was flesh and blood, with a presence that seemed to fill the room. With careful hands, Wendy began to sew Peter's shadow back onto his feet. The work was delicate, and she found herself holding her breath as she stitched. Peter watched her with wide-eyed fascination, clearly unused to anyone doing something for him. Tinker Bell, meanwhile, perched on the edge of the dresser, her tiny arms crossed and an expression of barely concealed jealousy on her glowing face. When the last stitch was tied off, Peter leapt to his feet, his shadow moving in perfect harmony with him. He laughed, a bright, joyous sound that seemed to fill the room with light. "It's perfect," he declared, spinning around to admire Wendy's handiwork. "Thank you, Wendy." Before she could respond, John and Michael stirred in their beds, awakened by the commotion. Their eyes snapped open, and they stared in disbelief at the strange boy standing in their nursery. "Who are you?" John demanded, his voice a mix of sleepiness and suspicion. "I'm Peter Pan," Peter said again, striking a dramatic pose. "And I've come to take you all to Neverland." The moon hung low over London as the darling children clung tightly to Peter Pan, their hands grasping his and Tinker Bell's trail of golden pixie dust lighting up the night sky. Their adventure to Neverland had begun. The streets below grew smaller and smaller as they rose higher, the city transforming into a patchwork of glimmering lights and winding roads. It was a breathtaking sight, but for Wendy, John, and Michael, it was only the beginning of a world far beyond their wildest dreams. Peter, flying effortlessly, looked back at the children with a grin. "Keep your thoughts happy," he called, his voice carrying over the rush of wind. "That's how you stay afloat." Wendy, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation, focused on the stories she had told so many times. Pirates, mermaids, and adventures filled her mind, lifting her higher as her feet dangled in the open air. John, ever the curious one, tried to calculate how fast they were traveling, though the thrill of flying made his calculations waver. Michael, clutching his teddy bear tightly, giggled uncontrollably, his little legs kicking as if to propel himself faster. Tinker Bell darted around them like a tiny comet, her light flickering as she added bursts of pixie dust to ensure their flight remained steady. Though her glow was enchanting, her demeanor was less so. She chattered in her bell-like language, her tone making it clear she found the darling children an unnecessary addition to the journey. Peter paid her no mind, his focus on leading the group toward the second star to the right. As they soared higher, the noise of the city faded into silence, replaced by the sound of the wind and the occasional exclamation of awe from the children. Stars surrounded them, so close it felt as though they could reach out and touch them. Wendy's eyes widened as she noticed constellations she had only read about in books. Here, among the stars, they seemed alive, sparkling with a life of their own. "Peter, how much further?" Wendy called, her voice carrying a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Peter twisted mid-air, flying backward effortlessly as he grinned at her. "Not far now. Just keep looking at the star, the second one to the right. That's our guide." The journey continued, and soon the air grew warmer, a hint of salt carried on the breeze. The stars seemed to part, revealing a horizon unlike anything the children had ever seen. In the distance, a lush island emerged, surrounded by a sparkling turquoise sea. Mountains rose majestically at its center, and waterfalls cascaded down into dense emerald forests. The sandy beaches glowed under the moonlight, and the gentle sound of waves reached their ears as they drew closer. "Welcome to Neverland," Peter declared, spreading his arms wide as if presenting a grand treasure. The children gasped in unison. Neverland was everything Wendy had ever imagined and more. It was a place where dreams and reality intertwined seamlessly, where the impossible felt as natural as breathing. As they descended toward the island, the details became clearer. They could see the tops of the trees swaying gently, the glint of something shiny, perhaps treasure, scattered on the beaches, and the faint flicker of campfires in the distance. Peter led them to a clearing just outside the dense forest, where the lost boys had set up their hideout. The hideout was a series of interconnected tree houses, each one uniquely crafted from the natural materials of the island. Rope bridges stretched between the trees, and lanterns made from hollowed-out gourds glowed softly, casting warm light over the bustling scene below. The lost boys, alerted by Peter's arrival, emerged from their various hiding spots with whoops and cheers. They were a ragtag group of boys of various ages, dressed in mismatched clothing that hinted at their adventurous lives. Some wore pirate hats too big for their heads, others sported animal pelts, and a few had faces streaked with dirt and war paint. They surrounded Peter with an energy that was both chaotic and joyful. "You brought guests," one of the boys exclaimed, his eyes wide as he took in Wendy, John, and Michael. "These are the darlings," Peter announced proudly. "Wendy, John, and Michael. They'll be staying with us for a while." Wendy stepped forward, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. "Hello," she said, her voice steady despite the butterflies in her stomach. "It's wonderful to meet all of you." The boys stared at her for a moment before erupting into cheers and questions. "Are you going to tell us stories? Do you know how to sword fight? Can you cook?" Peter raised his hands to calm the crowd. "Wendy's here to take care of us, like a mother. She'll tell us stories and keep everything in order." Wendy blinked, slightly taken aback by the title of mother, but decided not to protest. If it meant being part of this extraordinary world, she would play along. "I'll do my best," she promised. John and Michael, meanwhile, were quickly pulled into the boys' games. John found himself engaged in a mock sword fight with a boy named Slightly, who wielded a wooden saber with surprising skill. Michael, clutching his teddy bear, was shown the treehouse where he would sleep, complete with a hammock and a pile of soft blankets. As the excitement settled, Peter took Wendy aside, his expression serious for the first time since they had arrived. "There's something you should know about Neverland," he said. "It's not just fun and games. There are dangers here, too." Wendy frowned, her curiosity piqued. "What kind of dangers?" "Pirates," Peter replied, his eyes narrowing. "Led by Captain Hook. He's always looking for a way to get to me and the Lost Boys. And there's more. Mermaids, fairies, and even the island itself can be tricky. But don't worry. As long as you stick with me, you'll be safe." Wendy nodded, her resolve firm. "We'll be careful." Peter's grin returned. "Good. Now come on. Let me show you the rest of the island." The rest of the night was a whirlwind of exploration. Peter led the darlings through the forest, showing them the hidden lagoon where mermaids gathered under the moonlight, their laughter echoing off the water. He pointed out the pirate ship anchored off the coast, its dark silhouette a reminder of the ever-present threat of Hook. They visited a grove of trees that glowed with bioluminescent light, the air around them humming with a strange, magical energy. By the time they returned to the hideout, the children were exhausted but exhilarated. Wendy tucked Michael into his hammock and watched as John fell asleep mid-sentence, his wooden sword still clutched in his hand. She sat by the fire with Peter, who gazed out at the stars with a faraway look in his eyes. "What are you thinking about?" Wendy asked softly. Peter shrugged. "Just about tomorrow. There's always something new in Neverland. That's what makes it so great." Wendy smiled, her heart full of wonder. She didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but she knew one thing for certain. Life would never be the same again. The dense jungle of Neverland buzzed with life as Peter Pan and the darling children landed softly in a small clearing surrounded by towering trees. The moon cast dappled shadows through the leaves, creating an otherworldly glow. Wendy, John, and Michael looked around in awe, their senses overwhelmed by the vibrant sights, sounds, and smells of this magical island. Every inch of Neverland seemed alive, from the chirping of strange, colorful birds to the faint rustle of leaves that hinted at unseen creatures watching them. "We're here," Peter announced with a flourish, gesturing to the sprawling hideout nestled among the trees. It was a masterpiece of ingenuity and whimsy, a series of interconnected tree houses suspended high above the ground. Each structure was built from wood, leaves, and other natural materials, blending seamlessly with the forest. Rope bridges swayed gently between the trees, illuminated by lanterns carved from hollowed-out gourds, their light casting a warm, inviting glow. Tinker Bell darted ahead, her glow lighting the way as she tinkled impatiently. Her small, bell-like voice was unintelligible to the children, but her tone made her annoyance clear. She disappeared into one of the tree houses, leaving a trail of pixie dust behind her. "Welcome to the Lost Boys' hideout," Peter declared proudly. "This is where we live, play, and plan our adventures." As if on cue, the Lost Boys emerged from their various nooks and crannies, their whoops and cheers echoing through the trees. They were a wild, ragtag group of boys, each with their own unique look. One wore a hat made from a fox's head, its tail draped over his shoulder. Another sported a vest patched together from colorful scraps of fabric. A third boy, slightly older and taller than the rest, wielded a wooden sword that he twirled skillfully in his hand. "Peter's back!" one of them shouted, prompting a wave of excited chatter as they gathered around their leader. "And he brought guests." Peter held up his hands to quiet the crowd. "These are the darlings," he announced. "Wendy, John, and Michael. They're going to stay with us for a while." The boys turned their attention to the newcomers, their eyes wide with curiosity. Wendy stepped forward, her hands clasped nervously. "Hello," she said with a warm smile. "It's lovely to meet you all." The Lost Boys stared at her in silence for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of questions. "Can you tell us stories? Are you going to be our new mother? Do you know how to fight pirates?" Peter raised his hands again, his grin widening. "Wendy's here to tell us stories and take care of us, just like a mother would. She'll make sure we're fed, happy, and ready for all our adventures." Wendy blinked in surprise but quickly recovered. If playing the role of a mother meant being part of this magical world, she was more than willing to embrace it. "I'll do my best," she promised. John and Michael were quickly swept up in the excitement. John found himself drawn into a game of mock sword fighting, sparring with Slightly, the boy with the wooden sword. Despite his initial hesitation, John's natural competitiveness soon took over, and he began to enjoy the playful battle. Michael, clutching his teddy bear tightly, was shown to a small, cozy corner of the hideout where he would sleep. One of the lost boys handed him a blanket made from soft animal fur, which Michael accepted with wide-eyed gratitude. As the initial excitement died down, Peter led Wendy to a quiet spot near the edge of the hideout. From here, she could see the sprawling landscape of Neverland stretching out before her. Mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in mist. A sparkling lagoon glittered under the moonlight, its surface disturbed only by the occasional ripple of a swimming mermaid. The dense jungle seemed to pulse with life, its shadows hinting at mysteries yet to be discovered. "It's beautiful," Wendy said softly, her voice filled with wonder. Peter nodded, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "Neverland is full of magic and adventure," he said, "but it's also dangerous. You'll need to be careful." Wendy turned to him, her curiosity piqued. "What kind of dangers?" Peter's eyes narrowed. "Pirates," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Captain Hook and his crew are always looking for a fight. And there are other things, too. The mermaids can be tricky, and even the fairies aren't always friendly." Wendy nodded solemnly. "We'll be careful," she promised. Peter's grin returned. "Good. Now come on, there's more to see." The rest of the night was a whirlwind of exploration. Peter took the Darlings on a tour of the hideout, introducing them to the Lost Boys' various projects and games. They climbed rope ladders, swung from vines, and even tried their hand at crafting their own wooden swords. Wendy quickly found herself surrounded by boys eager to hear her stories, their eyes lighting up as she began to weave tales of daring heroes and fantastical adventures. John and Michael, meanwhile, threw themselves into the games with gusto. John's logical mind led him to suggest improvements to the hideout's defenses, an idea that was met with enthusiastic approval. Michael, despite his young age, proved surprisingly adept at keeping up with the older boys, his teddy bear never leaving his side. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, the children finally settled down. Wendy tucked Michael into his hammock and smoothed his hair as he yawned sleepily. John, exhausted but exhilarated, fell asleep almost immediately, his wooden sword resting beside him. Wendy sat by the fire, watching the flames dance as Peter joined her. He gazed at the stars, a faraway look in his eyes. "Do you ever get lonely?" Wendy asked softly. Peter shrugged. "I have the Lost Boys, and Tink, and now you. I don't need anything else." Wendy's heart ached at his words, but she didn't press further. Instead, she let the moment settle into a comfortable silence, the warmth of the fire and the magic of Neverland filling the air. She didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but she knew one thing for certain. Life in Neverland would be an adventure unlike any other. The Jolly Roger loomed menacingly over the bay, its dark sails billowing in the breeze and its hull reflecting the moonlight like the blade of a dagger. Anchored just offshore, the pirate ship was a fortress of wood and iron, its decks crawling with activity as Captain Hook's crew prepared for another night of scheming. The faint scent of brine and gunpowder mingled in the air, a constant reminder of the danger that shadowed Neverland. Captain James Hook stood at the helm, his figure silhouetted against the horizon. His long coat, deep crimson and trimmed with gold, swayed dramatically in the wind. A wide-brimmed hat with an ostrich feather perched atop his head, casting a shadow over his angular face. His piercing blue eyes scanned the dark waters, ever watchful for signs of his nemesis, Peter Pan. His iron hook, a replacement for the hand Peter had severed in battle, glinted under the moonlight as he absently tapped it against the ship's railing. Hook was a man consumed by vengeance. Every fiber of his being burned with the desire to capture Peter Pan, the boy who had humiliated him and fed his severed hand to the crocodile. The thought of that cursed reptile made Hook's lip curl in a snarl. Somewhere out there, the creature lurked, its relentless ticking a harbinger of his eventual doom. The sound haunted his dreams, a constant reminder of time slipping away. "Smee!" Hook's voice boomed, cutting through the cacophony of the crew's chatter and the creak of the ship's timbers. Mr. Smee, Hook's loyal and bumbling boatswain, hurried to his side, nearly tripping over a coil of rope in his haste. "Aye, Cap'n," he said, his round face beaming with a mixture of eagerness and nervousness. "What news of the lost boys?" Hook demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Smee fidgeted, wringing his hands. "Well, nothing concrete, sir, but we've got word they're still hiding out in the jungle. That Pan boy's been keeping 'em safe, as usual." Hook's expression darkened. "Blast that infernal boy," he muttered. "And what of the newcomers? The children he brought with him?" "Oh, aye," Smee said, his face lighting up. "The Darling children, they're called. A fine addition to his little band, I hear. They've been settling in nicely." Hook's eyes narrowed. "The Darling children," he repeated, his mind already calculating. "Perhaps they are the key. If we can capture them, Peter Pan will come to us." Smee nodded enthusiastically. "A brilliant plan, Captain. Absolutely brilliant." Hook's lips curled into a cold smile. "Ready the men," he ordered. "We strike at dawn." In the dense jungle of Neverland, the lost boys slept soundly in their hideout, unaware of the danger creeping closer. The jungle itself seemed to hum with an uneasy energy, as though it sensed the pirates' approach. Hook's crew moved silently through the underbrush, their boots muffled by the thick carpet of leaves. Each man carried a weapon: cutlasses, flintlock pistols, and daggers glinting faintly in the moonlight. They moved with practiced precision, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of their quarry. Hook, leading the charge, paused as the hideout came into view. He could see the faint glow of lanterns among the trees, hear the soft murmur of voices. He raised a hand, signaling his men to halt. "Wait for my command," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "We'll take them by surprise." But the pirates' stealth was no match for Tinker Bell's sharp eyes. The fairy, flitting through the trees on her nightly patrol, spotted the intruders and immediately darted back to the hideout. Her tiny voice rang out like an alarm bell as she woke Peter Pan and the lost boys. "Pirates!" she cried, her light flickering with urgency. Peter was on his feet in an instant, his eyes blazing with excitement. "Wake up, everyone!" he shouted. "It's time for a fight." The lost boys scrambled to their positions, grabbing weapons and donning makeshift armor. Wendy, John, and Michael were roused from their hammocks, their sleepy confusion quickly replaced by determination. Wendy helped the younger boys prepare, her calm presence a steadying force amid the chaos. John, eager to prove himself, grabbed a wooden sword and joined the others at the front line. Michael clung to his teddy bear, but stood bravely by Wendy's side. The first clash came swiftly. Hook's men stormed the hideout, their battle cries echoing through the jungle. The lost boys met them head-on, their smaller size compensated by their agility and resourcefulness. Peter laughing with wild abandon, led the charge, his dagger flashing as he darted between pirates, outmaneuvering them at every turn. Wendy watched in awe as Peter faced off against Hook, their duel a blur of steel and fury. Hook's movements were calculated and precise, while Peter's were fluid and unpredictable. They were evenly matched, their rivalry fueling every strike and parry. "You'll pay for this, Pan," Hook snarled, his hook clashing against Peter's dagger. Peter grinned. "You've been saying that for years, Hook. Still waiting." Meanwhile, John and Michael found themselves in the thick of the battle. John's logical mind helped him anticipate the pirates' moves, while Michael's sheer enthusiasm kept him on his feet. Together, they held their own, earning the respect of the Lost Boys. The tide of battle began to turn as the pirates realized they were outmatched. Hook, his face twisted with frustration, called for a retreat. The pirates fled back into the jungle, leaving behind their weapons and supplies. The Lost Boys erupted into cheers, their victory hard won and well celebrated. Peter turned to his friends, his grin as bright as the morning sun. "We did it!" he shouted. "The hideout is safe!" Wendy smiled, her heart swelling with pride and relief. She knew the danger wasn't over, but for now, they could breathe easy. Neverland, with all its perils and wonders, was still their home. Neverland was a world where adventure lurked around every corner, a land of unending possibilities and countless dangers. For Wendy, John, Michael, and the Lost Boys, every day brought new challenges, thrilling escapades, and moments of discovery. Peter Pan, ever the fearless leader, guided them with an infectious enthusiasm that made even the most perilous situations seem like games. Their first grand adventure began not long after the pirates' retreat. Peter, eager to show the darlings all that Neverland had to offer, gathered the group at the base of the hideout's largest tree. "Today, we're going to explore the Mermaid Lagoon," he announced, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "But be careful. The mermaids aren't always as friendly as they look." The lagoon was a dazzling expanse of crystal-clear water surrounded by jagged rocks and lush vegetation. The surface shimmered under the sunlight, and the air was filled with the soft sound of cascading waterfalls. As the group approached, the mermaids emerged from the water, their iridescent tails glinting in a rainbow of colors. They sang hauntingly beautiful songs that seemed to echo through the entire lagoon. Wendy was enchanted by the sight, but Peter's warning lingered in her mind. The mermaids' beauty was undeniable, but their sharp, knowing smiles hinted at a more mischievous nature. When one of them beckoned Wendy closer, Peter intervened, placing himself between her and the water. "Careful," he said. "They love to pull people into the water for fun, but they don't always let them back out." The mermaids giggled, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. One of them splashed water at Peter, who laughed and splashed back, turning the moment into a playful game. The others joined in, and soon the lagoon was filled with splashes and laughter. Wendy watched from the shore, her initial caution giving way to amusement. John, ever curious, leaned over the edge of the water, trying to examine the mermaids more closely. "They're fascinating," he murmured, adjusting his glasses. One of the mermaids swam up to him and playfully tugged at his sleeve, causing him to stumble backward and fall into the shallow water. The group erupted in laughter, and even John couldn't help but chuckle as he climbed back onto the rocks, dripping wet. Michael, meanwhile, found a small, sparkling shell on the shore. He held it up to show the others, his face alight with wonder. "Look what I found," he exclaimed. A mermaid swam over, eyeing the shell with interest. She reached out to take it, but Michael quickly pulled it back. "It's mine," he said firmly, clutching the shell to his chest. Peter grinned. "You're learning fast, Michael. Never give up treasure without a fight." As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the lagoon, the group decided to head back to the hideout. The mermaids waved them off, their songs fading into the distance as the children disappeared into the jungle. The lagoon adventure had been a success, but Peter assured them that it was only the beginning. The next day brought a different kind of challenge. Peter had spotted smoke rising from the jungle and was convinced it was coming from the camp of the indigenous tribe that lived in Neverland. The lost boys, eager for a new adventure, followed Peter as he led the way through the dense underbrush. The camp was a vibrant collection of colorful tents and totems, surrounded by a ring of ceremonial fires. The tribe's leader, a wise and imposing figure named Chief Great Bear, greeted Peter with a nod of recognition. The two shared a mutual respect, though their relationship was often marked by playful rivalry. "Peter Pan," the chief said, his deep voice resonating through the camp. "What brings you here today?" Peter grinned. "We saw your smoke and thought you might be planning something exciting. Can we join?" The chief's stern expression softened into a smile. "You are always welcome, Peter. But remember, our games are not for the faint of heart." The tribe invited the group to participate in a series of challenges designed to test their bravery and skill. The first was a hunting game, where they had to track a trail of clues through the jungle. Wendy, John, and Michael teamed up with the Lost Boys, their competitive spirits driving them to work together. Wendy proved to be an excellent tracker, her keen eyes spotting details others miss. John used his logical mind to decipher the clues, and Michael's boundless energy kept the group moving forward. The final challenge was a test of courage, crossing a narrow bridge made of vines that stretched over a deep ravine. The tribe watched from the sidelines, cheering and offering encouragement. Wendy hesitated at the edge, her heart pounding as she looked down at the dizzying drop. Peter appeared beside her, his confidence unwavering. "You can do it, Wendy," he said. "Just don't look down." With Peter's encouragement, Wendy took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. The vines swayed under her weight, but she focused on the other side, placing one foot in front of the other. When she finally reached the end, the tribe erupted into cheers, and Wendy felt a surge of pride. She had faced her fear and conquered it. The day ended with a grand feast, the tribe sharing their food and stories with the children. Wendy found herself drawn to the chief's daughter, a spirited girl named Lila, who spoke of her own adventures in the jungle. The two quickly became friends, and Wendy marveled at Lila's courage and resourcefulness. Not every adventure in Neverland was light-hearted. One afternoon, while exploring a cave near the coast, the group stumbled upon a hidden treasure trove. The cave was filled with gold coins, jewels, and artifacts, their beauty almost blinding in the dim light. But the treasure was not unguarded. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they encountered a massive sea serpent, its scales shimmering like polished metal. The serpent's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as it let out a low, menacing hiss. The children froze, their excitement turning to fear. Peter, however, remained undaunted. He drew his dagger and stepped forward, his posture fearless. "Stay back," he warned the others. "This one's mine." The battle that followed was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Peter moved with incredible speed and agility, dodging the serpent's strikes and countering with precise attacks. The cave echoed with the clash of scales and steel, the air thick with tension. Wendy watched in horror and admiration, her heart pounding as she silently prayed for Peter's safety. Finally, with a well-aimed strike, Peter delivered a fatal blow. The serpent let out a final, shuddering hiss before collapsing to the ground. The group erupted into cheers, their fear replaced by exhilaration. Peter, though victorious, waved off their praise. "It was nothing," he said with a grin, wiping his dagger clean. "Just another day in Neverland." Each day in Neverland brought new adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. Whether they were outsmarting pirates, exploring uncharted territories, or making new friends, the children found themselves growing braver, stronger, and more connected to this magical world. For Wendy, John, and Michael, Neverland was more than just a place. It was a journey of self-discovery, a world where they could be heroes in their own right. And yet, amid all the excitement, a sense of foreboding lingered. Wendy couldn't shake the feeling that their time in Neverland was fleeting, that the adventures they cherished might one day come to an end. But for now, she pushed those thoughts aside, determined to savor every moment in this land of endless wonder. Night had fallen over Neverland, and the jungle was alive with the sounds of chirping insects and rustling leaves. The lost boys and the darling children had gathered around a fire at the heart of their hideout, the warm glow casting dancing shadows on the trees. Wendy had just finished telling one of her stories, and the boys were settling down for the night when a sudden rustling in the bushes sent everyone on edge. Peter Pan was the first to react, his dagger drawn and his eyes scanning the darkness. Tinker Bell flitted nervously around his shoulder, her light dimming as she whispered a warning in her bell-like language. Before anyone could ask what was wrong, a net flew through the air, ensnaring 2 of the lost boys. Chaos erupted as pirates burst from the jungle, their swords gleaming in the firelight. The attack was swift and brutal. The pirates had been planning this ambush for weeks, and their strategy was flawless. While some captured the lost boys and the darling children, others set fire to parts of the hideout, forcing the group to scatter. Wendy, John, and Michael were dragged kicking and screaming toward the waiting pirate ship, their shouts of protest drowned out by the triumphant cries of the pirates. Peter fought valiantly, his dagger flashing as he tried to fend off the attackers. He managed to free a few of the lost boys, but was soon overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. As the pirates retreated into the jungle with their captives, Peter's cries of frustration echoed into the night. The Jolly Roger was an ominous sight as it loomed over the bay, its black sails billowing in the night breeze. The prisoners were herded onto the deck, where Captain Hook awaited them. Hook's eyes gleamed with malice as he surveyed his captives, his hook tapping rhythmically against the railing. "Well, well," Hook drawled, his voice dripping with mockery. "What a delightful catch we have tonight, Peter Pan's precious little friends." Wendy stepped forward, her chin held high despite the fear that gripped her heart. "You won't get away with this," she said boldly. "Peter will come for us." Hook's smile widened. "Oh, I'm counting on it," he replied. "But when he does, it will be the last mistake he ever makes." The captives were forced into the ship's brig, a dark and damp space that reeked of salt and decay. Wendy huddled with her brothers, whispering words of comfort to keep their spirits up. John tried to devise an escape plan, while Michael clutched his teddy bear, his wide eyes filled with fear. Above deck, Hook gathered his crew, outlining his plan to finally defeat Peter Pan. The pirates cheered at the prospect of their captain's long-awaited revenge, their voices echoing across the bay. Hook, however, remained wary. He knew Peter would come, but he also knew the boy's cunning. This time, Hook vowed he would be ready. Back at the hideout, Peter Pan paced restlessly. The fire had been extinguished, and the remaining lost boys sat in a solemn circle, their usual energy replaced by fear and uncertainty. Tinker Bell hovered nearby, her light flickering as she tried to calm Peter. "We have to rescue them," Peter said, his voice low but determined. "I won't let Hook win." "But how?" Slightly asked, his voice trembling. "The Jolly Roger is guarded, and Hook is waiting for you." Peter's eyes blazed. "Then we'll give him what he wants, but we'll do it on our terms." With Tinker Bell's help, Peter devised a daring plan. The Lost Boys would create a diversion, drawing the pirates away from the ship while Peter and Tinker Bell infiltrated the brig to free the captives. It was risky, but Peter's confidence was infectious, and the Lost Boys rallied behind their leader. The plan unfolded under the cover of darkness. The Lost Boys set small fires in the jungle and used slingshots to launch rocks at the pirates, creating chaos and confusion. Hook, enraged by the disturbance, ordered most of his crew to investigate, leaving the Jolly Roger lightly guarded. Peter and Tinker Bell slipped aboard the ship unnoticed, their movements silent and precise. Tinker Bell's light guided them through the labyrinthine corridors until they reached the brig. Peter picked the lock with a hairpin he had swiped from Wendy earlier, grinning as the door swung open. "Peter," Wendy whispered, her voice filled with relief. She and the others rushed forward, their faces alight with hope. "Quiet," Peter cautioned. "We're not out of this yet." As they made their way back to the deck, the group encountered a small group of pirates who had remained behind. A fierce battle ensued, with Peter leading the charge. Wendy, armed with a stolen dagger, fought bravely alongside her brothers and the Lost Boys. Even Michael, clutching his teddy bear in one hand, managed to trip a pirate with a well-placed kick. The commotion drew Hook back to the ship, his fury reaching new heights as he realized his prisoners were escaping. He confronted Peter on the deck, their rivalry reigniting in a flurry of flashing steel. Hook fought with ruthless precision, but Peter's agility and quick thinking gave him the upper hand. "Give up, Hook," Peter taunted, dodging a swipe of the captain's hook. "You'll never win." Hook's response was a growl of frustration as he lunged at Peter, his movements becoming increasingly erratic. The battle raged across the deck, with the other children and Lost Boys cheering Peter on. Finally, Peter disarmed Hook, sending his sword clattering to the ground. "This isn't over, Pan," Hook snarled, retreating toward the edge of the ship. Before Peter could respond, the ominous ticking of the crocodile reached their ears. Hook's face paled as the creature emerged from the water, its jaws snapping eagerly. With a cry of terror, Hook leapt overboard, disappearing into the sea. The crocodile followed, its ticking fading into the distance. The pirates, leaderless and demoralized, surrendered, allowing the children to take control of the ship. As dawn broke over Neverland, The Jolly Roger sailed into a quiet cove, now under the control of Peter and his friends. The rescued children and lost boys celebrated their victory, their laughter echoing across the water. Wendy, John, and Michael sat together on the deck, their faces alight with joy and relief. "We did it," Wendy said, her voice filled with pride. "We really did it." Peter grinned, his usual swagger returning. "Of course we did. No one beats Peter Pan." As the sun rose higher, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the group set their sights on the horizon. There would be more adventures to come, more battles to fight, and more memories to make. For now, though, they savored their hard-won freedom, their bond stronger than ever in the magical land of Neverland. The days following their daring rescue passed in a blur of celebration and camaraderie. Yet, as the thrill of victory began to fade, the darling children found themselves thinking more often of home. Neverland had given them adventures beyond their wildest dreams, but the memory of their parents and the quiet comfort of their nursery began to pull at their hearts. One evening, as the stars shimmered brightly over the island, Wendy approached Peter Pan. He was perched on a branch of the tallest tree in the hideout, gazing out at the horizon. Tinker Bell hovered nearby, her glow soft and steady. Wendy hesitated for a moment before climbing up to join him. "Peter," she began gently, "we need to talk." Peter turned to her, his expression curious. "What is it, Wendy?" She took a deep breath. "It's time for us to go home. John, Michael, and we belong in London with our family." Peter's face fell, the light in his eyes dimming. "You want to leave?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It's not that we don't love it here," Wendy explained quickly. "Neverland is wonderful, and we'll never forget the adventures we've had. But our parents must be so worried about us. And we can't stay children forever." Peter frowned, his gaze drifting back to the horizon. "I can't grow up," he said quietly. "That's why I stay here. Growing up means losing everything that makes life fun." Wendy placed a hand on his shoulder. "Growing up doesn't mean losing everything, Peter. It means gaining new adventures, new experiences. And you'll always have Neverland. You'll always have the Lost Boys." Peter didn't respond right away. He stared at the stars, his thoughts unreadable. Finally, he nodded. "If you want to go, I'll take you back. But promise me one thing, Wendy." "Anything," she said earnestly. "Promise you won't forget me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Wendy's heart ached. "I could never forget you, Peter Pan." The next morning, Peter announced the darling's decision to the Lost Boys. The boys protested, their voices a chorus of dismay. "You can't leave," Nibs cried. "Who will tell us stories?" "You'll have each other," Wendy assured them. "And you'll have Peter. He'll take care of you, just like always." The Lost Boys reluctantly accepted her words, though their sorrow was evident. They spent the day preparing for the journey, gathering supplies and saying their goodbyes. Even Tinker Bell, who had never been fond of Wendy, seemed subdued. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, Peter led the darlings to the edge of the island. The children clutched their belongings tightly, their hearts heavy with a mix of excitement and sadness. "Ready?" Peter asked, his tone brighter than his expression. Wendy nodded, her brothers at her side. "We're ready." With a wave of his hand, Peter sprinkled pixie dust over them. "Think happy thoughts," he reminded them. that's how you fly." The darlings closed their eyes, recalling memories of home, their mother's gentle smile, their father's laughter, the warmth of their nursery. Slowly they rose into the air, Peter and Tinker Bell leading the way. The journey back to London was both magical and bittersweet. The stars seemed brighter than ever, and the night air was cool and refreshing. The children marveled at the sight of the city as it came into view, the familiar streets and rooftops bringing a sense of comfort and belonging. Peter guided them to the window of their nursery, which was slightly ajar as if waiting for their return. He hovered just outside as Wendy, John, and Michael climbed inside. The room was exactly as they had left it, the toys neatly arranged and the beds made. A soft light from a lamp on the bedside table cast a warm glow over the room. Mrs. Darling was asleep in a chair by the window, her face peaceful but lined with worry. Wendy approached her quietly, her heart swelling with love. "Mother," she whispered, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Mrs. Darling stirred, her eyes fluttering open. When she saw Wendy and her brothers, her expression shifted from confusion to overwhelming joy. "My children," she cried, pulling them into a tight embrace. Mr. Darling rushed into the room moments later, alerted by his wife's cries. His relief was palpable as he hugged his children, tears streaming down his face. "You're home," he murmured. "You're finally home." Wendy turned back to the window, her gaze searching for Peter. He hovered outside, a faint smile on his face. She opened the window wider and leaned out. "Aren't you coming in?" she asked. Peter shook his head. "This is where I belong," he said, gesturing to the night sky. "But I'll visit. You'll see me again, Wendy." Tears filled her eyes, but she smiled. "Goodbye, Peter Pan," she said softly. "Thank you for everything." Peter gave her a playful salute before flying off into the night, Tinker Bell's light trailing behind him like a shooting star. Wendy watched until he disappeared from sight, her heart both heavy and full. Life in London slowly returned to normal, but the darlings were forever changed. Wendy often sat by the window at night, gazing at the stars and thinking of Neverland. John and Michael regaled their parents with tales of their adventures, their eyes sparkling with the memory of their time with Peter Pan. Though they grew older, the darling children never forgot the boy who had shown them the magic of flying, the thrill of adventure, and the power of believing in the impossible. And sometimes, on quiet nights, they swore they could hear the faint sound of laughter and the tinkling of bells, as if Peter and Tinker Bell were still watching over them from afar. The stars over London shimmered with a timeless brilliance, as if bearing witness to the extraordinary journey the darling children had just completed. Back in their cozy nursery, safe and surrounded by the warmth of family, Wendy, John, and Michael found themselves reflecting on their time in Neverland. It felt both like a dream and a memory etched deeply into their hearts, a part of their lives they could never forget. Mrs. Darling, seated once again in her favorite chair by the window, couldn't help but glance toward the stars with gratitude. "You must tell us everything," she said, her voice a mixture of wonder and relief. "Every single detail." Wendy smiled, her eyes twinkling with the same light as the stars above. "We'll tell you," she promised, "but it might take a while. There's so much to share." John and Michael chimed in eagerly, recounting their favorite adventures. John described the daring sword fights with pirates, his logical mind marveling at the strategies he had employed. Michael, with his teddy bear tucked under his arm, recounted the mermaids, the lost boys, and the magical pixie dust that had let them soar through the skies. Their parents listened intently, hanging on every word, their expressions shifting between amazement and amusement. As the children's stories unfolded, Wendy found herself gazing out the window. Her thoughts drifted back to Peter Pan, the boy who refused to grow up, and the magical world he had shown them. She wondered if Peter was watching them now, perhaps from a cloud or a tree in Neverland, a wistful smile on his face. Time, as it often does, began to move forward. The seasons changed, and the darling children grew older. John excelled in his studies, his adventurous spirit tempered by a burgeoning sense of responsibility. Michael, still young, held on to his childlike wonder a little longer, often reenacting battles with imaginary pirates in the garden. Wendy, however, found herself torn between the world of childhood and the inevitable pull of growing up. Her nights by the window became less frequent, though she always left it slightly ajar, just in case. One evening, as she sat at her desk writing, a faint sound caught her attention. It was the soft tinkling of bells, barely audible but unmistakable. Wendy's heart leapt as she rushed to the window, her eyes scanning the sky. For a moment, she thought she saw a flicker of light darting among the stars, but it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. She smiled, her heart swelling with a bittersweet joy. Peter hadn't forgotten them, just as she had promised never to forget him. Even if he never returned, Wendy knew he was out there, living his endless adventures in the land where time stood still. Years later, Wendy's life had changed in ways she could never have imagined during her time in Neverland. She had grown into a young woman, her days filled with new responsibilities and joys. But even as she embraced the life ahead of her, she held on to the magic of her childhood. She often told her own children stories of Peter Pan, of the boy who could fly, the fierce Captain Hook, and the enchanting world of Neverland. Her children listened with wide eyes, much like John and Michael had once listened to her. "Is Peter Pan real?" her youngest daughter asked one night, her voice filled with wonder. Wendy's smile was tinged with nostalgia. "As real as the stars in the sky," she said softly. "And if you ever hear laughter on the wind, or see a flash of light that disappears too quickly, you'll know he's near." Far away in Neverland, time remained as still as ever. The lost boys continued their mischief. Mermaids sang their haunting songs in the lagoon, and the crocodiles' ticking echoed faintly through the jungle. Peter Pan, unchanged and unchanging, soared through the skies with Tinker Bell at his side. He laughed as he flew, the weight of the world never touching his heart. But every now and then he would pause on a cloud or perch in a tree, gazing at the second star to the right and remembering the girl who had told such wonderful stories. "Do you think she'll ever come back?" Tinker Bell asked one evening, her light dimming slightly as she rested on Peter's shoulder. Peter grinned, though there was a wistfulness in his eyes. "Maybe, or maybe I'll visit her. Who knows?" He shrugged, his carefree nature returning as he leapt into the air. "Come on, Tink. There's a pirate ship out there just waiting to be raided." And with that, he was off, his laughter ringing through the night like a song. Neverland remained unchanged, a sanctuary for eternal childhood and endless adventure, where Peter Pan would always be the boy who never grew up. The Darling family's lives continued, full of the joys and challenges that come with growing older. But the memory of Neverland remained a constant presence. a reminder of the magic that exists just beyond the edge of ordinary life. Wendy, John, and Michael carried it with them in different ways, passing it down through stories, laughter, and the belief in the impossible. And so, while the darling children may have left Neverland, a part of them would always remain there among the stars, where dreams and adventures never truly end. The moors stretched vast and untamed, cloaked in a melancholy that clung to the air like a mournful song. Here, the wind seemed to whisper secrets of long-forgotten loves, of heartbreak etched into the very stones. The land was a tapestry of wild beauty, its heather and bracken rolling like waves beneath a restless sky. It was in this desolate paradise that I, Lockwood, found myself, seeking solitude and an escape from the trivialities of city life. Little did I know that the wind-swept hills and shadowy crags of Yorkshire would cradle a tale so fierce and tragic that it would haunt me long after I departed. My destination was Thrushcross Grange, a stately manor nestled in the embrace of the moors, far removed from the clamor of the world. Its sturdy stone walls and serene gardens promised peace, but as I rode through the moorland, my gaze was irresistibly drawn to a darker silhouette in the distance. Wuthering Heights. Even from afar, the house seemed to brood beneath the iron-gray sky, its jagged chimneys piercing the heavens like jaguar teeth. There was a raw, defiant energy about it, as if the very winds that battered its walls were its kin. It called to me, though I could not fathom why. My first visit to Wuthering Heights was unplanned, an impulsive journey born of idle curiosity. As I approached, the air seemed heavier, the silence deeper. The house loomed before me, a fortress of stone that seemed carved from the moor itself, its windows like watchful eyes. The gate resisted my attempts to enter, groaning in protest, and when I finally stepped into the courtyard, I felt as though I had crossed a threshold into another world, a world untamed, where passion and fury reigned supreme. The inhabitants of Wuthering Heights were as enigmatic as the house itself. Heathcliff, the master of this bleak domain, was a man of storm and shadow. His piercing gaze seemed to measure my very soul, and though his manner was brusque, there was an intensity about him that was magnetic, almost otherworldly. His very presence seemed to echo the wildness of the moors, as if he were born of their tempestuous spirit. Then there was the young woman, Catherine Linton, whose beauty was as striking as her melancholy. Her eyes were mirrors of longing, pools of sorrow that hinted at a story too vast for words. The air between her and Heathcliff crackled with an unspoken tension, as if the very walls bore witness to a love so consuming that it had left them both in ruins. My second visit to Wuthering Heights was even stranger, a descent into a realm where dreams and reality blurred. I was given a room to rest, but the night offered no peace. It was there, in the shadows of that ancient house, that I encountered the unearthly presence of Catherine Earnshaw. Her voice, faint and desperate, called to me from the window, pleading to be let in. I awoke trembling, my heart pounding with the certainty that Wuthering Heights was more than a mere house. It was a place where the past clung to the present, where love and revenge were etched into the very stones. As I returned to Thrushcross Grange, shaken and perplexed, The housekeeper, Nellie Dean, offered to unravel the mystery for me. Her voice, warm and steady, promised a tale that would carry me through time, through storms of passion and seas of sorrow, to the very heart of Wuthering Heights. And so, with the moors whispering outside and the fire crackling within, I settled into my chair, ready to hear the story that had been written in blood and tears upon this wild and untamed land. It was not long before I found myself drawn back to Wuthering Heights, compelled by a force I could not name. The winds howled as I made my way across the moors, their mournful cry urging me forward and warning me all at once. The path seemed more treacherous this time, the landscape more brooding. Yet there was a strange allure in the desolation, a siren song that promised secrets and stories untold. As I approached the house, its grim visage loomed larger, the very stones exuding a defiant, almost hostile air. The gate creaked open reluctantly, as though resenting my intrusion. Once inside, I was greeted with the same dour reception as before. The household seemed to exist in a perpetual state of simmering tension, each member an island of misery, isolated and impenetrable. Heathcliff greeted me with his characteristic brusqueness, his dark eyes piercing through me as though he sought to divine my purpose in returning. Hareton Earnshaw, surly and unkempt, lingered nearby, his presence a brooding shadow. And young Catherine Linton, the very picture of fragile defiance, sat apart, her gaze flickering like a trapped flame. Each of them seemed to carry the weight of an unseen burden, their lives tethered to some haunting past. After a stilted exchange, I was once again offered reluctant hospitality. The room assigned to me felt cold and unwelcoming, its walls seeming to close in as the storm outside gained strength. The wind clawed at the windows like a living thing, and the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows that danced across the ancient furniture. It was then, as I settled in for the night, that my gaze fell upon a small, time-worn book resting on a table by the bedside. The cover was cracked and faded, its leather binding worn smooth by years of use. Intrigued, I opened it, only to discover that it was not a book at all, but a journal. The pages were filled with a delicate, looping script, the ink faded but still legible. It was a girl's hand, and as I began to read, the words seemed to leap off the page, pulling me into a world both strange and familiar. The entries belonged to Catherine Earnshaw, whose name appeared frequently in the pages, scrawled with a youthful exuberance that belied the sorrow I had sensed in the house. The journal spoke of carefree days on the moors, of laughter carried on the wind and adventures shared with a boy named Heathcliff. There was an innocence to her words, a joy untainted by the shadows that now seemed to envelop Wuthering Heights. But as I read on, the tone shifted. The pages began to speak of secrets and betrayals, of emotions too fierce to be contained. Catherine wrote of her love for Heathcliff with a passion that bordered on madness, a love so consuming that it seemed to define her very being. Yet, intertwined with this devotion was a growing conflict, a sense of duty and ambition that pulled her toward another path. Her words were filled with anguish as she confessed her intention to marry Edgar Linton, a man she described as kind and refined, but lacking the wild, untamed spirit that bound her to Heathcliff. "It would degrade me to marry Heathcliff now," she wrote in one poignant entry. "So he shall never know how much I love him. And that, not because he's handsome, Nellie, but because he's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. The depth of her torment was palpable, each line brimming with emotion so raw and vivid that it seemed to echo in the very walls around me. I could almost hear her voice, young and full of life, pouring out her heart onto the page. Her words painted a picture of a love so fierce and boundless that it defied reason, yet was ultimately caged by the constraints of society and expectation. As I read, a sudden gust of wind rattled the window pane, breaking the spell. The storm outside seemed to mirror the tempest within those pages, a cacophony of rage and longing that refused to be silenced. I set the journal down, my heart heavy with the weight of Catherine's story. Her words lingered in the air, as though the room itself had absorbed her anguish. It was then that I noticed something strange. The candlelight flickered unnaturally, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and shift. A chill ran down my spine as a faint sound reached my ears, a whisper barely audible, yet unmistakable. It was a voice, distant and desperate, calling out a single name, Heathcliff. I turned toward the window, my pulse quickening. The glass was fogged with condensation, but through the haze I could make out the faint outline of a figure, a pale, spectral presence with eyes that seemed to burn with sorrow. My breath caught as the figure pressed a ghostly hand against the pane, its lips forming silent words. The room seemed to close in around me, the air heavy with an unearthly energy. Panicked, I stumbled backward, clutching the journal as though it were a talisman. The figure faded into the storm, leaving behind only the echo of its cry. My heart pounded as I sank onto the bed, the journal clutched tightly in my hands. Catherine's words, her love, her torment, they were no longer confined to the pages. They lived in the very fabric of Wuthering Heights, a haunting legacy that refused to be forgotten. When morning came, I fled the house, the journal weighing heavy in my pocket. The storm had passed, but its echoes lingered in my mind. As I returned to Thrushcross Grange, I resolved to learn the full story behind the ghostly presence that had visited me, and the tragic tale etched into Catherine's words. And so, when Nellie Dean offered to recount the history of Wuthering Heights, I accepted without hesitation, eager to unravel the mystery that had ensnared me. The moors seemed to sigh as I listened, their wild beauty a fitting backdrop for a story of love and vengeance that would forever haunt my soul. The story of Heathcliff and Catherine began in the heart of Wuthering Heights, a house both refuge and battleground, where love and cruelty coexisted in a turbulent dance. It was there, amidst the wild Yorkshire moors, that their lives became inextricably entwined. To understand the depth of their bond, one must return to their childhood, where the seeds of their fateful connection were first sown. It was a stormy evening when Mr. Earnshaw, the stern yet kind-hearted master of Wuthering Heights, returned from a trip to Liverpool with an unexpected burden cradled in his arms. Beneath his coat was a child, dark-haired and sullen-eyed, with a face that seemed to hold the weight of worlds despite his tender age. Heathcliff, as the boy came to be known, was a foundling, picked up from the streets and brought home to live among the Earnshaws. His origins were a mystery, his name a relic of some forgotten place, but from the moment he crossed the threshold, he altered the course of every life within those walls. The boy's arrival was met with mixed reactions. Hindley, Mr. Earnshaw's son, regarded Heathcliff as an intruder, a rival for his father's affection. His resentment burned hot and immediate, manifesting in taunts and cruelties that would only deepen with time. But Catherine, the fiery, untamed daughter of the house, saw something in Heathcliff that others overlooked. Perhaps it was his defiance, the spark in his dark eyes that refused to be extinguished despite the hardships he endured. Or perhaps it was simply that she, too, was a creature of the wild, drawn to kindred spirits like moth to flame. From the moment they met, Catherine and Heathcliff were inseparable. Together they roamed the moors, their laughter carried on the wind like a melody only they could hear. They were children of the earth and sky, running barefoot through the heather, climbing rocks and chasing the clouds. The moors became their sanctuary, a boundless expanse where they could escape the confines of Wuthering Heights and the harsh realities that awaited them there. Their bond was forged in shared mischief and rebellion. They were often scolded for their wildness, for returning home with mud-streaked faces and torn clothes, but no reprimand could quell their spirits. Catherine, with her sharp wit and boundless energy, was the ringleader of their adventures, while Heathcliff, quieter but no less daring, followed her lead with unwavering loyalty. Together, they were an unstoppable force, a tempest that no one could tame. Yet, beneath the surface of their carefree camaraderie, a deeper connection was forming. Heathcliff, who had known nothing but hardship and rejection before arriving at Wuthering Heights, found in Catherine a source of light and warmth. She was the first person to truly see him, to look beyond his rough exterior and recognize the fierce, yearning soul beneath. For Catherine, Heathcliff was a reflection of her own wildness, a mirror that showed her who she was when freed from the constraints of propriety and expectation. But their idyllic days were shadowed by Hindley's growing animosity. When Mr. Earnshaw passed away, Hindley assumed control of Wuthering Heights, and with it, the power to make Heathcliff's life a living hell. Stripped of his status as an adopted son, Heathcliff was reduced to the role of a servant, forced to endure endless humiliation and hard labor. Yet, even as Hindley sought to crush him, Heathcliff's spirit remained unbroken, sustained by his bond with Catherine. Catherine, too, felt the weight of Hindley's cruelty, though in a different way. As the young mistress of Wuthering Heights, she was expected to conform to a certain standard of behavior, to shed her wild ways and become a proper lady. But Catherine was not so easily tamed. She continued to defy convention, sneaking away to the moors with Heathcliff whenever she could, their shared rebellion a balm for the wounds inflicted by life within the house. Their bond grew stronger with each passing year, but it was also becoming more complicated. What had begun as a childhood friendship was evolving into something deeper, something neither of them fully understood. There were moments when their laughter would falter, replaced by a tension that neither could articulate. In those moments, their gazes would meet, and the unspoken connection between them would pulse like a living thing, raw and undeniable. It was during one of their adventures that they first encountered Thrushcross Grange, the neighboring estate that stood in stark contrast to Wuthering Heights. While Wuthering Heights was rugged and wind-beaten, Thrushcross Grange was a picture of refinement, with its manicured gardens and grand facade. Drawn by curiosity, Catherine and Heathcliff crept close to the house, peering through the windows like mischievous spirits. Inside, they saw Edgar and Isabella Linton, children of privilege, surrounded by luxury and ease. Catherine, ever the instigator, teased Heathcliff about the Lintons' polished manners and fine clothes, her laughter ringing out like a challenge to the world. But their light-hearted game took a dark turn when they were discovered, and Catherine was injured in the ensuing commotion. Taken in by the Lintons to recover, she found herself thrust into a world unlike anything she had known. A world of silken cushions and soft-spoken civility. During her stay at Thrushcross Grange, Catherine was transformed. When she returned to Wuthering Heights weeks later, she was almost unrecognizable. Her rough edges had been smoothed away, her wildness tempered by the influence of the Lintons. She wore fine dresses and carried herself with a newfound grace, but beneath the surface, she was still the same Catherine, still tethered to the moors and to Heathcliff. Heathcliff, however, saw only the change. He felt the distance that had grown between them, the unbridgeable gap created by their differing stations in life. For the first time, he began to fear that he might lose her, that the world beyond the moors might claim her as its own. His jealousy burned hot and bitter, fueling a resentment that would only grow with time. Yet, despite the changes and challenges, their bond endured. Catherine and Heathcliff remained two halves of the same whole, their souls intertwined in a way that defied logic and reason. They were the storm and the fire, the wildness of the moors made flesh. And though the shadows of the past and the pressures of the present threatened to pull them apart, they clung to each other with a desperation born of love and need. Their early years were a prelude to the tragedy that would follow, a foundation built on love, defiance, and an unyielding connection to the moors. They were children of the wild, bound by a force greater than themselves, destined to leave an indelible mark on the land and on each other. And, as their story unfolded, the winds of Wuthering Heights carried their laughter, their tears, and their passions across the moors, weaving them into the very fabric of the place they called home. The transformation began on a night drenched in chaos, when Catherine Earnshaw and Heathcliff, in their youthful mischief, ventured too close to Thrushcross Grange. The neighboring estate stood in regal contrast to Wuthering Heights, its polished facade a world away from the weather-worn stone and windswept wildness of their home. It was a place they viewed with equal parts disdain and curiosity, for what could that gilded cage offer compared to the untamed freedom of the moors? It had been Catherine's idea to approach the Grange, her restless energy as irrepressible as the storm winds that often swept across the hills. Heathcliff followed her lead, as he always did, their bond so unshakable that he would have followed her into the depths of hell itself. Together, they crept toward the grand house, their laughter low and conspiratorial as they pressed their faces to the windows, eager to glimpse the lives of the Lintons. What they saw inside was a tableau of luxury and refinement. Edgar and Isabella Linton, with their golden hair and delicate features, sat beside a roaring fire, surrounded by rich furnishings and golden light. The siblings bickered over a dog, their voices soft and measured even in disagreement. To Catherine and Heathcliff, the scene was both fascinating and absurd, the trivialities of the Lintons' lives a far cry from the raw, untamed existence they shared. But their laughter drew attention, and in the ensuing commotion, Catherine stumbled and fell, her ankle twisting beneath her. The Lintons' servants rushed out to investigate, and in the confusion, Catherine was carried inside, leaving Heathcliff to retreat into the shadows. His heart burned with anger and jealousy as he watched her disappear into the house, a wild creature plucked from her natural habitat and thrust into a world that seemed poised to devour her. Catherine's injury, though minor, became the catalyst for her prolonged stay at Thrushcross Grange. Over the weeks that followed, she was enveloped in the Lintons' world, a place of silken curtains, polished mirrors, and soft-spoken decorum. The experience was transformative, reshaping Catherine in ways that would leave her forever changed. At first, she chafed against the constraints of her new environment. She missed the wind on her face, the feel of the earth beneath her feet, and the freedom of the moors. The Lintons' house, for all its beauty, felt like a gilded cage, its air thick with the scent of roses and propriety. But as the days turned to weeks, Catherine began to adapt. Her sharp edges softened under the influence of Isabella's gentle manners and Edgar's quiet charm. She learned to sit still, to speak with measured words, and to move with a grace that had previously been foreign to her. Edgar Linton, in particular, became a significant figure in Catherine's transformation. With his golden hair and calm demeanor, he was everything Heathcliff was not. Steady, refined, and entirely unthreatening. Edgar admired Catherine with a quiet intensity, his affections expressed not through fiery passion but through gentle attentions. He brought her books and flowers, his gifts an attempt to draw her further into his world. And though Catherine missed Heathcliff with a longing that cut deep, she found herself intrigued by Edgar's quiet devotion. When Catherine finally returned to Wuthering Heights, the change in her was undeniable. She stepped into the house like a vision, her dress finer than anything the household had ever seen, her manner imbued with an air of sophistication that seemed almost foreign. Heathcliff, who had waited for her with a yearning that bordered on agony, could only stare in stunned silence. The girl who stood before him was still Catherine, but she was also someone else entirely, a stranger shaped by forces he could neither understand nor control. Catherine, too, felt the chasm that had opened between them. She greeted Heathcliff with the same affection as before, but his surly demeanor and rough appearance now seemed at odds with the polished world she had come to know. She teased him about his unkempt hair and muddy clothes, her laughter tinged with a new condescension that cut him like a knife. Yet beneath her words was a desperation to bridge the gap between them, to hold on to the connection that had always defined them. Heathcliff, however, could not hide his pain. He saw in Catherine's transformation a threat to everything they had shared, a force that could pull her away from him and into the arms of Edgar Linton. His jealousy was a tempest, wild and consuming, and though he tried to mask it with his usual stoicism, it seeped into his every word and gesture. Catherine's time at Thrushcross Grange had not only altered her outward appearance, but also ignited an internal conflict that would come to define her. She loved Heathcliff with a passion that defied reason, a love that was as much a part of her as the blood in her veins. Yet, she also saw in Edgar a future that was safe, stable, and socially acceptable. The two men represented opposing forces in her life. One the wild, untamed spirit of the moors, the other the polished elegance of the Grange. This duality tore at Catherine's soul, her love for Heathcliff clashing with her desire for the comforts and status Edgar could provide. She confided her turmoil to Nellie Dean, her trusted confidant, in moments of raw vulnerability. "I am Heathcliff," she once declared, her voice trembling with the weight of her emotions. "Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same." Yet, even as she spoke these words, she admitted her intention to marry Edgar, a decision born not of love, but of ambition and practicality. Catherine's transformation was, in many ways, a reflection of the larger forces at play in her life. She was caught between two worlds, two men, and two versions of herself. On one side was the wild, free-spirited girl who roamed the moors with Heathcliff, her laughter echoing in the wind. On the other was the refined young woman who had learned to navigate the social graces of the Lintons' world, her every step a calculated dance. This conflict would come to define not only Catherine's life, but also the lives of everyone around her. Her transformation at Thrushcross Grange was the beginning of a series of choices and consequences that would ripple through generations, shaping the fates of those who called Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange home. It was a moment of change, a turning point that marked the end of innocence and the beginning of a tragedy that would echo across the moors like a mournful cry. As the days passed and Catherine settled back into life at Wuthering Heights, the tensions between her and Heathcliff grew more pronounced. Their love, once so pure and unshakable, was now shadowed by doubt, jealousy, and the weight of unspoken truths. And yet, even as the cracks began to form, the bond between them remained unbreakable, a force as wild and enduring as the moors themselves. It was a love that defied reason, a love that would endure even in the face of betrayal, heartbreak, and death. The air at Wuthering Heights seemed heavier after Catherine's return from Thrushcross Grange, as if the house itself sensed the shift in her heart. Heathcliff felt it most keenly. Though Catherine remained his constant companion, her transformation had created a distance between them, a distance she refused to acknowledge, and he could not bear. It was as if the moors, once a vast and endless realm of freedom, had become a chasm they could no longer cross together. Catherine's days were now divided between the rugged chaos of Wuthering Heights and the polished serenity of Thrushcross Grange. Her visits to the Lintons grew more frequent, and with them, her attachment to Edgar Linton deepened. Edgar, with his gentle manners and adoring gaze, represented a life of stability and refinement, a world far removed from the tempestuous existence she shared with Heathcliff. And yet, beneath her newfound grace and elegance, Catherine's heart still beat with the wildness of the moors, a wildness that bound her irrevocably to Heathcliff. Heathcliff, however, could only see what was slipping away. He watched in agony as Catherine moved further into Edgar's world, her laughter softer, her words more measured. He felt the sting of her playful barbs, her teasing remarks about his roughness and lack of polish. Each word was a knife, cutting away at the fierce loyalty he had always felt from her. He began to retreat into himself, his silences growing longer, his gaze darker. His love for Catherine remained as fierce as ever, but it was now shadowed by doubt and fear. A fear that he would lose her to the very world she had once scorned. The turning point came on a fateful evening, when Catherine confided in Nellie Dean, the housekeeper, and reluctant witness to their unfolding tragedy. Catherine had been agitated all day, pacing the rooms of Wuthering Heights like a caged animal, her thoughts a storm she could not contain. Finally, she sought out Nellie, her trusted confidant, and poured out her heart in a torrent of words. "I love Heathcliff," she began, her voice trembling with the force of her emotions. "He's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. If all else perished, and he remained, I should still continue to be. And if all else remained, and he were annihilated, the universe would turn to a mighty stranger." Her words, so raw and passionate, seemed to fill the room with their weight. But even as she spoke them, a shadow crossed her face. She hesitated, her gaze distant, as if she were looking into a future she could not bear to imagine. "And yet," she continued, her voice softer now, "it would degrade me to marry Heathcliff. He has no money, no position. If I married him, we would be beggars, living in the dust. I must marry Edgar. He is handsome and rich, and will make me the greatest lady in the neighborhood. It's not that I love Edgar in the same way, but Heathcliff and I, we are one. He does not need to hear my words to know my heart. Catherine's confession, so conflicted and contradictory, revealed the depths of her internal struggle. She loved Heathcliff with every fiber of her being, but she was also drawn to the security and status Edgar could provide. It was a betrayal not born of malice, but of fear. A fear of the hardships she believed she could not endure, even for the sake of love. What Catherine did not realize was that Heathcliff had overheard her words. He had come to find her, drawn by an intuition he could not explain, and had paused outside the door just as she began her confession. Her declaration of love for him filled him with a fierce, fleeting joy, but it was swiftly eclipsed by the pain of her next words. The idea that she would marry another man, not for love, but for status, was a blow that shattered something deep within him. Heathcliff left the house before Catherine could finish speaking, his footsteps heavy with despair. He walked out into the night, the moors stretching before him like an endless void. The wind howled around him, a reflection of the storm within, but for the first time, the wildness of the moors brought him no solace. He felt untethered, a ship cast adrift without anchor or compass. The one person who had always been his North Star had turned away, and he could see no path forward. When Catherine discovered his absence, she was inconsolable. She searched for him throughout the house, calling his name into the wind, but there was no answer. Days passed, then weeks, and still there was no sign of Heathcliff. Catherine's anguish grew with each passing moment, her vibrant spirit dimmed by the weight of her guilt and sorrow. She had not meant to drive him away. She had spoken those words out of fear, not rejection. But Heathcliff was gone, and with him, a piece of her soul. At Thrushcross Grange, Edgar sought to comfort her, unaware of the true depth of her despair. He mistook her melancholy for a natural reluctance to leave her childhood home, and did his best to make her happy. Catherine, for her part, threw herself into the preparations for their wedding with a desperate energy, as if by embracing her new life, she could bury the pain of losing Heathcliff. But her laughter was hollow, her smiles fleeting, and the moors, once her sanctuary, now seemed to mourn alongside her. As the days turned to months, the memory of Heathcliff lingered like a shadow over Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange. Catherine's love for him had not diminished, but she had chosen a path that led away from him, a path she could not abandon without losing the fragile stability she had sought in Edgar. And so, she carried on, a woman divided, her heart forever torn between the wild, untamed passion of the past and the quiet, measured security of the present. Heathcliff's departure was not the end of their story, but the beginning of its darkest chapter. His absence left a void that could not be filled, a wound that festered in the hearts of those who loved him. And though Catherine tried to move forward, the echoes of her betrayal and Heathcliff's pain would haunt her for the rest of her days, a reminder of the love that had once burned so brightly, only to be consumed by the choices they had made. Years passed, and the moors seemed to shift with the seasons, though the pain of Heathcliff's departure remained a constant shadow over Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange. Catherine had settled into her role as Edgar Linton's wife, her once fiery spirit tempered by the demands of her new life. The Grange, with its pristine gardens and genteel air, became her sanctuary, a place where she could bury her regrets beneath the veneer of propriety. Yet the wildness in her heart, the part of her bound to the moors and to Heathcliff, never truly faded. It lingered like a distant storm, always on the horizon. Then, one fateful day, Heathcliff returned. His arrival was as sudden and startling as a thunderclap. The household at Wuthering Heights was abuzz with rumors of a dark figure striding up the path, a man transformed yet unmistakable. Heathcliff, who had once been a penniless outcast, now carried himself with the air of someone who had conquered the world. His clothes were fine, his demeanor commanding, and his pockets, it seemed, were lined with wealth. The boy who had left Wuthering Heights in despair had returned a man of power and mystery. His reappearance sent ripples through both households, unsettling the fragile balance that had been established in his absence. At Wuthering Heights, Hindley Earnshaw, now a broken man consumed by his vices, greeted Heathcliff with a mix of suspicion and reluctant hospitality. Heathcliff, ever calculating, saw an opportunity in Hindley's weakness. It did not take long for him to insinuate himself back into the household, his presence both a reminder of the past and a harbinger of what was to come. At Thrushcross Grange, Catherine was struck dumb by the news of Heathcliff's return. When he finally appeared before her, it was as though the years had melted away, leaving them as they had been. Two souls bound together by a love that defied reason. Yet, there was something different about Heathcliff now, a hardness in his eyes that spoke of the wounds he had carried and the plans he had forged in the dark. Their reunion was electric, charged with the tension of unspoken words and unresolved emotions. Catherine's joy at seeing him again was tempered by the knowledge of all that had transpired in his absence. She was a married woman now, her life tied to Edgar's gentle love and the comforts of Thrushcross Grange. Yet, the sight of Heathcliff stirred something deep within her, a longing she had tried to bury but could never forget. For his part, Heathcliff was a man torn between love and vengeance. The sight of Catherine, as beautiful and untamed as he remembered, reignited the fire that had never truly extinguished in his heart. But alongside that love was a bitterness that had festered during his years away, a need to avenge the wrongs he had suffered and reclaim what had been taken from him. His revenge began quietly, almost imperceptibly, as he set his sights on Hindley. Heathcliff exploited Hindley's gambling habit, lending him money with the full knowledge that he would never be able to repay it. Over time, Heathcliff gained control of Wuthering Heights, the house that had once been his prison and now became his stronghold. He transformed it into a place of power and menace, its walls echoing with the dark satisfaction of his triumph. But Heathcliff's plans extended beyond Hindley. His gaze turned toward Thrushcross Grange, where Edgar Linton lived in blissful ignorance of the storm gathering on the horizon. Heathcliff began to court Isabella Linton, Edgar's younger sister, with a charm that masked his true intentions. Isabella, naive and sheltered, was captivated by Heathcliff's dark allure, mistaking his intensity for passion. She fell for him with a reckless abandon, blind to the cruelty that lurked beneath his surface. Catherine, meanwhile, watched the unfolding drama with growing unease. She saw through Heathcliff's calculated charm and recognized the danger in his actions. Yet, she could not deny the pull he still had over her. Their encounters were charged with emotion, their words cutting and passionate in equal measure. Heathcliff accused her of betraying him, of choosing comfort over love, while Catherine lashed out in defense of the choices she had made. Their love, once so pure and boundless, had become a battlefield, each of them wounded and lashing out in turn. Heathcliff's marriage to Isabella was the culmination of his revenge against Edgar. It was not an act of love, but of spite, a means to hurt the man who had taken Catherine from him. Isabella, once so enamored of Heathcliff, quickly realized the truth of his nature. Her life at Wuthering Heights became a living nightmare, her every day filled with cruelty and despair. Heathcliff's treatment of her was a reflection of his inner torment, his love for Catherine twisted into a weapon against those around him. Catherine's health began to decline under the weight of the conflict. Torn between her loyalty to Edgar and her enduring love for Heathcliff, she found herself caught in a storm of her own making. Her fiery spirit, once her greatest strength, now consumed her, leaving her fragile and unwell. The strain of their love and its consequences was too much for her to bear, and she withdrew into herself, her once vibrant energy fading like the last rays of sunlight over the moors. Heathcliff, for all his bitterness and rage, could not ignore Catherine's suffering. His visits to Thrushcross Grange became more frequent, their encounters a tumult of love and fury. They spoke of the past, of what might have been, and of the love that still burned between them despite everything. In those moments, the walls they had built between themselves seemed to crumble, leaving only the raw, unfiltered connection that had always defined them. But their reconciliation was not enough to halt the trajectory of their tragedy. Heathcliff's revenge had set events in motion that could not be undone. Hindley's ruin, Isabella's suffering, and Catherine's decline were all part of the tapestry he had woven. A tapestry of pain and retribution that mirrored the turmoil within him. Heathcliff's return to Wuthering Heights had been a thunderous re-entry into the lives of those who had wronged him. Yet, his vengeance, though meticulously planned and ruthlessly executed, brought him no peace. The love he bore for Catherine, the driving force behind all he did, remained both his greatest strength and his greatest torment. And, as the shadows deepened over the moors, it became clear that his story, like Catherine's, was one of passion and destruction, bound together inextricably until the very end. Catherine's decline began as a whisper, a subtle erosion of the fiery spirit that had once defined her. To those who knew her, it was as if the light within her had begun to flicker, dimmed by the storm of emotions that swirled around her. The woman who had once roamed the moors with wild abandon, who had laughed into the wind and claimed the world as her own, was now a shadow of herself, her vibrant energy slowly giving way to fragility. It was the weight of the love triangle that bore down on her, a love too vast to be contained and too fierce to find peace. Caught between her loyalty to Edgar, her husband, and her unyielding connection to Heathcliff, her soul seemed torn asunder. Each day, the chasm between the two men widened, and Catherine, standing on its edge, felt herself slipping into the abyss. Her health began to falter, though it was her spirit that seemed most afflicted. She withdrew from the household at Thrushcross Grange, her laughter fading into silence. Edgar, ever devoted, was blind to the true cause of her suffering. He attributed her malaise to the strain of her delicate constitution, unaware that the root of her anguish lay in her unspoken longing for Heathcliff. Catherine, for all her stubbornness, could not bring herself to confide in Edgar. To do so would have been to shatter the fragile peace they had built. It was Heathcliff's re-entry into her life that had ignited this slow descent. His presence was both a balm and a poison, awakening feelings she had tried to bury, and reigniting the turmoil that had always burned between them. Their encounters, fraught with passion and bitterness, left her drained yet unable to let him go. Each meeting was a storm, their words cutting as deeply as their gazes. Heathcliff accused her of betrayal, of choosing comfort over love, while Catherine lashed out with equal fury, her anger masking the pain that lay beneath. One evening, after a particularly heated argument with Heathcliff, Catherine retreated to her room and refused to emerge. She paced like a caged animal, her thoughts racing and her emotions consuming her. The walls seemed to close in, and the air grew heavy, as if the house itself were mourning alongside her. When Nellie came to check on her, she found Catherine feverish and agitated, her eyes bright with a manic energy. "I am dying, Nellie," Catherine declared, her voice trembling with a mix of despair and defiance. "And they shall both be sorry, Edgar for breaking my heart, and Heathcliff for tearing it in two." Nellie, though accustomed to Catherine's dramatic tendencies, felt a pang of fear at the intensity of her words. She tried to soothe her, to convince her that she was merely unwell and would recover with rest, but Catherine would not be comforted. Her mind was consumed by visions of the past, of the moors, and the laughter she had shared with Heathcliff, of the days before her world had fractured. The days that followed saw Catherine confined to her bed, her condition deteriorating rapidly. Edgar, though distraught, did his best to care for her, his love evident in every gentle touch and whispered word. He brought her flowers from the garden, read to her from her favorite books, and sat by her side for hours on end. But Catherine's gaze often drifted past him, her thoughts far away, her heart drawn to the wild expanse of the moors and the man who had come to define her existence. Heathcliff, though forbidden from visiting her openly, could not stay away. He prowled the edges of Thrushcross Grange like a restless spirit, desperate for news of her condition. When he finally learned of her worsening state, he could bear it no longer. One night, as the household slept, he made his way to her room, his footsteps silent, and his heart pounding with a mixture of dread and longing. When he entered, Catherine was sitting by the window, her frail form silhouetted against the pale moonlight. She turned at the sound of his approach, and for a moment the years melted away. They were no longer the people they had become, weighed down by the choices and betrayals that had defined their lives. In that moment, they were simply Catherine and Heathcliff, two souls bound together by a love that had transcended time and reason. "You have come," Catherine said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I knew you would." Heathcliff crossed the room in a few strides, his dark eyes fixed on her as if trying to memorize every detail. "How could I not?" he replied, his voice thick with emotion. "You are my life, Catherine. Without you, there is nothing." Their conversation was raw, unfiltered, each word a declaration of the love and anguish that had consumed them. Catherine accused him of cruelty, of pushing her toward Edgar and away from him. Heathcliff countered with accusations of his own, railing against her betrayal and the pain it had caused him. Yet, beneath their anger was a desperate yearning, a need to hold on to each other despite everything that had passed between them. "I cannot rest without you," Catherine said, her eyes shining with tears. "I cannot die without knowing that you will not forget me." "Forget you?" Heathcliff echoed, his voice breaking. "You are in my very soul, Catherine. Wherever I go, whatever I do, I will carry you with me." Their reunion was both a solace and a torment. a fleeting moment of connection that only deepened the tragedy of their circumstances. When Heathcliff finally left her room, his heart was heavier than ever, weighed down by the knowledge that he could not save her. Catherine, too, was left with a profound sense of loss, her love for Heathcliff burning as brightly as ever, but unable to alter the course of her fate. The end came quietly, on a night when the wind howled through the moors like a mournful dirge. Catherine passed away in the early hours of the morning, her final breath a whisper of Heathcliff's name. Edgar, who had been by her side until the very end, was inconsolable, his grief a quiet, dignified thing that belied the depth of his love for her. Heathcliff's reaction, however, was anything but quiet. When he heard the news, he stormed onto the moors, his cries of anguish echoing into the night. He railed against the heavens, cursing the fate that had taken Catherine from him. His grief was a raw, terrible thing, a reflection of the love that had defined and destroyed him. Catherine's death marked the end of an era at Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange, but her presence lingered, a ghostly echo in the lives of those she had left behind. The moors, once her sanctuary, seemed to mourn her passing, their winds whispering her name as they carried her spirit across the hills. And for Heathcliff, her loss was a wound that would never heal, a constant reminder of the love that had shaped his life and bound him to the wild, untamed beauty of the moors forever. The storm that had raged between Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange for so many years finally began to abate, leaving in its wake a desolate calm. The passions that had consumed Heathcliff, Catherine, and those caught in their orbit seemed to settle into the soil of the moors, becoming part of the landscape itself. Yet, amidst the ruins of broken hearts and bitter vengeance, the seeds of redemption quietly took root. At the center of this fragile hope were Hareton Earnshaw and young Catherine Linton, the children of a generation marked by pain. Hareton, the neglected and mistreated son of Hindley, had grown up in the shadow of Heathcliff's cruelty, his natural intelligence stifled by years of degradation. And Catherine, the daughter of Edgar and the late Catherine, bore the legacy of her mother's beauty and willfulness, but carried within her a gentler spirit. Their relationship began as a clash of stubborn wills, but over time it became a story of growth and healing. Hareton, despite the harshness of his upbringing, had a quiet strength that could not be extinguished. Though Heathcliff had denied him the education and privileges that should have been his by birthright, Hareton possessed an innate dignity, a spark of kindness that refused to be smothered. Young Catherine, raised in the comfort of Thrushcross Grange, initially looked down on Hareton, mocking his lack of refinement, and treating him with the disdain that her mother might have shown in similar circumstances. But beneath her sharp words was a curiosity about the man who had endured so much, and yet retained his humanity. Their relationship began to change in the aftermath of Heathcliff's decline. The man who had once seemed indomitable now appeared diminished, his once fiery passion consumed by a quiet, haunting despair. His obsession with Catherine Earnshaw, long his driving force, had left him hollow. The house at Wuthering Heights, once vibrant with conflict, grew quieter, its shadows deeper, as Heathcliff withdrew further into himself. His vengeance had run its course, and with Catherine's memory weighing on him, he seemed to lose interest in the world around him. It was in this lull that Hareton and young Catherine found themselves drawn together. Their interactions, once marked by hostility, began to soften. Catherine, seeing the pain Hareton carried, began to feel shame for her previous cruelty. She reached out to him with small gestures of kindness, offering to teach him to read and sharing stories from her books. Hareton, though wary at first, accepted her help, his initial awkwardness giving way to a hunger for knowledge that mirrored his longing for connection. Their moments together became a source of solace for them both. Catherine, who had lived much of her life sheltered from the harsher realities of Wuthering Heights, found in Hareton a sense of strength and resilience that she admired. And Hareton, who had spent so much of his life in the shadows, discovered in Catherine a light that gave him hope for something better. The bond that grew between them was slow and tentative, but it carried a sincerity that stood in stark contrast to the tumultuous relationships of the past. Heathcliff watched their growing closeness with a strange mixture of detachment and melancholy. The fire that had driven him for so long was gone, leaving behind only the ashes of his former self. He no longer found satisfaction in the pain of others, nor did he take pleasure in the power he had wielded over Wuthering Heights. Instead, he seemed consumed by the memory of Catherine Earnshaw, her presence as vivid and tormenting as ever. He wandered the moors in solitude, his steps aimless, his gaze distant, as if searching for something just beyond his reach. One evening, as the wind howled around the house, Heathcliff called Hareton to his side. For the first time, his tone was not one of command, but of quiet resignation. He studied the young man for a long moment, his expression unreadable before speaking. "You remind me of someone," he said at last, his voice low and rough. "Someone I loved and hated in equal measure. Perhaps you can be better than I was." It was an unexpected moment of vulnerability, a glimpse of the man beneath the armor of vengeance. Hareton, though surprised, did not respond with words. Instead, he nodded, the unspoken understanding between them marking the closest thing to peace Heathcliff would ever find. As the days turned to weeks, Heathcliff's decline became more pronounced. He grew thinner, his movements slower, and his gaze more distant. It was as if he were fading, his soul slipping away to join Catherine's on the moors, where they had once roamed together. His death, when it came, was quiet and unremarkable. He was found in Catherine's old room, his face turned toward the window as if seeking the horizon. A faint smile lingered on his lips, as though he had finally found the reunion he had long sought. With Heathcliff's passing, Wuthering Heights was left to Hareton and young Catherine. The house, so long a symbol of strife and sorrow, began to change under their care. Catherine, with her gentle determination, brought light to its shadowed halls, filling the rooms with warmth and laughter. Hareton, once relegated to the role of an outcast, stepped into his birthright with quiet dignity, his strength tempered by the love and support he found in Catherine. Their bond, forged through shared trials and mutual understanding, became a testament to the possibility of redemption. Where the previous generation had been consumed by passion and vengeance, Hareton and Catherine found balance and peace. Their love was not the fiery tempest that had defined Heathcliff and Catherine Earnshaw's relationship, but a steady flame that promised a brighter future. As their wedding day approached, the moors seemed to echo their joy, the wildflowers blooming in abundance, and the wind carrying whispers of hope. The ceremony, held on the grounds of Thrushcross Grange, was a simple affair, attended by those who had witnessed the tragedy of the past and now looked forward to the promise of renewal. Nellie Dean, who had seen it all unfold, shed quiet tears of relief and happiness, her heart lightened by the knowledge that the cycle of pain had finally been broken. In the days that followed, the transformation of Wuthering Heights continued. The house, once a place of darkness, became a home filled with light and laughter. The scars of the past remained, but they no longer defined the lives of those who lived there. Instead, they served as reminders of the strength it took to overcome them. Hareton and Catherine's story was one of resolution and redemption, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Their love, born of hardship and healing, brought new life to the moors and to the houses that had once been steeped in sorrow. And, as they walked hand in hand across the hills, the wind carrying their laughter into the horizon, it was clear that they had found not just happiness, but a peace that would endure for generations to come. The moors, ever constant and eternal, bore witness to it all, their wild beauty a fitting backdrop for a tale of love, loss, and renewal. And though the echoes of the past remained, whispering through the heather and the bracken, they no longer haunted the living. Instead, they became part of the landscape, a reminder that even amidst the darkest storms, there is always the possibility of light. The story of Wuthering Heights lingers like the wind across the moors, ever present, ever haunting. Long after the passions that once raged within its walls have settled into memory, the house remains, a monument to love, vengeance, and the frailty of the human heart. Its stones, worn and weathered, seem to whisper the names of those who lived and loved there, their stories etched into the very fabric of the land. As Lockwood, I was but a passerby in this tale, an observer drawn into its depths by chance. When I first arrived at Thrushcross Grange, I sought nothing more than solitude, a respite from the clamor of the world. But the moors, with their wild beauty and untamed spirit, held more than mere peace. They held a story, ancient and eternal, of lives intertwined by fate and undone by choice. It was a story I could not resist, even as it unsettled my soul. The lives of Catherine Earnshaw and Heathcliff were the heart of that story, a bond forged in the fires of love and destruction. They were two halves of the same whole, their souls so deeply intertwined that even death could not sever their connection. Their love, fierce and unyielding, defied convention and reason, yet it was also the source of their undoing. They burned too brightly, consumed by the intensity of their feelings, leaving in their wake a trail of devastation that touched everyone around them. And yet, amidst the ruin, there was redemption. Hareton Earnshaw and young Catherine Linton, the heirs of this tragic legacy, emerged from the shadows to reclaim the light. Their love, so different from the tempestuous passion of their predecessors, was a balm to the wounds of the past. It was a love built on understanding, on mutual respect and healing, a love that promised a future unburdened by the sins of those who came before. When I returned to Wuthering Heights one final time, it was as if I were stepping into a different world. The house, once a place of shadows and sorrow, had undergone a transformation. The heavy air that had hung over it for so long had lifted, replaced by a quiet warmth that spoke of new beginnings. The halls, which had once echoed with the cries of anger and grief, now carried the gentle sounds of laughter and life. I found Hareton and Catherine in the garden, their hands intertwined, their faces alight with a joy that seemed to radiate from within. They spoke to me with kindness, their words carrying none of the bitterness or anger that had so long defined the inhabitants of Wuthering Heights. They were building something new, something hopeful, and in their presence, I felt the weight of the past begin to ease. Before I departed, I took one last walk across the moors, the wind tugging at my coat and the heather brushing against my boots. I visited the graves of those whose lives had been so deeply entwined with this land: Catherine Earnshaw, Edgar Linton, and Heathcliff. Their resting places, side by side, seemed to tell their own story, one of love and loss, of choices made and consequences endured. As I stood there, the wind carried with it the faintest echo of laughter, as though the spirits of Catherine and Heathcliff still roamed the moors they had loved so dearly. It was not a sound of sorrow, but of something deeper, something eternal. Their love, for all its pain and imperfection, had left an indelible mark on the world. It had shaped the lives of those who followed, forging a path to redemption that might otherwise have been lost. The moors, with their wild beauty and untamed spirit, remain unchanged by time, a reminder of the eternal nature of the human soul. They are a place of contrasts, both desolate and alive, harsh and forgiving. It is fitting that this land, so raw and untamed, should have borne witness to such a story, for it is a place where the boundaries between life and death, love and hate, seem to blur. As I returned to Thrushcross Grange for the final time, I carried with me a sense of peace I had not known before. The story of Wuthering Heights, for all its tragedy, was also a story of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is a spark of light. It is a story that will live on, carried by the wind across the moors, whispered through the heather, and etched into the hearts of those who hear it. In the end, Wuthering Heights is not merely a house, nor is it merely a tale of love and vengeance. It is a testament to the complexities of the human heart, to the power of love to both create and destroy. It is a story that speaks to the eternal struggle between our wildest passions and our deepest fears. A story that reminds us of the beauty and the pain of being alive. As I closed the door on Thrushcross Grange and began my journey away from the moors, I felt a quiet gratitude for having been a part of this tale, however briefly. The people of Wuthering Heights, Catherine, Heathcliff, Edgar, Hareton, and young Catherine, had left their mark on me, as they had on the land they called home. And though I would leave, their story would remain, woven into the very fabric of the moors, a tale as eternal as the wind that whispers through the heather. Dorothy Gale lived in the heart of Kansas, where the endless prairies stretched under vast, open skies. Her world was simple yet charming, painted in shades of gray by the dust-laden winds that whispered across the fields. Dorothy's house, a modest wooden structure, stood on a small patch of land her Uncle Henry and Aunt Em had nurtured with care. Though life on the farm was far from luxurious, it was a life filled with quiet rhythms and steadfast love. Dorothy was no stranger to the ordinary beauty of her world. She loved the way the sunlight broke through the early morning mist, casting a soft glow over the fields. She found joy in the companionship of her little dog, Toto, whose bright eyes and boundless energy brought warmth to every corner of their home. Together, they roamed the countryside, their laughter and playful barks mingling with the gentle rustle of the prairie grass. Yet, there was a part of Dorothy that yearned for something more, a longing she could not quite name. She would sit by her bedroom window at night, gazing at the stars as if searching for a secret only they could reveal. The stories she read in books whispered promises of distant lands and grand adventures, sparking her imagination with visions of magical realms where the ordinary became extraordinary. Aunt Em and Uncle Henry, though kind and caring, were often burdened by the demands of farm life. Their faces bore the quiet resilience of those who worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk, their smiles rare but sincere. Aunt Em's eyes, once bright and full of life, now seemed to carry the weight of years spent braving the harshness of the Kansas plains. Uncle Henry, ever diligent, was a man of few words, his stoic demeanor a testament to his unwavering commitment to their livelihood. Toto, however, was a spark of pure joy in Dorothy's life. The small black dog had a knack for finding mischief, chasing after butterflies and barking at shadows as if they were formidable foes. Dorothy adored him, and their bond was unshakable. Wherever Dorothy went, Toto was sure to follow, his tail wagging with uncontainable enthusiasm. One afternoon, as Dorothy sat on the wooden steps of her home, the wind began to pick up, carrying with it a peculiar sense of anticipation. The prairie grass swayed in rhythmic waves, and the sky, so often vast and blue, seemed to darken at the edges. Dorothy glanced up, her curiosity piqued. Clouds gathered on the horizon, their billowing forms painted in hues of silver and slate. A low rumble of thunder echoed in the distance, and the air grew heavy with the promise of a storm. "Dorothy, come inside," Aunt Em called from the doorway, her voice tinged with urgency. Dorothy obeyed, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and unease. The house, though sturdy, seemed to shudder under the rising winds. Uncle Henry secured the barn doors, his movements swift and practiced, while Aunt Em hurriedly closed the windows, her hands trembling slightly. As the storm approached, Dorothy clutched Toto tightly, the little dog's ears pinned back against the howling wind. The cyclone, when it came, was unlike anything Dorothy had ever experienced. The world outside transformed into a swirling vortex of dust and debris, and the air was alive with an almost electric energy. The house groaned, as if it were a living creature caught in the tempest's grip. In the chaos, Dorothy felt a strange sense of calm. The storm's fury, though fearsome, carried an undeniable majesty. She closed her eyes, her thoughts a mix of wonder and trepidation, as the winds seemed to lift the house itself from the ground. For a moment, time felt suspended, and Dorothy could almost believe she was floating among the clouds, carried away to a place beyond the reach of the everyday world. When the winds finally subsided, Dorothy opened her eyes to a sight that took her breath away. The house had come to rest in a land unlike any she had ever imagined. The vibrant colors of this new world were a stark contrast to the muted tones of Kansas. Emerald grass stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with flowers of every hue, their petals shimmering as if dusted with stardust. The air was sweet and filled with the soft melodies of birdsong, a symphony of life and beauty that seemed to welcome her. Dorothy stepped outside, Toto at her heels, and gazed in awe at her surroundings. In the distance, she could see a group of small, cheerful figures approaching, their smiles warm and inviting. It was as though the very essence of magic had woven itself into the fabric of this place, and Dorothy felt a stirring in her heart, a sense that her longing for adventure had finally found its answer. Though she did not yet know it, Dorothy's journey had only just begun. The road ahead would be filled with challenges and wonders, friendships and discoveries, each step leading her closer to understanding the true meaning of courage, heart, and home. For now, she stood at the threshold of a story that would change her life forever, her spirit alight with the promise of the extraordinary. The cyclone's arrival was nothing short of a spectacle, a force of nature that seemed to pull the very world apart. As the wind howled and the house shuddered, Dorothy clung to Toto with all her might. The little dog whimpered softly, burying his head against her side as the storm roared around them. The once familiar creaks of the wooden house now became groans of protest, as if the structure itself were alive and struggling against the tempest. Dorothy's heart raced, her mind a whirl of fear and wonder. The sound of the wind was deafening, a constant roar punctuated by the sharp cracks of lightning and the rolling thunder that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. The sky outside the small windows had turned an eerie shade of green, a haunting backdrop to the chaos unfolding around her. And then, with a lurch so sudden it took her breath away, the house lifted off the ground. She gasped, clutching Toto tighter as the floor beneath her tilted. The sensation was unlike anything she had ever known, a strange mixture of weightlessness and motion, as though they were caught in a great wave rising higher and higher. The house spun slowly at first, then faster, the view outside the windows blurring into a dizzying spiral of color and light. Dorothy, pressed into a corner of her small room, shut her eyes and tried to steady her breathing. The noise of the cyclone began to change, its furious roar softening into a low hum. It was as though they had crossed into a different world, leaving behind the storm's fury for something far more peculiar. The air felt lighter, charged with a subtle energy that tingled against her skin. For a brief moment, the chaos seemed to fade into an almost dreamlike stillness. When the house finally came to a stop, it did so with a gentle thud that belied the tremendous journey it had just undertaken. The sudden silence was startling, broken only by Toto's curious bark as he wriggled free from Dorothy's grasp. She opened her eyes cautiously, half expecting to see the familiar Kansas prairie through the windows. But what lay beyond was a scene so extraordinary that it left her breathless. The world outside was a symphony of color and light, a land unlike any Dorothy had ever imagined. The sky was a perfect, cloudless blue, its brilliance matched only by the vibrant emerald green of the grass that stretched out in every direction. Flowers of every hue dotted the landscape, their petals shimmering as if kissed by sunlight and morning dew. Trees with golden bark and leaves that sparkled like precious gems swayed gently in the breeze, their branches humming with a soft, melodic tune. Dorothy stepped cautiously to the doorway, her bare feet touching the warm, sunlit floor. Toto darted ahead, barking excitedly as he sniffed at the unfamiliar surroundings. The house had come to rest in a small clearing, surrounded by a ring of curious figures who now approached with cautious enthusiasm. They were small, barely reaching Dorothy's waist, and dressed in clothes that seemed woven from the colors of the rainbow. Their faces were round and cheerful, their eyes wide with a mix of awe and delight. "Welcome, dear traveler," one of them called, stepping forward with a low bow. "You have freed us from the tyranny of the Wicked Witch of the East." Dorothy blinked in confusion, glancing back at her house, which now seemed oddly out of place in this magical land. She noticed for the first time that the corner of the house had landed on something, pinning it beneath the wooden beams. Her breath caught as she saw the curled toes of a pair of shoes sticking out from under the house, glittering in the sunlight like polished silver. Before Dorothy could speak, another figure appeared, stepping gracefully into the clearing. She was unlike anyone Dorothy had ever seen, her presence commanding and serene. Dressed in a gown that shimmered like starlight, she seemed to radiate a soft, golden glow. A delicate crown rested upon her head, and her smile was warm and knowing. "Do not be afraid, child," the woman said, her voice melodic and soothing. "I am Glinda, the Good Witch of the North. You have done a great service to the people of Munchkin Land." Dorothy hesitated, clutching Toto protectively as she tried to make sense of Glinda's words. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone," she said softly. "The cyclone brought me here. I don't even know where I am." Glinda's smile deepened with understanding. "You are in the land of Oz, a place of great beauty and magic. The Wicked Witch of the East, who ruled this land with cruelty, has been defeated by your arrival. Her power is no more." As Glinda spoke, two of the Munchkins stepped forward and carefully removed the glittering silver shoes from beneath the house. They brought them to Glinda, who held them out to Dorothy with a gentle nod. "These belonged to the witch. They are now yours, a token of the magic that brought you here." Dorothy hesitated before taking the shoes, their surface cool and smooth beneath her fingers. As she slipped them on, a strange sensation washed over her, a subtle warmth that seemed to pulse with energy, as if the shoes themselves were alive. Toto barked and wagged his tail, his excitement uncontainable. "But how will I get home?" Dorothy asked, her voice tinged with worry. "I don't belong here. My Aunt Em and Uncle Henry must be so worried." Glinda's expression grew thoughtful. "The only one who can help you is the Wizard of Oz. He resides in the Emerald City at the end of the yellow brick road. It is a long journey, but if you follow the road, you will find him. Perhaps he can grant your wish." Dorothy glanced at the path Glinda had pointed to, a road paved with bricks of pure gold that gleamed in the sunlight, winding through the lush landscape and disappearing into the horizon. The idea of venturing into this unknown world filled her with both trepidation and excitement. She nodded resolutely, her hand tightening on Toto's leash. "I'll do it," she said, determination shining in her eyes. "I'll find the wizard and ask for his help." The Munchkins cheered, their voices rising in a harmonious chorus of encouragement. Glinda stepped forward and placed a gentle hand on Dorothy's shoulder. "Be brave, my dear. You are stronger than you know. The journey ahead will not be easy, but you will not face it alone." With a final wave, Glinda disappeared in a shimmering cloud of light, leaving Dorothy standing at the threshold of her new adventure. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto the yellow brick road, her heart filled with a mix of fear, hope, and wonder. Toto trotted beside her, his tail wagging with every step. The land of Oz stretched out before them, its beauty and mystery beckoning Dorothy into a story that would change her forever. Dorothy's steps on the yellow brick road were tentative at first, the smooth, golden bricks cool beneath her bare feet. Toto trotted alongside her, his black fur gleaming in the sunlight as he sniffed eagerly at the air, his tail wagging like a metronome of enthusiasm. The road stretched out ahead of them, winding through a landscape that seemed alive with magic. Every tree and flower, every hill and stream seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if the very land of Oz was welcoming Dorothy and Toto on their journey. Dorothy paused for a moment to look back. The Munchkins, now mere dots in the distance, waved farewell. Their cheerful voices carried faintly on the breeze. She took a deep breath, clutching the hem of her blue gingham dress. The idea of heading into the unknown was both thrilling and daunting, but Dorothy felt a flicker of resolve spark within her. With Toto as her faithful companion and the yellow brick road as her guide, she set her eyes forward and began walking with purpose. The first stretch of the journey was peaceful. The road meandered through rolling meadows where the grass swayed like waves in the ocean, dotted with wildflowers that seemed to bow in the breeze. Dorothy marveled at the vivid colors that surrounded her. In Kansas, everything had been muted, the palette of her life restricted to shades of gray and brown. Here in Oz, the world was painted with such vibrancy that it almost seemed too perfect to be real. Toto barked and darted ahead, his small figure chasing a butterfly that shimmered with wings of gold and sapphire. Dorothy laughed, her worries momentarily forgotten as she watched her beloved dog's playful antics. She found herself speaking to Toto as they walked, her voice filling the otherwise quiet expanse of the road. Toto, do you think this Wizard of Oz will really help us? He sounds so grand, doesn't he? I wonder what he's like. A great king, maybe, or a wise old man. Oh, I hope he knows how to send us home. Aunt Em and Uncle Henry must be so worried by now. Toto glanced back at her, tilting his head as if in response, before bounding ahead once more. Dorothy smiled, her spirits lifted by his unspoken reassurance. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Dorothy began to notice changes in the landscape. The meadows gave way to a dense forest, the golden road cutting through a canopy of trees whose leaves glowed with a soft, green light. The air was cooler here, filled with the sound of rustling leaves and the occasional trill of birdsong. Dorothy couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the beauty around her, but she also felt a twinge of apprehension. The shadows between the trees seemed to shift and move, and the stillness of the forest was occasionally broken by distant, unidentifiable noises. "It's just the forest, Toto," Dorothy said aloud, trying to reassure herself as much as her companion. "There's nothing to be afraid of. We're on the yellow brick road, and that means we're going the right way." The forest grew denser as they walked, and Dorothy found herself gripping Toto's leash a little tighter. The road twisted and turned, and soon they came to a clearing where a peculiar sight stopped Dorothy in her tracks. In the middle of the clearing stood a tall wooden pole, and perched upon it was a scarecrow. It was unlike any scarecrow Dorothy had seen before. Its face was painted with a cheerful expression, its straw-stuffed body dressed in a patchwork of old clothes. But what caught Dorothy's attention most was the way its head turned to look at her. "Hello there," the scarecrow said, his voice warm and friendly despite the surprise of hearing him speak at all. Dorothy gasped, clutching Toto protectively. "You can talk?" "Why, of course I can," replied the scarecrow with a grin, "though I'm afraid talking is about all I can do at the moment. You see, I'm stuck up here on this pole. Would you mind helping me down?" Dorothy hesitated for a moment, but then stepped closer. The scarecrow's eyes, though painted, seemed kind, and there was a sincerity in his voice that made her trust him. She reached up, tugging at the ropes that held him in place, and with a bit of effort, she managed to free him. The scarecrow tumbled to the ground in a heap of straw and cloth, but he quickly stood up, brushing himself off and offering Dorothy a bow. "Thank you, miss," he said. "I've been stuck up there for as long as I can remember. My name's Scarecrow. And who might you be?" "I'm Dorothy," she replied. "And this is Toto. We're on our way to the Emerald City to see the Wizard of Oz." "The Wizard of Oz, you say?" The Scarecrow's painted face lit up with curiosity. "Why? I've heard tales of him. They say he's very powerful. What are you going to ask him for?" "I want to go home to Kansas," Dorothy explained. "I don't belong here in Oz. What about you? Do you have something you'd like to ask the wizard for?" The Scarecrow's expression grew thoughtful. "Well, I've always wanted a brain," he admitted. "Being made of straw, I don't have much in the way of thinking power. Perhaps the wizard could help me too?" Dorothy smiled warmly. "Why don't you come with us? The road is long, and it would be nice to have more company." "I'd be delighted," the Scarecrow replied, tipping an imaginary hat. "Shall we go then?" Together, the three of them set off down the yellow brick road, the Scarecrow's straw-stuffed limbs moving with surprising grace as he walked alongside Dorothy and Toto. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the air seemed to grow lighter, and Dorothy found herself feeling braver with her new friend at her side. The Scarecrow, for all his talk of needing a brain, was full of clever observations and humorous remarks, which kept Dorothy laughing and the journey enjoyable. The forest eventually gave way to open fields once more, and the yellow brick road stretched out ahead, winding through the beautiful and mysterious land of Oz. Dorothy's journey had truly begun, and with each step, she felt a little closer to the Emerald City and the hope of finding her way home. The sun was high in the sky, casting a golden glow over the lush landscape as Dorothy and Toto continued their journey along the yellow brick road. The path wound through rolling meadows and fields, each step carrying them deeper into the magical land of Oz. The gentle hum of the wind accompanied their trek, a comforting reminder of the life that thrived all around them. Yet, the road ahead was long, and Dorothy often found herself longing for a companion to share her thoughts and lighten the solitude. As the road curved around a gentle hill, Dorothy's eyes fell upon an unexpected sight. In the middle of a nearby cornfield stood a scarecrow, its patchwork clothes fluttering softly in the breeze. Its painted face bore a cheerful expression, with wide eyes and a friendly smile. For a moment, Dorothy thought it was just an ordinary scarecrow, placed there to deter birds from feasting on the ripening corn. But then something peculiar happened. The scarecrow moved. Dorothy froze, clutching Toto's leash as the small dog barked excitedly. She blinked, certain she had imagined it. But no. The scarecrow tilted its head and waved a hand, its straw-stuffed arm bending at an awkward angle. Dorothy's heart raced, a mix of fear and curiosity surging through her. Taking a cautious step forward, she called out, "Hello? Did you just move?" The scarecrow's mouth stretched into a wider smile, and it nodded. "Why, yes, I did," it said, its voice warm and inviting. "I've been waiting for someone to come along. It's dreadfully dull being stuck here all alone." Dorothy's initial apprehension melted away, replaced by wonder. She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the animated figure. "You can talk?" she asked, her voice tinged with amazement. "Indeed I can," replied the scarecrow, his head bobbing as he spoke. "But I'm afraid talking is about all I can do while I'm up here. Would you be so kind as to help me down?" Dorothy hesitated only briefly before nodding. The scarecrow's painted eyes seemed kind, and there was a sincerity in his voice that reassured her. She stepped into the field, brushing aside tall stalks of corn as she approached. Toto trotted at her side, sniffing curiously at the Scarecrow's boots. Reaching up, Dorothy examined the wooden pole that held the Scarecrow aloft. It was sturdy and firmly planted in the ground, but the ropes securing the Scarecrow were old and frayed. With a bit of effort, she managed to untie them, freeing the Scarecrow from his perch. He tumbled to the ground in a heap of straw and cloth, and Dorothy couldn't help but laugh as he scrambled to his feet, brushing himself off with exaggerated movements. "Ah, much better," the Scarecrow said, stretching his arms and twisting his torso experimentally. "Thank you, my dear. I've been stuck up there for longer than I care to remember." Dorothy smiled. "I'm glad I could help. My name's Dorothy, and this is Toto." "A pleasure to meet you both," said the Scarecrow with a theatrical bow. "You can call me Scarecrow. That's all I've ever been called, though I've often wondered if I might deserve a more dignified name." Dorothy chuckled. "Scarecrow suits you just fine. But why were you stuck up there in the first place?" The Scarecrow's expression grew thoughtful. "Well, I was made to scare away the crows, of course. But it turns out I'm not very good at it. The crows would sit on my shoulders and laugh at me, telling me I was nothing but a bundle of straw. And maybe they were right. Without a brain, I'm not much good for anything." Dorothy's heart ached at the sadness in his voice. "I think you're wonderful just the way you are," she said gently. "But if having a brain is what you want, why don't you come with me? I'm on my way to see the Wizard of Oz in the Emerald City. They say he's very powerful, and he might be able to help you." The Scarecrow's face lit up with hope. "Do you think he would? Oh, that would be marvelous. To be able to think and reason like real people do. Why, I could do all sorts of things. Imagine the possibilities." "Then it's settled," Dorothy said with a smile. "You'll come with us." "Thank you, Dorothy," the Scarecrow said, his voice brimming with gratitude. "I promise I'll be the best companion I can be, though I'm afraid I won't be much help without a brain." "You're already helping," Dorothy replied. "It's much nicer to have someone to talk to on the road." With that, the trio set off down the yellow brick road, the Scarecrow walking beside Dorothy with an awkward yet endearing gait. His straw-stuffed limbs moved stiffly, but he seemed to take joy in every step, marveling at the sights and sounds of the world around him. He asked endless questions about Dorothy's life in Kansas, each one more curious than the last. "What's it like to have a brain?" he asked at one point. "Do thoughts just appear in your head, or do you have to pull them out like a magician pulling rabbits from a hat?" Dorothy laughed. "It's not quite like that. Thoughts just come to you naturally, like breathing. You don't have to think about thinking. It just happens." The Scarecrow nodded, though his painted face betrayed a hint of envy. "It sounds wonderful. I can't wait to experience it for myself." As they walked, the road led them through a patch of forest where the trees stood tall and close together, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. The air was cool and filled with the scent of pine, and the soft rustle of leaves provided a soothing backdrop to their journey. The Scarecrow proved to be a lively companion, full of humor and curiosity. Though he insisted he lacked a brain, Dorothy found his observations surprisingly insightful. He noticed details she might have overlooked, like the delicate patterns on the leaves, or the way the sunlight glinted off Toto's fur. "Perhaps you already have a brain," Dorothy teased. "You're certainly clever enough." The Scarecrow waved the idea away with a laugh. "Oh, no, I'm sure I don't. But thank you for saying so. It means a lot to hear that." Their journey continued, and as the day wore on, Dorothy felt a growing sense of camaraderie with her new friend. The Scarecrow's optimism and charm were infectious, and even Toto seemed to warm to him, occasionally nuzzling his straw-stuffed leg as they walked. Though the road ahead was still long and uncertain, Dorothy felt a renewed sense of hope. With the Scarecrow by her side, the journey to the Emerald City seemed a little less daunting, and the promise of meeting the wizard felt closer than ever. Dorothy, Toto, and the Scarecrow continued along the yellow brick road, the golden path weaving through a patchwork of enchanting meadows and dense, mysterious forests. The companionship of the Scarecrow lightened Dorothy's heart. Despite his insistence that he had no brain, the Scarecrow's cheerful musings and curious questions filled their journey with laughter and thoughtful conversations. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and a hush fell over the surroundings. The dense canopy of leaves filtered the sunlight, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The quiet was broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the faint chirping of distant birds. Dorothy clutched Toto's leash a little tighter, her eyes scanning the trees for any sign of danger. "This forest feels different," Dorothy remarked, glancing at the Scarecrow. "It's beautiful, but it's so quiet, almost like it's waiting for something to happen." The Scarecrow nodded, his painted face showing a trace of concern. "Let's hope it's nothing too unpleasant. I'd prefer not to meet anything with a taste for straw." Toto barked suddenly, his small body tensing as he tugged at the leash. Dorothy followed his gaze and saw a gleam of light ahead, flickering like a mirror catching the sun. As they approached cautiously, the source of the gleam became clear. Standing motionless among the trees was a figure unlike anything Dorothy had ever seen. It was a man made entirely of tin. His body glinted in the patches of sunlight, and every part of him, from his head to his boots, was crafted from shining metal. His face, though expressionless, was finely shaped, with a pointed nose and kind, sculpted eyes. He stood frozen mid-action, one hand gripping an axe, the other outstretched as though reaching for something. Dorothy stepped closer, her curiosity overcoming her caution. "Oh my, he looks like a statue," she said softly, marveling at the craftsmanship. The Scarecrow tilted his head, studying the figure. "Do you think he's alive? Or was alive?" Toto barked again, sniffing at the Tin Woodman's feet. Dorothy knelt to examine the ground around him and noticed a small, rusted oil can lying nearby. She picked it up, turning it over in her hands. "Maybe he's not a statue at all," she mused. "What if he's just rusted stiff?" The Scarecrow's eyes widened. "That could be it. Try the oil can. If he's alive, he might be able to tell us what happened." Dorothy nodded, stepping closer to the Tin Woodman. She lifted the oil can and carefully applied a few drops to his neck and shoulders. Nothing happened at first, but as she moved to oil his arms and legs, a faint creaking sound broke the silence. She stepped back as the Tin Woodman's fingers twitched, his joints groaning as they began to move. "Oh, thank goodness," the Tin Woodman said, his voice low and gravelly from disuse. He slowly lowered his axe, his movements stiff but deliberate. "I thought I'd be stuck like that forever." Dorothy smiled, relief and amazement washing over her. "You're alive. I'm so glad we found you. Are you all right?" The Tin Woodman stretched his arms and legs, the creaking of his joints gradually fading. "I'm better now, thanks to you," he said, bowing slightly. "I'm the Tin Woodman, and I've been standing here for longer than I care to admit. How can I ever repay your kindness?" "You don't need to repay us," Dorothy replied. We're just glad we could help. I'm Dorothy, and this is the Scarecrow and Toto. We're on our way to the Emerald City to see the Wizard of Oz." "The Wizard of Oz?" the Tin Woodman asked, tilting his head. "What are you seeking from him?" "I want to go home to Kansas," Dorothy explained. "The Scarecrow hopes to get a brain. What about you? Do you have something you'd wish for?" The Tin Woodman's expression softened. "I do," he said quietly. "I wish for a heart. Once, I was an ordinary man made of flesh and blood, but a curse turned me into tin, and though I'm strong and durable now, I've lost my ability to feel. Without a heart, I can't truly love or care for others. I miss the days when I could feel joy and sorrow, when my heart guided my actions." Dorothy's heart ached for him. "That sounds so lonely. I'm sure the wizard will be able to help you. Why don't you join us on our journey?" The Tin Woodman's eyes brightened, the metal gleaming as he smiled. "I would be honored to join you. It's been so long since I've had company. Perhaps together we can find what we're all searching for." With the Tin Woodman now part of their group, the journey continued. Dorothy oiled his joints thoroughly to ensure he could move freely, and the Tin Woodman carried his axe with ease, ready to clear any obstacles they might encounter. As they walked, he shared stories of his past, painting a picture of a life that was both tragic and hopeful. "There was a time when I was a woodcutter," he said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "I lived alone in a small cottage in the woods, content with my simple life. But one day, I fell in love with a beautiful girl. She was kind and gentle, and I wanted nothing more than to spend my life with her. But the wicked witch of the East cursed me, turning my body to tin piece by piece until I was no longer human." Dorothy listened intently, her heart breaking for him. "That's so cruel. Did you ever see her again?" The Tin Woodman shook his head. "No. By the time I realized what had happened, I was already immobile. The girl I loved is likely long gone, but the memory of her is what keeps me going. I'd do anything to feel love again, even just for a moment." The Scarecrow, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. "It sounds to me like you've already got the heart of a true romantic. Maybe the wizard can restore what the curse took from you." The Tin Woodman chuckled softly. "Perhaps you're right, my friend, and maybe, together, we'll find the courage, brains, and heart we seek." Their bond grew as they traveled, the Tin Woodman's strength and resourcefulness proving invaluable. When a fallen tree blocked the road, he quickly used his axe to clear the path. His gratitude for being freed from his rusted prison made him a loyal and determined companion, and his deep voice often carried through the forest as he shared stories or hummed old tunes. Though the road ahead remained uncertain, Dorothy felt a growing sense of hope. With the Scarecrow's wit, the Tin Woodman's strength, and Toto's unwavering loyalty, she knew they could face whatever challenges lay between them and the Emerald City. Together, they were more than a group of travelers. They were becoming a family, united by their shared dreams and the promise of finding what they each longed for. The golden light of dawn filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the yellow brick road as Dorothy, Toto, the Scarecrow, and the Tin Woodman continued their journey. Each step brought them closer to the Emerald City, but the road was not without its challenges. The dense forest around them seemed alive, its rustling leaves and distant animal cries adding an air of unease to the otherwise peaceful morning. Dorothy tightened her grip on Toto's leash as the little dog sniffed curiously at the air. The Scarecrow walked beside her, his cheerful chatter helping to ease the tension, while the Tin Woodman brought up the rear, his axe resting on his shoulder. Despite their camaraderie, Dorothy couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. "Do you hear that?" Dorothy asked, pausing in her tracks. The others stopped and listened. For a moment, there was only silence, broken by the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then, from somewhere ahead, a low growl echoed through the forest. Toto barked, his small body bristling with alertness. Dorothy's heart raced as she looked at the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman. "What do you think it is?" she whispered. Before anyone could answer, a great roar shattered the stillness, and a massive figure leaped onto the road in front of them. It was a lion, its golden mane wild and untamed, its sharp teeth bared in a fearsome snarl. Dorothy froze. Her breath caught in her throat as the lion's amber eyes fixed on her. "Who dares trespass in my forest?" the lion growled, his voice deep and commanding. "I am the king of beasts, and I do not take kindly to intruders." Toto lunged forward, barking furiously at the lion. Dorothy gasped and scooped him into her arms, holding him tightly as he squirmed and yapped. The lion took a step closer, his menacing presence filling the air with tension. The Scarecrow stepped forward, his straw-stuffed chest puffed out in a show of courage. "We mean no harm, Your Majesty," he said, his voice steady despite the obvious danger. "We're simply passing through on our way to the Emerald City." The lion's gaze shifted to the Scarecrow, and his snarl faltered. "Passing through?" he repeated, his tone softening slightly. He looked at Dorothy, then the Tin Woodman, and finally at Toto, whose barking had subsided into a low growl. The lion let out a heavy sigh and slumped to the ground, his fierce demeanor crumbling. "Oh, who am I kidding?" he muttered. "I'm no king. I'm just a big coward." Dorothy blinked, her fear giving way to surprise. "A coward?" she echoed. The lion nodded miserably, covering his face with one massive paw. "Yes, a coward," he admitted. "I can roar and look scary, but when it comes to real danger, I run away with my tail between my legs. It's embarrassing. What kind of lion am I if I'm too afraid to fight?" Dorothy's heart softened as she watched the lion's sorrowful display. She stepped closer, setting Toto down but keeping a firm grip on his leash. "You seem very brave to me," she said gently. "It takes courage to confront strangers on the road, especially when you feel scared." The lion peeked out from behind his paw, his eyes filled with doubt. "You really think so?" "I do," Dorothy said with a warm smile. "And maybe you just need a little help finding your courage. We're on our way to see the Wizard of Oz. He's very powerful, and he might be able to give you the courage you're looking for. Why don't you come with us?" The lion's ears perked up, and a flicker of hope crossed his face. "The Wizard of Oz?" he repeated. "Do you really think he could help me?" "It's worth a try," the Scarecrow chimed in. "I'm hoping he can give me a brain, and the Tin Woodman here wants a heart. If he can do that, I'm sure he can help you too." The Tin Woodman nodded. "You'd make a fine addition to our group. There's strength in numbers, and together we can face whatever challenges come our way." The lion hesitated, his tail swishing nervously behind him. "I don't know," he said, his voice wavering. "What if I get scared and let you down?" "You won't let us down," Dorothy said firmly. "We'll be there to help each other. That's what friends do." The lion looked at each of them in turn, his amber eyes searching for reassurance. Finally, he stood and took a deep breath. his massive frame seeming to straighten with newfound determination. "All right," he said, "I'll come with you. If the wizard can help me find my courage, it's worth the journey. And if I get scared, well, at least I'll have friends to face it with." Dorothy beamed and extended her hand. "Welcome to the group," she said. The lion shook her hand gently, his paw dwarfing hers. "Thank you," he said. "You can call me Lion. I've never had much of a name, but that's what everyone calls me." "It suits you," Dorothy said with a smile. With their new companion in tow, the group resumed their journey along the yellow brick road. The lion walked beside Dorothy, his strides cautious at first, but growing more confident with each step. As they traveled, he shared stories of his life in the forest, his struggles with fear, and his longing to live up to the reputation of the king of beasts. "There was a time when I tried to be brave," he said, his voice tinged with regret. "I challenged a wild boar that was terrorizing the smaller animals, but when it charged at me, I froze. I ran away, and the boar chased me for miles. After that, the other animals stopped looking up to me. They called me a coward, and I suppose they were right." The scarecrow patted the lion's shoulder reassuringly. "Everyone feels afraid sometimes," he said. "What matters is finding the strength to face your fears, even when it's hard. I may not have a brain, but even I know that much." The lion smiled faintly, his expression thoughtful. "Maybe you're right," he said. "Maybe courage isn't about not being afraid. Maybe it's about standing up even when you are afraid." As the day wore on, the group's bond grew stronger. The lion's natural charm and gentle humor brought a new dynamic to their journey. And even Toto seemed to warm to him, occasionally trotting alongside the massive feline without a trace of fear. Dorothy felt a deep sense of gratitude for her newfound friends, their companionship transforming the daunting journey into an adventure filled with hope and possibility. Though the road ahead remained uncertain, the group pressed on, their hearts united by a shared determination. Together, they would face whatever challenges awaited them, confident that the Emerald City and the Wizard of Oz held the answers they sought. As the golden bricks of the yellow brick road led them over the final hill, Dorothy, Toto, the Scarecrow, the Tin Woodman, and the Lion all paused in awe. Before them lay the Emerald City, its spires and towers glistening in the sunlight like precious jewels. The walls of the city seemed to be made of pure emerald, reflecting a radiant green light that bathed the surrounding landscape in an otherworldly glow. Dorothy gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's even more beautiful than I imagined," she whispered, holding Toto close as the little dog barked excitedly. "It's magnificent," the Scarecrow agreed, tilting his head as though trying to take in every detail. "If only I had a brain, I'd be able to think of the right words to describe it." "Even without a brain, you seem to know beauty when you see it," the Tin Woodman said with a smile, his metallic body gleaming in the emerald light. "And if the wizard lives here, surely he must be as powerful as they say." The lion, who had been unusually quiet, let out a low, rumbling sigh. "I hope the wizard can give me the courage I need," he said softly. "Just looking at this city makes me nervous. What if he doesn't help us?" Dorothy placed a comforting hand on the lion's paw. "We've come this far together," she said. "We have to believe that the wizard will help us. Let's go find out." Together, the group approached the grand gates of the Emerald City. They were made of polished green metal, towering high above them, and adorned with intricate carvings of swirling patterns and symbols. A small window opened with a clang, and a guard peered out, his eyes as sharp and green as the city walls. "Who goes there?" the guard demanded, his voice echoing with authority. Dorothy stepped forward, her heart pounding. "We're travelers from far away," she said. "We've come to see the Wizard of Oz. We need his help." The guard raised an eyebrow, studying them for a long moment. "The wizard does not see just anyone," he said. "What business do you have with him?" The Scarecrow stepped forward, tipping his hat politely. "I seek a brain," he said, "to think and reason like other men." The Tin Woodman spoke next, his voice steady. "I wish for a heart, so I may love and feel as others do." The Lion stepped forward hesitantly. I need courage," he said, "so I can face my fears and be the king of beasts I'm meant to be." Finally, Dorothy lifted her chin and spoke with determination. "I want to go home," she said. "Back to Kansas, where my Aunt Em and Uncle Henry are waiting for me." The guard considered their words, then nodded. "Very well," he said. "I will allow you to enter the Emerald City. But meeting the wizard is no small matter. Prepare yourselves, for he is not easily swayed." The gates creaked open, revealing a bustling city of emerald streets and buildings that shimmered like glass. The air was filled with the sound of music and laughter, and the people of the city, all dressed in shades of green, moved about with a cheerful energy. The group walked through the streets in awe, their eyes wide as they took in the sights and sounds of this magical place. Dorothy noticed that Toto had quieted, his small body pressed against her ankle as though he, too, was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the city. The Lion stayed close to the group, his tail swishing nervously, while the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman marveled at the intricate architecture and vibrant life around them. They were led to a grand palace at the center of the city, its emerald walls towering higher than any building they had seen. The palace seemed to sparkle with a light of its own, and the large doors were engraved with golden symbols that glowed faintly. Inside, the air was cool and fragrant, and the floors were polished to a mirror-like sheen. The group was escorted to a large chamber, where they were instructed to wait. The chamber was vast, with high ceilings and walls adorned with emerald mosaics that depicted scenes of magic and wonder. At the far end of the room stood a throne, its surface inlaid with gold and precious stones. As the group approached, a deep, booming voice echoed through the chamber. "Who dares to disturb the great and powerful Wizard of Oz?" Dorothy and her companions froze, their eyes darting around the room in search of the source of the voice. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, reverberating off the walls like thunder. A swirl of smoke appeared near the throne, and a towering figure emerged, cloaked in shadows and radiating an aura of power. The figure's face was obscured, but its presence was overwhelming. Dorothy felt her knees tremble as she stepped forward. "Great Wizard of Oz," she began, her voice shaking slightly. "We have traveled far to seek your help. Each of us has a wish that only you can grant." The figure's eyes seemed to glow as it looked at each of them in turn. "Speak your wishes," it commanded. The Scarecrow stepped forward first, his straw-stuffed chest puffed out with determination. "I wish for a brain," he said, "so that I may think and reason like other men." The Tin Woodman spoke next, his voice steady and earnest. "I wish for a heart," he said, "so that I may feel love and compassion." The Lion hesitated, but then stepped forward, his voice wavering. "I wish for courage," he said, so that I may face my fears and protect those who depend on me. Finally, Dorothy stepped forward, her hands clutching Toto tightly. I wish to go home, she said, back to Kansas, where my family is waiting for me. The wizard was silent for a moment, the room heavy with anticipation. Then the booming voice spoke again. Your wishes are great and noble, it said, but nothing in this world comes without a price. If you wish for me to grant your desires, you must first prove your worth. The group exchanged uneasy glances. What must we do? Dorothy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. You must journey to the land of the Wicked Witch of the West, the wizard decreed. She is a blight upon this land, and her evil magic threatens the peace of Oz. Bring me her broomstick as proof of her defeat, and I shall grant your wishes. Dorothy's heart sank. The thought of facing a wicked witch filled her with dread, but she knew there was no other way. We'll do it, she said, her voice steady despite her fear. We'll bring you the broomstick. The wizard's eyes glowed brighter, and his voice softened. Very well, he said. Go now, and may the courage of your hearts guide you. Return only when you have succeeded. As the smoke began to swirl and the figure faded from view, the group turned to leave the chamber, their hearts heavy with the weight of their new quest. The road ahead would be more dangerous than any they had faced before, but they knew they had no choice. Together, they stepped out of the palace and into the emerald light, ready to face the next chapter of their journey. The journey to the Wicked Witch of the West's castle was fraught with challenges that tested Dorothy, Toto, the Scarecrow, the Tin Woodman, and the Lion more than any they had faced before. The landscape changed dramatically as they ventured deeper into the witch's territory. Gone were the lush fields and golden light. Here, the air was thick with a menacing gloom, and the land was barren, the sky perpetually gray. The yellow brick road, once smooth and inviting, now cracked and crumbled beneath their feet, its vibrant hue faded to a sickly yellow. A chilling wind howled through the desolate plains, carrying whispers that seemed to taunt and mock them. Dorothy held Toto close, her determination bolstered by the presence of her friends. We have to be strong, she said, her voice firm despite the quiver in her heart. The wizard is counting on us, and so are the people of Oz. The Scarecrow nodded. I may not have a brain, but even I know we can't let fear stop us. The Tin Woodman tightened his grip on his axe, his metallic face set with resolve. We've come too far to turn back now. The Lion, though visibly nervous, squared his shoulders. I'll do my best to protect us. Courage or not, I won't let anything happen to you. As they pressed on, the Wicked Witch's influence became more apparent. Strange creatures lurked in the shadows, their glowing eyes watching from the twisted trees that lined the path. Occasionally, they heard the eerie cackle of the witch herself, her laughter echoing through the hills like a sinister melody. Finally, after days of arduous travel, the group stood at the edge of the witch's domain. Her castle loomed in the distance, a dark and foreboding structure perched atop a jagged hill. Its spires pierced the sky like black daggers, and the surrounding land was scorched and lifeless. A deep moat filled with murky, bubbling water circled the castle, and the drawbridge was guarded by an army of menacing flying monkeys. What do we do now? Dorothy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The Scarecrow scratched his head, his straw rustling. If I had a brain, I might come up with a clever plan, but I suppose we'll have to rely on teamwork. The Tin Woodman stepped forward. "We'll need a distraction to get past those monkeys," he said. "If we can reach the drawbridge, I can use my axe to lower it." The lion's tail swished nervously. "And I can roar to scare them off," he offered, though his voice wavered. Dorothy looked at her companions, her fear giving way to a surge of determination. "We can do this together," she said. "Let's move quickly before the witch notices us." The group approached the castle cautiously, sticking to the shadows. The flying monkeys patrolled the skies, their leathery wings flapping as they circled above. Dorothy's heart pounded as they reached the edge of the moat, hiding behind a cluster of rocks. The Tin Woodman glanced at the drawbridge, assessing the distance. "It's now or never," he said. "Stay close and be ready." As the Tin Woodman stepped into the open, the flying monkeys spotted him immediately. With shrieks of alarm, they swooped down, their sharp claws glinting in the dim light. The lion let out a mighty roar, leaping into action to fend off the attackers. The Scarecrow flailed his arms wildly, his straw flying as he tried to confuse the monkeys. Dorothy clutched Toto tightly and ran toward the drawbridge, her heart racing. The Tin Woodman swung his axe with precision, cutting through the thick ropes that held the bridge in place. With a loud creak, the drawbridge lowered, creating a path into the castle. "Hurry!" Dorothy shouted, motioning for her friends to follow. The group raced across the drawbridge, dodging the grasping claws of the flying monkeys. Once inside the castle, the Tin Woodman used his axe to cut the ropes again, raising the drawbridge and blocking the monkeys' pursuit. The interior of the castle was even more ominous than its exterior. The walls were made of black stone, and the air was cold and damp. Flickering torches cast long shadows that seemed to dance and twist like living things. The group moved cautiously through the labyrinthine corridors, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. "We need to find the witch," Dorothy said, her voice firm. "She has to be here somewhere." As they turned a corner, they entered a vast chamber filled with strange, bubbling cauldrons and shelves lined with mysterious bottles and jars. At the center of the room stood the Wicked Witch of the West, her green skin glowing in the dim light. She wore a tattered black robe, and her eyes burned with a malevolent fire. "So," the witch sneered, her voice dripping with venom, "you've come to challenge me? Foolish little travelers. Do you really think you can defeat me?" Dorothy stepped forward, her fear replaced by determination. "We're here to stop you," she said. "Your wickedness has caused too much pain. We'll do whatever it takes to bring peace to Oz." The witch let out a cackling laugh. "Such bravery from a little girl," she mocked. "But bravery won't save you. My magic is far greater than anything you can imagine." With a wave of her hand, the witch summoned a storm of fire and smoke. The flames roared toward the group, but the Tin Woodman stepped in front, using his axe to deflect the fire. The Scarecrow grabbed a nearby bucket of water and threw it at the flames, dousing them before they could spread. The lion charged at the witch, his roar echoing through the chamber. But the witch raised her staff, casting a spell that sent him sprawling to the ground. Dorothy ran to his side, helping him up as he shook off the effects of the spell. "You're stronger than her," Dorothy said, her voice steady. "We all are. We just have to believe in ourselves." The group rallied, each using their unique strengths to counter the witch's magic. The Scarecrow used his quick thinking to outmaneuver her attacks, while the Tin Woodman's strength and precision kept her spells at bay. The lion's courage grew with each passing moment, his roars shaking the very walls of the castle. Dorothy noticed a large cauldron filled with water near the corner of the room. An idea sparked in her mind. "Keep her distracted," she shouted to her friends as she ran to the cauldron. The witch turned to Dorothy, her eyes narrowing. "What are you doing, little girl?" she hissed. Dorothy didn't answer. She grabbed a nearby ladle and flung water from the cauldron directly at the witch. The water hit the witch's skin, and she let out a blood-curdling scream. Steam rose from her body as she writhed in agony. "No!" the witch shrieked. "You've ruined me!" With a final, piercing cry, the witch melted into a puddle of green liquid, her robes collapsing into the empty space she left behind. The room fell silent, the oppressive darkness lifting as the witch's magic dissipated. Dorothy stared at the puddle, her heart pounding. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The Scarecrow placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You did it, Dorothy," he said. "We all did." The group gathered the witch's broomstick, the final proof they needed to present to the wizard. As they left the castle, the sky began to clear, and the sun broke through the clouds for the first time in what felt like an eternity. They had faced their greatest fear and emerged victorious. The journey back to the Emerald City would be long, but their hearts were lighter, filled with hope and the knowledge that together they could overcome anything. The road back to the Emerald City was long, but carried a sense of triumph that eased the group's weariness. With the Wicked Witch of the West defeated and her broomstick in hand, Dorothy, Toto, the Scarecrow, the Tin Woodman, and the Lion felt the heavy weight of their quest begin to lift. The oppressive skies of the witch's domain gave way to the bright, open heavens of Oz, and the golden hue of the yellow brick road returned, shining brightly under the sun. Dorothy walked at the front of the group, the broomstick clutched firmly in her hand. Toto trotted beside her, his tail wagging with a renewed energy. The Scarecrow hummed a cheerful tune, his straw-stuffed arms swinging as he walked. The Tin Woodman's polished frame gleamed in the sunlight, and the Lion's mane, once matted with anxiety, now flowed freely as he walked with a newfound confidence. "I can't believe we did it," the Lion said, his deep voice carrying a note of awe. "We actually defeated the Wicked Witch. I thought for sure I'd run away the moment we saw her." Dorothy smiled warmly at him. "You were brave, Lion. You didn't just face your fears. You helped all of us face ours. That's what courage really is." The Lion's amber eyes glistened with gratitude. "Thank you, Dorothy. I think I'm finally starting to believe that myself." The Scarecrow tapped his head thoughtfully. "And to think, if I had a brain, I might have doubted our chances. But, as it turns out, maybe not having a brain isn't so bad after all." The Tin Woodman chuckled, his metallic voice ringing like a bell. "You've always been clever, Scarecrow. It's your heart that makes you such a good friend." Dorothy laughed, feeling the camaraderie among them stronger than ever. Despite the challenges they had faced, the bond they had formed made the journey worthwhile. It wasn't just about reaching the wizard anymore. It was about the friendships that had grown along the way. As they neared the gates of the Emerald City, the towering green walls came into view, sparkling in the sunlight like a sea of jewels. The sight filled Dorothy's heart with hope and excitement. The guard at the gate, the same one who had greeted them before, peered out from his window as they approached. "Back so soon?" he asked, his sharp eyes narrowing. "And what's this? The witch's broomstick?" Dorothy nodded, holding it up for him to see. "We've done as the wizard asked. We defeated the Wicked Witch of the West and brought back her broomstick." The guard's stern expression softened, and he gave a low whistle of admiration. "Well, I'll be. I didn't think anyone could do it. You've truly done Oz a great service. Come in, come in." The gates swung open with a groan, and the group stepped inside the bustling city. The emerald streets were alive with celebration as word of the witch's defeat spread like wildfire. Citizens cheered and waved, their green attire glinting in the light. Dorothy and her friends were greeted with gratitude and admiration at every turn, their accomplishment hailed as a triumph for all of Oz. The group made their way to the palace, their steps quickening with anticipation. The grand doors opened to reveal the familiar chamber where they had first met the wizard. The room was just as vast and imposing as before, with its high ceilings and emerald mosaics that seemed to shimmer with life. At the far end, the throne stood empty, and a cloud of smoke began to swirl, signaling the wizard's arrival. "You have returned," the booming voice echoed through the chamber. "And you have brought the proof I demanded. Show me the broomstick of the Wicked Witch of the West." Dorothy stepped forward, holding the broomstick high. "Here it is," she said, her voice steady. "We did as you asked. We faced the witch and brought back her broomstick." The smoke swirled more intensely, and the figure of the wizard appeared, cloaked in shadows and radiating power. "You have done well," the voice said. "Your bravery and determination have proven your worth. And now, I shall grant your wishes as promised." Dorothy's heart raced with anticipation, and she glanced at her friends. The Scarecrow's painted face beamed with excitement. The Tin Woodman stood tall and resolute, and the lion's tail swished with eager anticipation. But before the wizard could speak further, Toto began barking furiously. The little dog darted toward a corner of the room where a heavy green curtain hung. Tugging at the fabric with his teeth, Toto pulled the curtain aside, revealing a small, unassuming man operating a series of levers and buttons. The room fell silent as everyone stared at the man, who froze mid-action. His face turned red, and he stammered, "Please, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain." Dorothy stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Are you the Wizard of Oz?" The man sighed, his shoulders slumping. "Yes," he admitted, his voice much softer and humbler than the booming tones they had heard before. "I am the Wizard of Oz, but I'm not the powerful sorcerer you were expecting. I'm just an ordinary man who ended up here by accident. I used tricks and illusions to make myself seem great and powerful." Dorothy and her friends exchanged stunned glances. The Scarecrow was the first to speak. "But you promised to grant our wishes," he said. "Can you still help us?" The wizard nodded slowly. "I may not have real magic, but I have something just as powerful, the ability to inspire belief. Scarecrow, you already have a brain. Your cleverness and quick thinking helped defeat the witch. Tin Woodman, your kindness and compassion show that you already have a heart. And Lion, your courage has grown with every step of this journey. You've faced your fears and protected your friends. Everything you sought, you already possess within yourselves." The group listened in silence, the wizard's words sinking in. Dorothy felt a lump rise in her throat. "And what about me?" she asked. Can you help me get back to Kansas?" The wizard hesitated, then smiled gently. "There is someone who can help you," he said. "Glinda, the good witch of the South. She has the power to send you home. I will arrange for you to meet her." Dorothy's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. "Thank you," she said, "for everything." As they left the palace, the group felt a mix of emotions. Though the wizard was not what they had expected, his words had given them a new perspective. They had grown stronger, braver, and wiser through their journey, and they knew that the true magic lay in the bonds they had formed and the lessons they had learned. The Emerald City shimmered around them, a testament to the hope and resilience of its people. And, as they prepared for the next step of their adventure, Dorothy and her friends knew that they could face whatever came their way, together. Dorothy stood on the steps of Glinda's palace, the soft glow of the good witch's magic surrounding her and her companions. The journey to the south had been long, but filled with hope, for Dorothy knew that Glinda held the key to sending her back to Kansas. As she looked around at her friends, her heart swelled with gratitude and a bittersweet sense of impending farewell. Glinda appeared before them, her presence as radiant as sunlight filtering through morning mist. Dressed in a gown of shimmering pinks and golds, she greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome, Dorothy," she said, her voice melodic and soothing. "I have been expecting you." Dorothy curtsied politely. Toto nestled in her arms. "Thank you for seeing us, Glinda. The wizard said you could help me get back to Kansas. Is it true?" Glinda nodded, her smile deepening. "It is true, my dear. You have carried the power to return home with you all along." Dorothy's eyes widened in surprise. "I have? But how?" Glinda gestured to Dorothy's feet. "The ruby slippers you wear are enchanted. With them, you can travel anywhere you wish. All you need to do is click your heels together 3 times and say where you want to go." Dorothy looked down at the slippers, their ruby-red surface glittering with an inner light. Her heart raced as the realization sank in. All this time, I could have gone home. "Yes," Glinda said gently, "but you needed to understand the lessons of your journey before you could use their magic. You needed to find the courage, love, and wisdom that were always within you." Dorothy glanced at her friends, her eyes brimming with tears. The Scarecrow, the Tin Woodman, and the Lion all watched her with expressions of pride and sadness. "I don't want to leave you," Dorothy said, her voice trembling. "You've become my family." The Scarecrow stepped forward, his painted face thoughtful. "And you've become ours, Dorothy. But you belong in Kansas with your Aunt Em and Uncle Henry. They're waiting for you." The Tin Woodman's metallic voice rang softly as he spoke. "We'll never forget you, Dorothy. You've shown us what it means to believe in ourselves. Because of you, I've discovered the heart I thought I lacked." The Lion stepped closer, his amber eyes glistening. "You taught me what it means to be brave, Dorothy. I'll carry that with me always." Dorothy's tears spilled over as she hugged each of them in turn. "I'll miss you all so much," she said. "You've taught me more than I ever imagined." Glinda stepped forward, her presence calming and serene. "It is never truly goodbye, Dorothy. The bonds you've formed and the love you've shared will always remain in your heart. And who knows? Perhaps someday your paths will cross again." Dorothy nodded, her resolve strengthening. She placed Toto on the ground and took a deep breath. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady despite the lump in her throat. Glinda raised her wand. a trail of sparkling light following its motion. "Remember, Dorothy," she said. "Click your heels together 3 times and say, 'There's no place like home.'" Dorothy held her head high and clicked the heels of the ruby slippers together. "There's no place like home," she said firmly. She repeated the phrase 2 more times, each word resonating with the deepest parts of her heart. A rush of wind swirled around her, lifting her gently off the ground. The world blurred, the colors of Oz blending into a kaleidoscope of light and motion. She clutched Toto tightly as the magic carried her away, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and sorrow. When the wind subsided, Dorothy opened her eyes. She was lying in her bed, sunlight streaming through the window of her little farmhouse in Kansas. The familiar sounds of the prairie greeted her ears, the chirping of birds, the rustling of the wind through the tall grass. "Dorothy!" a voice called. It was Aunt Em, her face filled with worry as she rushed into the room. "Oh, Dorothy, you're awake. We were so worried about you." Uncle Henry appeared behind her, his usually stoic expression softened with relief. "Welcome back, kiddo," he said gruffly, his eyes betraying his emotions. Dorothy sat up, clutching Toto to her chest. Tears streamed down her face as she looked around the room, her heart swelling with love for the life she had almost lost. "I'm home," she whispered. "I'm really home." Aunt Em hugged her tightly, her hands trembling. "We thought we'd lost you in the storm, but you're here now, and that's all that matters." Dorothy leaned into the embrace, her heart full. She glanced down at Toto, who wagged his tail happily. "It was an amazing journey," she said softly, more to herself than anyone else. "I met incredible friends and learned so much. But there really is no place like home." Over the following days, Dorothy shared her story with Aunt Em and Uncle Henry, though she could tell they thought it was just a vivid dream brought on by the storm. But Dorothy knew the truth. The memories of Oz, of her friends, and of the lessons she had learned would stay with her forever. She often found herself gazing at the horizon, wondering what her friends in Oz were doing. She imagined the Scarecrow leading with wisdom, the Tin Woodman spreading kindness, and the Lion ruling with courage. Though she missed them dearly, she knew they were all where they belonged, just as she was. And so, life on the farm returned to its steady rhythm. But for Dorothy, everything felt a little brighter, a little more magical. She carried the lessons of Oz with her, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, love, courage, and wisdom could create a world of wonder. As she sat on the porch one evening, Toto curled up at her feet. Dorothy looked out at the vast Kansas sky, painted in hues of gold and pink by the setting sun. She smiled softly, her heart at peace. "There's no place like home," she said again, the words carrying a deeper meaning now than ever before. As Dorothy settled back into her life in Kansas, the lessons she had learned in Oz remained vivid in her heart. The rolling plains and wide-open skies of her home felt different now, not because they had changed, but because she had. Dorothy's journey had given her a new perspective on the world and her place within it. She carried the wisdom, courage, and love she had discovered, not as fleeting memories, but as integral parts of herself. Each morning, Dorothy would wake to the sound of the rooster crowing and the scent of fresh dew on the grass. She would step outside and feel the familiar breeze on her face, a gentle reminder that she was home. Yet she often found herself looking toward the horizon, wondering about her friends in Oz. She imagined the Scarecrow presiding over the Emerald City with wisdom and wit, the Tin Woodman spreading kindness throughout his forest, and the Lion leading with bravery as the true king of beasts. Though their worlds were separated by magic, Dorothy felt connected to them in a way that distance could never diminish. Aunt Em and Uncle Henry noticed the change in her. Dorothy seemed more confident, more attuned to the beauty and value of everyday life. She worked on the farm with renewed energy, her laughter ringing out as she played with Toto or helped Aunt Em tend the garden. The storm that had once left her lost now felt like a distant memory, a catalyst for growth rather than a cause for fear. One quiet afternoon, Dorothy sat with Aunt Em on the porch, a basket of freshly picked vegetables resting at their feet. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in hues of amber and lavender. "You seem different these days, Dorothy," Aunt Em remarked, her voice gentle. "Happier, maybe, like you found something you were looking for." Dorothy smiled, her eyes distant as she thought of Oz. "I suppose I have," she said. "I learned that no matter where you go or how far you travel, the most important things are always with you. Your heart, your courage, and your mind. They're what guide you. And home isn't just a place. It's where you're loved and where you love in return." Aunt Em's eyes glistened with pride as she reached out to squeeze Dorothy's hand. "You've grown up so much, my dear. Whatever journey you went on, I'm glad it brought you back to us." The days in Kansas passed with a quiet, steady rhythm, but Dorothy's heart often leapt with the memories of her adventures. She would sometimes sit under the old oak tree at the edge of the farm and close her eyes, imagining the vibrant colors of Oz, the sound of the lion's hearty laugh, or the warmth of the Tin Woodman's compassionate words. Toto would curl up beside her, his small body a comforting weight against her side. One evening, as Dorothy gazed up at the stars, she thought of Glinda's words. "It is never truly goodbye. The bonds you've formed and the love you've shared will always remain in your heart." Those words rang true now more than ever. Dorothy knew that her time in Oz had not only shaped her, but had also left a lasting mark on the magical land she had left behind. The people of Oz, she imagined, were thriving in the wake of the Wicked Witch's defeat. The Emerald City would shine brighter under the Scarecrow's wise leadership, and the forest would bloom with the Tin Woodman's gentle care. The Lion, she was certain, would reign with the courage and compassion of a true king. They had all found their places, just as Dorothy had found hers. As the months turned into years, Dorothy's memories of Oz remained as vivid as ever. She would often recount her adventures to the children of the nearby farms, who would listen wide-eyed and enthralled. Though many thought her stories were just fanciful tales, Dorothy knew better. Oz was real, and its magic had forever changed her. One crisp autumn day, Dorothy stood at the edge of the farm, the golden fields stretching out before her. The wind carried the scent of harvest and the promise of change. She closed her eyes and whispered softly, "There's no place like home." The words, once spoken as a desperate wish, now felt like a gentle truth. Kansas was her home, and it always would be. But Oz, with its wonder and its lessons, would remain a part of her heart forever. Dorothy turned back toward the farmhouse, where Aunt Em and Uncle Henry waited with warm smiles and open arms. Toto barked happily at her heels, his energy as boundless as ever. Together, they walked back to the life Dorothy had once taken for granted, but now cherished deeply. The journey to Oz had taught her that courage, love, and wisdom were the true treasures of life, and that sometimes the most extraordinary adventures lead you right back to where you started, only to see it with new eyes. Dorothy Gale, the girl who had once longed for something more, had found everything she needed in the simplest, most beautiful place of all, home. In a quiet village, nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden meadows, there lived a miller with his 3 sons. The miller was a kind man, though his life had been marked by modest means and relentless toil. His mill, standing on the edge of a bubbling brook, had provided just enough to feed his family and keep a roof over their heads. But time, like the unceasing flow of the brook, had worn him down, and as he lay on his deathbed, he divided his meager possessions among his children. To his eldest son, he left the sturdy mill, a symbol of steady work and a reliable future. To his middle son, he gave the donkey, a creature loyal and strong, capable of bearing burdens and plowing fields. And to his youngest son, a dreamer named Jacques, he left only a cat. The youngest son, gazing at the sleek creature with its emerald eyes and sable fur, felt his heart sink. A cat? Jacques muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. What am I to do with a cat? The mill can grind grain, the donkey can plow fields, but a cat? The cat, sitting regally atop the miller's old wooden chest, seemed to blink knowingly at Jacques, as if amused by the boy's lament. With a flick of its tail, it leapt down and padded gracefully toward him. Though Jacques had not yet realized it, this was no ordinary feline. "Do not despair, master," the cat purred, its voice as smooth as silk. Jacques startled, nearly toppling over. His eyes widened in disbelief as the cat continued, its tone soothing yet commanding. "I am more than what meets the eye. Equip me with a pair of fine boots and a sturdy bag, and I shall bring you more fortune than you could ever dream of." Jacques blinked, convinced he was hearing things. Perhaps his grief over his father's passing had clouded his senses. Yet there was something about the cat's calm confidence, its piercing gaze, that made him pause. "You can talk?" he stammered, his voice a mix of astonishment and doubt. "Indeed I can," the cat replied, lifting its chin. "And if you heed my advice, you may yet rise above your brothers, who are weighed down by their predictable inheritances. With my help, your path will be extraordinary." Extraordinary. The word rang in Jacques' mind like a bell. He had always dreamed of something greater than the quiet, unchanging life of their village. He wanted adventure, recognition, and perhaps even a touch of magic. Swallowing his skepticism, he nodded. "Very well," Jacques said hesitantly. "I'll trust you. But boots? For a cat?" The cat's whiskers twitched, and it smiled. Or at least, Jacques could have sworn it did. "A fine pair of boots will lend me the dignity befitting my plans. Now, take what little coin you have left and procure them for me. The bag. I shall fashion myself from the burlap in the shed." Reluctantly, Jacques parted with his last few coins and visited the cobbler in the village square. The cobbler, known for his skill and precision, raised an eyebrow when Jacques requested boots small enough for a cat. But coin was coin, and by the next morning, the cat stood proudly in a pair of exquisite leather boots, their polished surface catching the early sunlight. "Now," the cat declared, adjusting the bag over its shoulder, "the true work begins." The cat wasted no time, striding into the woods with a determined air. Its movements were sleek and purposeful, a predator on a mission. The bag, lined with fragrant herbs and a handful of oats, was a clever trap for unsuspecting prey. Before long, the cat's cunning bore fruit. A plump rabbit, lured by the scent, hopped curiously into the bag. With a swift tug, the cat closed the drawstring and hoisted the bag over its shoulder, whistling a jaunty tune as it made its way toward the royal palace. The palace, with its soaring towers and glittering windows, stood as a beacon of power and opulence. Guards in gleaming armor flanked the grand entrance, their spears catching the sunlight. Unfazed, the cat approached, its boots clicking confidently against the cobblestones. "Good day, noble sirs," the cat said, bowing low. The guards exchanged baffled glances, but stepped aside, too stunned to protest. The cat strode into the throne room, where the king, a portly man with a kind face, sat amidst velvet drapes and gilded furnishings. "Your Majesty," the cat began, bowing deeply, "I come bearing a humble gift from my master, the illustrious Marquis of Carabas." The king, intrigued by the cat's eloquence and the mention of a marquis, leaned forward. "A gift, you say? From a marquis? Pray, what is it?" The cat opened the bag with a flourish, revealing the plump rabbit. The king's eyes lit up. "Ah, a fine catch indeed. Convey my thanks to your master, and tell him I am most pleased." Over the next few weeks, the cat repeated this process, delivering pheasants, partridges, and other game to the king, each time attributing the gifts to the Marquis of Carabas. The king grew increasingly impressed, imagining the Marquis to be a wealthy and generous nobleman. The seeds of the cat's plan were beginning to take root. Meanwhile, Jacques watched from the sidelines, bewildered and amused by the cat's antics. He had always thought of himself as a dreamer, but he could never have envisioned a life where his fortunes might turn thanks to a talking, boot-clad cat. Yet, as the days passed and the cat's confidence never wavered, Jacques began to feel a flicker of hope. Perhaps this strange, magical companion truly could change his destiny. One evening, as the two sat by the hearth in the tiny cottage they called home, Jacques ventured to ask, "Why are you doing this for me? What do you gain from it?" The cat's emerald eyes glimmered in the firelight. "Every great story needs a hero," it said softly, "and every hero needs a guide. Trust me, Jacques. Your tale has only just begun." The days that followed were marked by a flurry of activity, each step meticulously planned by the clever cat. The young man, once downtrodden and skeptical, found himself swept into a whirlwind of intrigue and opportunity. The cat, ever resourceful, took to frequenting the markets and taverns of the kingdom, listening intently to the chatter of merchants and travelers. It was here that it gleaned the whispers of the king's latest endeavor, a royal tour of the countryside with his beautiful daughter, the princess in tow. The cat's sharp mind immediately spun into action. "Jacques," it announced one evening, "your chance to prove yourself to the king and win his favor draws near, but you must trust me completely." Jacques, now accustomed to the cat's cryptic ways, nodded without hesitation. "What must I do?" The cat's whiskers twitched in satisfaction. "First, you shall bathe in the river at sunrise. Leave the rest to me." When the morning sun cast its golden rays across the land, Jacques found himself standing by the edge of a sparkling river, its waters cool and inviting. Following the cat's instructions, he stripped down to his underclothes and waded into the gentle current. No sooner had he submerged himself than the cat sprang into action, darting toward the royal carriage, which was just rounding the bend of the dusty road. Waving its arms dramatically, the cat cried out, "Help! Help! My master, the Marquis of Carabas, has been robbed and left defenseless in the river." The commotion brought the royal entourage to a halt. The king, peering out of the carriage window, furrowed his brow in concern. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. The cat, bowing deeply, explained, "Your Majesty, thieves accosted my master and took his clothes, leaving him in a most undignified state. Please, I beg your aid." Touched by the tale and eager to assist the nobleman who had sent him so many gifts, the king ordered his attendants to fetch fine garments from the royal carriage. Moments later, Jacques emerged from the river, now dressed in silks and velvet, his appearance transformed into that of a true nobleman. The princess, peeking out from behind the curtains of the carriage, couldn't help but notice Jacques. Her cheeks flushed as their eyes met, and a shy smile played on her lips. The king, oblivious to this budding connection, invited Jacques to join them on their journey, praising the Marquis of Carabas for his generosity and charm. As the carriage rolled on, the cat darted ahead, its clever mind racing with plans to secure Jacques' fortune. Fields and forests blurred past as it approached a vast estate owned by a fearsome ogre. This ogre was known far and wide for his wealth, his cruelty, and his extraordinary ability to shapeshift. The cat, undeterred, strode boldly up to the ogre's castle and knocked on the massive wooden doors. When the ogre answered, his towering form casting a shadow over the diminutive feline, the cat bowed deeply. "Great and powerful lord," it began, "I have heard tales of your incredible abilities. Might you indulge a humble traveler by demonstrating your legendary powers?" The ogre, flattered by the flattery and eager to show off, grinned wickedly. "What would you have me do?" he rumbled. "They say you can transform into a lion," the cat said, its tone admiring. "Such a feat would be a sight to behold." With a low growl, the ogre's form began to shift, his body contorting and expanding until he stood as a fearsome lion, his golden mane blazing like fire. The cat clapped its paws together in feigned awe. "Magnificent, truly magnificent. But tell me, my lord, can you also take on a smaller form? Say, that of a mouse?" The lion's growl deepened, and once again the ogre transformed, shrinking rapidly until he was no more than a tiny gray mouse. The cat's eyes gleamed with triumph. In one swift motion, it pounced, capturing the mouse in its claws and swallowing it whole. With the ogre vanquished, the castle and all its riches were left unclaimed. The cat wasted no time in claiming them for the Marquis of Carabas, ensuring that when the royal carriage arrived, Jacques would be presented as the lord of a grand estate. As the king marveled at the splendor of the castle, and the princess stole glances at Jacques, the cat looked on with satisfaction. Its work was nearly complete, and its master's destiny had been irrevocably changed. The royal entourage spent the remainder of the day marveling at the estate, with the king praising the supposed Marquis of Carabas for his vast wealth and impeccable taste. Jacques, though still adjusting to his newfound status, played the role with surprising ease, his natural charm endearing him to the king and his court. The princess, in particular, found herself drawn to Jacques. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the castle gardens, the two found themselves strolling alone along a hedge-lined path. The air was filled with the gentle hum of crickets, and the scent of blooming roses. "You've led an extraordinary life, Marquis," the princess said, her voice soft and laced with curiosity. "Your generosity and humility speak volumes about your character." Jacques, though flustered, managed to smile. "I owe much of it to my advisors," he replied, casting a glance toward the cat, who watched from a distance, perched atop a stone fountain like a silent sentinel. The princess laughed, a melodic sound that made Jacques' heart race. "A humble man as well. Perhaps we shall see more of each other in the days to come." As the evening wore on, the king announced that the court would spend the night at the estate before continuing their journey. A grand feast was prepared, with tables laden with roasted meats, fresh fruits, and goblets of sparkling wine. Music filled the great hall as minstrels played lively tunes, and laughter echoed off the stone walls. The cat, ever watchful, ensured that every detail was perfect, from the arrangement of the dishes to the seating of the guests. It moved through the shadows with grace, its sharp eyes missing nothing. By the time the feast drew to a close, the king was so impressed with the hospitality of the Marquis that he began to consider a more permanent alliance between their families. "Marquis," the king declared, raising his goblet, "it is clear that you are a man of great substance and character. I would be honored to call you my son-in-law." The hall erupted into applause as Jacques stood, his cheeks flushed with both surprise and delight. He glanced at the princess, who smiled shyly, her eyes shining with happiness. The cat, watching from the shadows, allowed itself a small, satisfied grin. Its master's journey from a penniless dreamer to a prince in waiting was now complete. Yet, even as it basked in its success, the cat's sharp mind was already contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. For every story's end is but the beginning of another. And so, with the king's blessing and the princess's heart won, Jacques and the cat embarked on a new chapter of their extraordinary tale. Together, they would navigate the complexities of court life, face unforeseen trials, and continue to weave their legend in a world where magic and cunning reigned supreme. The story of Honey and the Sunny. Nestled in the countryside, painted with the warm hues of golden sunflowers and the soft green of rolling meadows, there was a village that seemed to hum with life. The air was filled with the sweet perfume of blossoms, mingling with the earthy scent of freshly tilled soil. Birds sang melodious tunes, and bees danced from flower to flower, their delicate wings catching the sunlight. At the heart of this idyllic place stood a quaint cottage, its walls made of cobblestone and its roof covered in moss that sparkled like emeralds after a morning dew. This was Honey's home, a haven of warmth and wonder. Honey was no ordinary girl. With hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes as bright as the sky after a summer storm, she carried an aura of curiosity and kindness. Her laughter bubbled like a brook, and wherever she went, joy seemed to follow. Honey had an affinity for nature that was almost magical. Animals flocked to her side, and even the wildflowers seemed to lean toward her as if drawn by her gentle spirit. She loved nothing more than to wander the meadows, her bare feet brushing against the soft grass, while she sang to the birds and whispered secrets to the trees. She lived with her grandmother, a wise and loving woman whose face was etched with lines that told stories of a life filled with laughter and tears. Grandmother often sat by the fire in the evenings, her gnarled hands knitting while she regaled Honey with tales of wonder and magic. But of all the stories she told, Honey's favorite was about Sunny, the legendary golden bird. Sunny, her grandmother would begin, her voice soft and filled with reverence, is no ordinary creature. It is a bird of light and hope, with feathers that shimmer like sunlight on water. They say its song can melt the coldest of hearts, and its presence brings fortune and happiness to those it befriends. Honey would listen, her eyes wide with wonder, as her grandmother described the bird. But Sunny is elusive, she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. It only appears to those with the purest hearts and the courage to face the unknown. The thought of Sunny filled Honey with longing. She would often gaze out of her bedroom window at night, her heart dreaming of the golden bird and the adventures they might share. Her room, small and cozy, was a reflection of her personality, with pressed flowers hanging from the walls and shelves lined with jars of polished stones and feathers she had collected during her rambles. The village itself, though beautiful, had its share of struggles. While the fields were lush and the rivers clear, the people's hearts carried the weight of quiet worries. The harvests had been unpredictable, and though the village's charm remained intact, a subtle tension lingered in the air. Honey, with her boundless optimism, often tried to lift the spirits of those around her, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary was needed to restore the village's joy. One particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and crimson, Honey sat by the fire with her grandmother. The crackling flames cast flickering shadows on the walls, and the soft hum of crickets filled the air. "Grandmother," Honey asked, her voice tinged with both hope and curiosity, "do you think Sunny could ever visit our village?" Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mystery. "Perhaps, my dear. Sunny has a way of finding those who need it most. But remember, Honey, it is not enough to wish for magic. Sometimes we must become the magic ourselves." That night, Honey lay in bed, her heart racing with the thought of Sunny. The moonlight streamed through her window, bathing her room in a silvery glow. As she drifted off to sleep, she could almost hear the faint trill of a bird's song carried on the breeze, a melody so sweet and pure that it made her heart ache with longing. Unbeknownst to Honey, far beyond the hills and meadows, in a grove hidden by ancient enchantments, Sunny perched on a tree made of gold. Its feathers glowed with an inner light, and its eyes, wise and deep, seemed to gaze toward the little village as if sensing Honey's dreams. The air around Sunny shimmered with magic, and the bird's song, soft and hauntingly beautiful, floated on the wind, carrying a promise of hope and wonder yet to come. As the seasons turned, the once vibrant village fell under the shadow of a relentless drought. The streams that once babbled through the meadows dried into cracked riverbeds, and the golden fields turned brittle and brown under the unyielding sun. Each day, the villagers gathered at the well in the center of the village, their faces etched with worry as they drew water that seemed to diminish by the hour. The air grew heavy with despair, and even Honey's laughter began to falter. One evening, Honey returned home to find her grandmother kneeling by the hearth, her hands clasped tightly in prayer. The flickering fire cast long shadows on the walls, and her grandmother's voice, usually so steady, trembled with desperation. "Oh, Sunny," her grandmother whispered, her words barely audible over the crackling flames. "If you can hear me, we need you now more than ever. Our fields are dying, and our hearts are breaking. please, bring your light and hope to our village." Honey, standing in the doorway, felt a pang in her chest. She had never seen her grandmother so vulnerable, so overcome with helplessness. That night, as she lay in bed, Honey couldn't sleep. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, intertwining with the stories she had grown up hearing. Could Sunny, the legendary golden bird, truly save them? And if so, why had it not come? The moonlight poured through her window, illuminating the jars of feathers and stones on her shelves. Honey sat up, her heart pounding with a mix of determination and fear. If Sunny would not come on its own, perhaps it needed someone to find it. Perhaps it needed her. Her decision was made. She would leave the safety of her home and venture into the unknown in search of Sunny. The thought filled her with both excitement and trepidation. She had never traveled beyond the borders of the village, but the stories her grandmother had told her painted a world of magic and wonder beyond the familiar fields and woods. The next morning, Honey packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a scarf her grandmother had knitted for her. She didn't tell anyone of her plans, knowing they would try to dissuade her. Instead, she left a note for her grandmother on the kitchen table, promising to return soon and explaining her mission. As Honey stepped out of the cottage and into the early morning light, the world felt different. The sky was painted with hues of lavender and gold, and a cool breeze brushed against her cheeks. For a moment, she thought she heard a faint melody, like the trill of a bird carried on the wind. It filled her with a sense of purpose, as if Sunny itself was guiding her. Honey walked toward the edge of the village, where the dense woods stood like a wall of emerald shadows. The villagers she passed looked weary, their faces lined with worry, but they greeted her with small smiles, unaware of the journey she was about to undertake. With each step, her resolve grew stronger. As she reached the forest's edge, Honey paused and looked back at the village she loved so dearly. The sight of the sunflowers, wilted but still standing, filled her with a bittersweet hope. "I'll bring Sunny back," she whispered, her voice firm despite the lump in her throat. "I'll make things right." And with that, she stepped into the shadows of the forest, her heart filled with courage and a dream of golden feathers leading her way. The forest was unlike anything Honey had ever seen. The trees stood impossibly tall, their twisted trunks covered in moss that glowed faintly in the dim light. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the thick canopy, creating golden pools on the forest floor. The air was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, but there was an undercurrent of something more, a magical hum that made the hairs on the back of Honey's neck stand on end. She ventured deeper, her steps cautious yet purposeful. The path soon disappeared, leaving her to navigate by instinct alone. As she walked, the forest seemed to shift around her, the trees rearranging themselves as if testing her resolve. Honey came to a clearing where the trees whispered in hushed tones. Their voices were soft but distinct, warning her of the challenges ahead. "Beware, child," they murmured. "Only those with true courage may pass." Honey squared her shoulders, her heart pounding. "I mean no harm," she said aloud. "I'm here to find Sunny and bring hope back to my village." The trees seemed to consider her words, their rustling branches forming a path that led deeper into the forest. Honey followed, her surroundings growing stranger with every step. The air became cooler, and the light took on a golden hue, as if the forest itself was infused with sunlight. Her journey brought her to a maze of hedges, their walls so high they blocked out the sky. As she navigated the labyrinth, a mischievous fox appeared, its fur a fiery red, and its eyes gleaming with cunning. "Lost, are we?" the fox asked, its voice smooth as honey. "Perhaps I could help, for a price." Honey shook her head. "I have nothing to give but my word. Will you guide me if I promise kindness in return?" The fox tilted its head, considering her offer. Finally, it nodded. "Very well, little one. Follow me." True to its word, the fox led Honey through the maze, disappearing with a sly grin as they reached the exit. Beyond the maze lay a grove unlike any Honey had ever imagined. At its center stood a tree made entirely of gold, its branches shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. Perched on one of the highest branches was Sunny. The golden bird was even more magnificent than the stories had described. Its feathers glowed with an otherworldly radiance, and its eyes, deep and knowing, met Honey's with a look of recognition. "You've come far," Sunny said, its voice melodic and warm. "Why have you sought me out, child?" Honey fell to her knees, overcome by the bird's presence. "My village is suffering," she said, her voice trembling. "Our crops have withered, and hope is fading. I came to ask for your help." Sunny regarded her for a long moment before speaking. "You have shown courage and kindness, traits that are rare and precious. I will help you, but know this. True happiness requires sacrifice. Are you prepared to give of yourself to save your village?" Without hesitation, Honey nodded. "I'll do whatever it takes." Sunny's feathers shimmered even brighter, and the grove filled with a warm, golden light. "Then rise, Honey. Our journey together begins." With a gentle flutter of its radiant wings, Sunny descended from the golden tree and landed before Honey. The air around the bird shimmered with warmth as it spoke. "I will grant you 3 gifts," it said, its voice a melody of wisdom and compassion. "Each is imbued with magic to aid you, but you must wield them with care." Sunny plucked the glowing feather from its wing and held it out to Honey. "This feather summons sunlight," it explained. "Use it to banish darkness and bring warmth to the earth." Next, Sunny leaned closer and sang a single, hauntingly beautiful note. A small orb of golden light formed in the air, which it passed to Honey. "This is the song of bloom," the bird said. "Sing it, and the seeds of life will awaken and flourish." Finally, Sunny fixed its deep, luminous eyes on Honey. "The last gift is a whisper of truth," it said, its tone solemn. "Speak it softly into the ears of those burdened by strife, and their hearts shall be healed." Honey clutched the gifts, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. "I promise to use them wisely." Sunny nodded, its golden feathers glowing brighter. "Now go, child. Your village needs you." Honey's journey back through the forest was swift, the paths clearing as if guided by an unseen force. When she reached the edge of the village, her heart clenched at the sight of the withered crops and weary faces of her neighbors. But she didn't hesitate. Standing at the center of the barren fields, Honey held the golden feather aloft. Its light grew intense, and she whispered, "Let the sun shine again." The sky, once dull and gray, brightened as sunlight poured down, warming the cracked soil. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the villagers as they watched the land drink in the light. Honey moved through the fields, her voice rising in the song of bloom. The melody seemed to seep into the ground, and before their eyes, green shoots broke through the earth. Flowers blossomed, and the crops sprang back to life, lush and abundant. As the villagers rejoiced, Honey noticed tensions still lingering among some. Old disputes and grudges weighed heavy on their hearts. She approached two quarreling farmers and leaned in close, whispering the truth into their ears. Their eyes widened, and then softened with understanding. They embraced, their burdens lifted. Honey spent the day bringing sunlight, life, and harmony to the village. By nightfall, the once drought-stricken community was transformed. The fields glowed with vitality, and the villagers' laughter filled the air. Exhausted but fulfilled, Honey sat beneath the stars, the golden gifts safely tucked away. She thought of Sunny, its wisdom and sacrifice, and smiled. "We did it," she murmured, knowing that her journey had only just begun. For a time, the village thrived under the golden gifts Honey had brought back. The crops flourished, disputes faded, and laughter returned to the hearts of the villagers. News of this miraculous transformation, however, did not stay confined to the village. A traveling merchant, notorious for his greed and cunning, heard tales of a magical bird that had blessed the land. His heart, darkened by jealousy and avarice, began to scheme. One evening, as the villagers gathered to celebrate their renewed prosperity, the merchant slipped into the forest, following whispers and rumors to find Sunny. Armed with traps and a net woven from enchanted threads, he sought to capture the golden bird for himself, imagining the riches and power it could bring. Honey, sensing something amiss, felt a pang of unease. She hurried to the forest, her heart racing as the shadows grew long and the air thickened with tension. She arrived just as the merchant found the golden grove, its light still as radiant as the first time Honey had seen it. There, perched on the golden tree, was Sunny, its feathers glowing softly in the twilight. "Ah, so this is the legendary bird," the merchant sneered, his voice dripping with greed. "You'll make me the wealthiest man in the kingdom." Sunny, calm and unyielding, gazed down at the merchant. "You seek only to take without understanding the cost," it said, its voice steady and sorrowful. "True happiness cannot be hoarded." The merchant laughed, dismissing the bird's words. With a swift motion, he cast his enchanted net into the air. Honey, watching from the shadows, cried out, "No!" and darted forward, trying to stop him. But she was too late. The net fell over Sunny, its light dimming as the bird let out a mournful song. As the merchant approached to claim his prize, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from Sunny. The net disintegrated, and the merchant was thrown back, his greed and malice reflected in the radiant explosion. The grove itself seemed to absorb Sunny's essence, the tree and its branches glowing brighter than ever before. Honey fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she realized what had happened. Sunny had sacrificed itself to protect her, the village, and the balance of the magic it embodied. The bird's light expanded, filling the forest and the skies above. The drought was not only cured, but transformed into a lush, perpetual harmony. The golden tree stood as a beacon of hope, its leaves shimmering eternally in Sunny's memory. The merchant fled, blinded and defeated, his greed leaving him empty-handed. Honey, though devastated by Sunny's loss, felt a deep gratitude for all it had given. She returned to the village, her heart heavy yet filled with purpose. That night, under a sky of brilliant stars, the villagers gathered around the golden tree, now standing at the edge of their fields. Honey spoke softly, her voice steady despite her tears. "Sunny gave everything for us. We must honor its legacy by living with kindness, courage, and gratitude. The golden glow of Sunny's sacrifice never faded from the hearts of the villagers. Where the bird had made its ultimate stand, a sprawling field of sunflowers now grew, their golden heads reaching skyward as if perpetually chasing the light Sunny had left behind. Each bloom seemed to carry a fragment of the bird's magic, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. At night, the field glowed softly, bathing the village in a serene, golden light that reminded everyone of Sunny's enduring legacy. The village, once unnamed and overlooked, was transformed. It became a beacon of hope and abundance, attracting travelers and settlers who came to marvel at the magical sunflower field. To honor the golden bird, the villagers renamed their home Sunnyvale, a name that carried the warmth and light of Sunny's memory. Over time, Sunnyvale thrived, its people united by a renewed sense of purpose and community. The drought and despair were but distant memories, replaced by laughter, songs, and the rustling of sunflower petals in the gentle breeze. For Honey, the transformation of her village was bittersweet. She missed Sunny dearly, often visiting the sunflower field to sit among the blooms and feel the bird's presence. Yet, she found solace in knowing that Sunny's sacrifice had brought lasting joy and prosperity to those she loved. As the years passed, Honey's story spread far and wide. Travelers came not only to see the enchanted field, but to meet the girl whose courage and kindness had brought Sunny into their world. Honey herself grew into a symbol of hope and compassion. She dedicated her days to helping others, ensuring that Sunny's teachings lived on through her actions. She taught the villagers to cherish the magic of the natural world, to resolve conflicts with understanding and truth, and to find strength in unity and kindness. Children would gather around her in the evenings, eager to hear the tale of Sunny and how the golden bird had changed their lives forever. Her words, like Sunny's light, inspired generations to live with courage, generosity, and a deep respect for the world around them. The sunflower field became a sacred place, a reminder of the power of selflessness and the beauty of nature's resilience. Festivals were held there every year to celebrate Sunny's memory. During these gatherings, Honey would lead the villagers in songs of gratitude, her voice rising with the same melody Sunny had once shared. The Song of Bloom became a cherished tradition, a living link to the golden bird's magic. In time, Sunnyvale became known as a land of miracles and harmony, its story spreading far beyond its borders. Travelers would leave with sunflower seeds, planting them in distant lands as symbols of hope and renewal. Sunny's legacy grew, carried by the wind and the hearts of those who had been touched by its light. Through it all, Honey remained steadfast in her belief that Sunny's sacrifice had not only saved the village, but had also taught them the true meaning of happiness. It wasn't in wealth or possessions, but in the courage to face challenges, the compassion to help others, and the wisdom to live in harmony with the world. Under the eternal glow of the sunflower field, Honey often whispered to the petals, "Thank you, Sunny. You're still here, in every bloom, in every heart." And in those quiet moments, with the golden light surrounding her, it was as if the bird's song echoed back, a gentle reminder that its magic would never fade. The Three Billy Goats Gruff. Once upon a time, in a valley so picturesque it seemed painted by the hands of a master artist, there lived three enchanted brothers known as the Billy Goats Gruff. The valley stretched for miles, cradled by rolling emerald hills that shimmered under the golden rays of the sun. A crystal-clear river wound its way through the valley like a silver ribbon, its gentle burble a song of serenity. At night, the hills came alive with the glow of fireflies, and the stars above shone brighter than jewels in the sky. The three brothers were no ordinary goats. Their horns sparkled faintly under the moonlight, and their hooves left a trail of silver dust wherever they went. Each brother had their own unique traits that set them apart. The youngest, little Billy Goat Gruff, was as spry as a spring breeze, his golden coat glimmering in the sunlight. He was adventurous and curious, always scampering about, finding joy in the simplest of things. The middle brother, Middle Billy Goat Gruff, had a deep, earthy brown coat that rippled like the bark of a mighty oak tree. He was steady and thoughtful, often acting as the peacemaker between his brothers. Finally, there was Big Billy Goat Gruff, the eldest and strongest of the trio. His coat was a rich slate gray, flecked with streaks of silver, and his horns curled majestically like a crown. His powerful presence commanded respect, yet his heart was as warm and gentle as the morning sun. The goats lived on the western side of the valley, where the grass had grown sparse and dry after many seasons of drought. Across the river, just beyond a shimmering crystal bridge, lay a meadow so lush and green it seemed to hum with magical energy. The grass there sparkled like emeralds, and wildflowers painted the landscape in a riot of colors. It was said that anyone who ate the grass in the meadow would grow stronger and more radiant, their spirits uplifted by its enchanted nourishment. But the path to the meadow was not without peril. Guarding the crystal bridge was a fearsome troll, a creature born of darkness and shadow. The troll had skin like cracked stone, eyes that glowed like burning embers, and jagged teeth that glistened with malice. He was cursed to guard the bridge by an ancient spell, unable to leave its bounds, and his only solace was devouring those foolish enough to try and cross. His deep, guttural growls often echoed through the valley at night, chilling the hearts of anyone who heard them. One bright morning, as the sun cast golden rays across the valley, little Billy Goat Gruff decided it was time to cross the bridge. His small hooves clicked against the rocky path as he approached the bridge, his golden coat glinting in the sunlight. Though he was the smallest of the brothers, his heart was brimming with courage. The bridge shimmered like ice under the morning light, its crystalline arches sparkling as though they held fragments of the stars. As little Billy Goat Gruff stepped onto the bridge, the faint hum of magic resonated beneath his hooves. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the bridge. "Who dares to cross my bridge?" bellowed the troll, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. In a puff of dark smoke, the troll emerged, his massive frame towering over the little goat. His glowing eyes fixed on the intruder, and he licked his jagged teeth hungrily. Little Billy Goat Gruff stood his ground, his small form unwavering. "It is I, the little Billy Goat Gruff," he said, his voice steady despite his size. The troll's laugh boomed through the valley. "You are small, but you will make a fine snack," he growled, stepping closer. "Oh, mighty troll," said the little Billy Goat, his clever mind working quickly. "I am but a morsel. If you wait, my brother will cross soon, and he is much larger and tastier than I am." The troll paused, greed flickering in his ember-like eyes. "Very well," he grunted. "Go on, little one, but I will feast on your brother." Little Billy Goat Gruff trotted across the bridge, his heart pounding with relief as he reached the meadow beyond. The grass was even more magical than he had imagined, its scent sweet and invigorating. But he did not linger, knowing his brothers would soon follow. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting dappled light through the valley, little Billy Goat Gruff made his way to the bridge. His deep brown coat gleamed, and his steady gait exuded quiet confidence. The bridge shimmered before him, its magic rippling like liquid light. "Who dares to cross my bridge?" roared the troll once more, his voice sending tremors through the earth. He emerged in a swirl of smoke, his monstrous form blotting out the sunlight. "It is I, the Middle Billy Goat Gruff," the goat replied, his tone calm but firm. The troll sneered. "You look bigger than the last one. I shall devour you for lunch." "Wait, noble troll," said the Middle Billy Goat. "If you let me pass, you will not regret it. My elder brother is mightier than I, and he will make a feast worthy of your hunger." The troll's eyes narrowed, his jagged teeth gnashing together. "Very well," he said grudgingly, "but your big brother had better be worth the wait." Middle Billy Goat Gruff crossed the bridge with measured steps, feeling the troll's burning gaze on his back. When he reached the meadow, he found his younger brother grazing happily. Together they waited for the eldest of their trio. As twilight painted the sky in hues of gold and violet, big Billy Goat Gruff approached the bridge. His powerful frame cast a long shadow, and his silver-streaked horns gleamed like crescents of the moon. Each step he took rang out like a royal march, clip-clop, clip-clop. "Who dares to cross my bridge?" thundered the troll, his voice shaking the heavens. He loomed out of the shadows, his fiery eyes blazing with fury. "It is I, the big Billy Goat Gruff," the goat replied, his deep voice resonating like a drumbeat. The troll grinned wickedly. "I've waited long enough. Prepare to be devoured." But big Billy Goat Gruff did not flinch. Lowering his mighty horns, he charged at the troll with the force of a thunderstorm. Ground shook beneath his hooves, and the bridge trembled under the clash. The troll roared and lashed out with his claws, but the goat's strength and courage were unmatched. With one final, earth-shaking blow, big Billy Goat Gruff sent the troll tumbling off the bridge and into the river below. The water, enchanted by the meadow's magic, washed the troll away, breaking the ancient curse and banishing him forever. With the troll gone, the three Billy Goats Gruff reunited and crossed the bridge together. The meadow welcomed them with open arms, its grass sparkling like emeralds, and flowers singing soft, melodic tunes. A gentle breeze carried the scent of honey and wild herbs, and the goats felt their spirits soar. As they grazed, their coats glowed brighter, and their horns shimmered with newfound brilliance. The magic of the meadow filled them with strength and joy, their bond as brothers growing ever stronger. The goats lived happily ever after, their story becoming a legend whispered across the valley. And it is said that to this day, those brave enough to cross the Crystal Bridge will find a land where dreams come true, and courage is always rewarded. The end. Thank you for joining us tonight on Mr. Sleep Story for this enchanting collection of fairy tales. As you drift into sleep, let the wonders of glowing underground seas, ancient creatures, and hidden worlds inspire your dreams. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and tap the bell icon so you never miss another soothing adventure. Until next time, may your dreams take you to places as magical as the heart of the earth itself. good night and sweet dreams. Tonight, we delve into the enchanting depths of Jules Verne's classic Journey to the Center of the Earth. This thrilling tale follows Professor Lidenbrock, his nephew Axel, and their fearless guide Hans as they embark on a daring expedition beneath the Earth's surface. Together, they navigate ancient caverns, underground oceans, and a world of wonder hidden deep below. It's a story of curiosity, discovery, and the boundless possibilities of adventure. The cluttered study of Professor Otto Lidenbrock was a place of endless fascination and chaos. Books were stacked precariously on every surface. Ancient maps and manuscripts covered the walls, and strange geological specimens littered the tables. Amid this academic whirlwind stood the professor himself, a man whose boundless energy and sharp intellect made him both admired and feared. With his wild gray hair, piercing blue eyes, and commanding presence, he was a figure who seemed always on the edge of discovery. On an otherwise unremarkable afternoon, the course of Lidenbrock's life and the history of exploration changed forever. He burst into the study, clutching a dusty old book he had purchased from a local antiquarian. The volume, bound in weathered leather and inscribed with runes, was an Icelandic saga that promised untold secrets. "Axel, come here, boy," Lidenbrock bellowed, his voice echoing through the house. Axel, his young and somewhat reluctant nephew, hurried into the room. With his dark hair and thoughtful demeanor, Axel was the opposite of his excitable uncle. He preferred the quiet study of science to the whirlwind of Lidenbrock's wild theories. But Axel knew better than to ignore one of his uncle's summons. "Yes, Uncle," Axel asked, stepping cautiously into the study. "Look at this," Lidenbrock exclaimed, slamming the book onto the table and flipping through its brittle pages. An Icelandic manuscript, centuries old, and within it, a treasure far greater than gold or jewels. Axel leaned over, intrigued, despite himself. Lidenbrock pointed to a loose sheet of parchment tucked between the pages. The parchment was covered in strange symbols, written in what appeared to be a code. "What is it?" Axel asked, frowning as he tried to make sense of the markings. "It's a cipher," Lidenbrock declared, his eyes alight with excitement. "A message from Arne Saknus M, a 16th century alchemist and explorer. If I'm not mistaken, this contains the key to one of the greatest mysteries of our time." For hours, the study was filled with the rustling of paper and the scratching of quills as the two worked to decode the message. Lidenbrock's enthusiasm was infectious, and even Axel found himself drawn into the puzzle. They tried every method they could think of: substitutions, translations, rearrangements, but the cipher stubbornly refused to yield its secrets. As the evening wore on, Axel grew weary. "Perhaps it's meaningless," he suggested, though he regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. "Meaningless? Nonsense," Lidenbrock snapped. "No message of this complexity is meaningless. We simply haven't found the key." Axel sighed and continued working, though his patience was wearing thin. Then, almost by accident, he noticed something peculiar. Holding the parchment up to the light, he saw faint indentations that hinted at a pattern. Inspired, Axel experimented with reversing the symbols and aligning them in a spiral pattern. "Uncle, look!" he exclaimed. "What if we read it backwards?" Lidenbrock snatched the parchment from Axel's hands, his sharp eyes scanning the new arrangement. As the symbols fell into place, a message began to emerge, written in Latin. Descend into the crater of Snæfellsjökull, which the shadow of Scartaris touches before the kalends of July, and you will reach the center of the earth. Arne Saknus M. For a moment, neither spoke. The words hung in the air, their meaning sinking in. Axel was the first to break the silence. Surely this can't be real, he said, his voice tinged with disbelief. The center of the earth? It's impossible. Impossible. Liedenbrock's eyes blazed with conviction. No, Axel. This is a challenge, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. If Saknussemm claims to have made the journey, then so shall we. Axel tried to protest, but Liedenbrock's mind was already made up. He slammed the book shut and began gathering supplies, muttering excitedly about Iceland, volcanoes, and the wonders that awaited them beneath the Earth's crust. Pack your bags, Axel, he said, grinning like a man possessed. We leave at once for Snæfellsjökull. And so, with the cryptic message as their guide and a fiery determination driving them forward, the eccentric professor and his reluctant nephew embarked on a journey that would take them far beyond the limits of human understanding, into the very heart of the earth. The streets of Hamburg buzzed with excitement as Professor Liedenbrock made his preparations for the journey. His enthusiasm was unmatched, his booming voice calling for maps, supplies, and provisions as he orchestrated the grand undertaking. Axel, his young and reluctant nephew, could only watch in a mix of disbelief and resignation. The discovery of Arne Saknus M's manuscript had ignited a fire in Liedenbrock, and no force on earth or below it could quench it. Axel, don't dawdle, Liedenbrock barked as he examined a stack of geological tools. This is no leisurely outing. We are on the cusp of making history. Axel sighed, stuffing the last of his belongings into his travel bag. Uncle, are we truly prepared for this? A dormant volcano is hardly a safe place for exploration. Nonsense, Liedenbrock replied, his eyes gleaming. Snæfellsjökull will not deter us. It is merely the gateway to the greatest discovery of all time. The duo set out from Hamburg with a sense of purpose, their destination clear. Iceland, the land of fire and ice. Their journey by sea was long and arduous, but Liedenbrock's unrelenting energy kept spirits high. Axel, ever the skeptic, found moments of awe in the vast ocean and the promise of adventure, though he privately questioned the sanity of their endeavor. Upon their arrival in Reykjavik, the small Icelandic capital, they were greeted by stark landscapes and the biting chill of the northern wind. The town bustled with fishermen and traders, its rugged charm a testament to the resilience of its people. It was here that they met Hans Belker, a tall, stoic Icelandic hunter who had been recommended as the perfect guide for their expedition. With his quiet demeanor and unflappable calm, Hans seemed almost carved from the very stone of the land itself. Do you understand the task ahead? Liedenbrock asked Hans, gesturing toward the distant outline of Snæfellsjökull, its snow-capped peak piercing the sky. Hans nodded once, his expression unreadable. I do, he replied in measured tones, and I will see you safely there. The trio set out toward the volcano, their journey taking them across sweeping plains of black lava, through valleys carved by ancient glaciers, and over streams of crystal-clear water. The Icelandic landscape was a study in contrasts, its raw beauty both awe-inspiring and humbling. Axel, despite his misgivings, found himself marveling at the sights around him. But the journey was not without its challenges. The terrain grew steeper as they approached the base of Snæfellsjökull, its massive slopes rising like a frozen fortress. The wind howled as they began their ascent, the biting cold seeping into their bones. Hans led the way with quiet determination, his steady pace a source of reassurance. "Keep moving, Axel," Lidenbrock called, his voice barely audible over the wind. "We are almost there." Axel gritted his teeth and pressed on, his uncle's boundless energy propelling him forward. As they climbed higher, the landscape transformed into a stark, otherworldly expanse of ice and rock, the peak of Snæfellsjökull looming ever closer. After days of arduous climbing, the trio finally reached the summit of Snæfellsjökull. The view from the top was breathtaking. Endless plains stretched out below, glaciers sparkled in the distance, and the cold air carried a sense of both isolation and grandeur. Axel, though exhausted, couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. "This is it," Lidenbrock declared, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire mountain. "The gateway to the center of the earth." Axel looked down at the yawning crater before them, its dark depths disappearing into shadow. "And we're going down there?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Precisely," Lidenbrock said, clapping Axel on the shoulder. "We'll begin our descent tomorrow. Tonight, we rest." As night fell over the summit, the group huddled in their camp, the icy wind howling around them. Axel stared into the flickering flames of their fire, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. The journey so far had been grueling, but the true challenge awaited below, in the uncharted depths of the earth. Hans, ever the steady guide, sat silently, sharpening his tools with methodical precision. Lidenbrock, meanwhile, gazed into the crater with a look of unshakable determination. "Axel," he said quietly, his voice carrying a rare note of reflection. "What we are about to do is dangerous, yes, but it is also extraordinary. Few men have dared to dream as boldly as we do now." Axel nodded slowly, his doubts lingering but his curiosity undeniable. "Then let us hope the earth welcomes its visitors." With that, the group prepared for the descent, unaware of the wonders and dangers that awaited them in the depths of Snæfellsjökull. The morning sun cast its golden light across the summit of Snæfellsjökull, but the beauty of the scene was lost on the three travelers. Professor Lidenbrock stood at the edge of the crater, his gaze fixed on the dark maw below, his excitement barely contained. Axel and Hans joined him, their expressions more subdued. The journey into the Earth's depths was about to begin. "This is the moment we've been waiting for," Lidenbrock declared, his voice echoing in the frigid air. "Below us lies the gateway to the unknown. We are about to step into the pages of history." Axel swallowed hard as he peered into the crater. The path ahead looked treacherous, a labyrinth of jagged rocks and sheer drops. "History or madness," he muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on his pack. Hans, ever stoic, nodded silently, his tools securely fastened to his belt. He led the way, his calm demeanor offering a quiet reassurance. With the sun at their backs, the trio began their descent into the heart of the volcano. The walls of the crater were steep and uneven, the ground shifting underfoot as they navigated the treacherous terrain. Every step demanded focus and balance. Loose stones tumbled into the darkness below, their clattering echoing ominously. The air grew colder with each passing moment, and the light from above began to fade. Liedenbrock moved with unrelenting energy, his eyes alight with the thrill of discovery. "Axel, keep close," he called over his shoulder. "We must document every detail of this descent." Axel, struggling to match his uncle's pace, muttered a half-hearted reply. His nerves were on edge, the enormity of their undertaking pressing heavily on him. But Hans, walking just ahead, remained unfazed. His steady hands and unerring sense of direction guided them safely through narrow ledges and sharp inclines. As they descended deeper, the walls of the crater began to widen, revealing a vast chamber filled with towering rock formations. The space seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, the silence so profound that even the sound of their footsteps felt intrusive. "This place," Axel said softly, his voice barely a whisper, "feels alive." "It is alive, in its own way," Liedenbrock replied, his voice reverent. "The Earth's heart beats here, hidden from the eyes of men." The journey soon took them through a series of narrow tunnels, their walls pressing in like the jaws of some great beast. The air grew thinner and cooler, and the faint light of their lanterns cast long, flickering shadows. Axel struggled to shake the sense of claustrophobia creeping over him. "Uncle, are we certain this is the correct path?" he asked, his voice tinged with unease. "Certain?" Liedenbrock repeated, his tone brisk. "Nothing is certain in exploration, Axel, but the only way forward is through." Hans, unbothered by the confined space, continued to lead, his every movement deliberate and precise. At one point, the tunnel narrowed so much that they were forced to crawl on hands and knees. The sound of dripping water echoed around them, a constant reminder of the weight of the earth pressing down from above. When they emerged from the passage, Axel exhaled deeply, grateful for the larger chamber that greeted them. "I hope there are no more tunnels like that," he muttered. Liedenbrock grinned. "You'll adapt, my boy. Courage is born from necessity." As they pressed on, the trio entered a vast underground cavern that stretched far beyond the reach of their lanterns. The air here was cool and still, the floor littered with strange mineral formations that glittered faintly in the dim light. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like jagged teeth, and the faint hum of an unseen force seemed to fill the space. "Magnificent," Liedenbrock breathed, his voice filled with awe. "This is a world untouched by time, a place no man has set foot before." Axel, despite his earlier apprehension, couldn't help but feel a spark of wonder. The cavern was both beautiful and eerie, its scale dwarfing anything he had seen above ground. "It's otherworldly," he said quietly. Hans inspected the cavern with his usual practicality, testing the ground and marking their path. He gestured toward a rocky outcrop in the distance. "The way continues there," he said simply. Liedenbrock nodded, his excitement undimmed. "Then let us proceed. The journey has only just begun." The further they descended, the more the terrain tested their resolve. They encountered treacherous drops, unstable rock bridges, and sudden shifts in the ground that sent Axel's heart racing. Yet, through every challenge, Hans's quiet expertise and Liedenbrock's relentless determination kept them moving forward. As they paused to rest in a small alcove, Axel looked back at the path they had traveled. "We've come so far already," he said, his voice tinged with disbelief. "And yet it feels like we've barely begun." Liedenbrock smiled, his eyes gleaming in the lantern light. "That is the nature of great journeys, Axel. Each step reveals new wonders and new challenges, but we press on, for the unknown awaits. With those words, the trio rose, their lanterns casting flickering light on the path ahead. The darkness beckoned, a vast and mysterious expanse waiting to be explored. Though the journey was fraught with danger, they were driven by the promise of discovery, their courage unshaken. In the silent depths of the earth, the adventure had only just begun. The oppressive darkness that had surrounded their journey began to lift as the trio emerged into a cavern of breathtaking grandeur. Hercules, Axel, and Hans stood at the edge of a vast underground expanse, their lanterns casting golden halos of light that danced off the walls. The air here was different, cool and faintly electric, as if charged with the energy of a world untouched by time. Professor Leidenbrock stood frozen for a moment, his eyes wide with wonder. "By the gods," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is beyond anything I could have imagined." Axel, who had been bracing himself for more cramped tunnels, gasped audibly. Before them stretched an enormous chamber, its ceiling so high it seemed to merge with the darkness. The walls shimmered with glowing mineral formations, crystals of every color imaginable, their light illuminating the cavern like an unearthly constellation. In the center of the chamber lay a still, glass-like lake, its surface reflecting the glimmering crystals above. The water emitted a faint luminescence, casting ripples of soft light across the cavern. Axel knelt by the edge, dipping his hand into the cool water. It felt impossibly pure, as though it had been untouched for millennia. "This lake," Leidenbrock said, his voice breaking the silence, "must have been here since the Earth's earliest days, a time capsule of life, preserved beneath the surface." Hans, ever practical, filled a canteen with the water, his steady movements a contrast to the awe-struck professor and his nephew. "We'll need it," he said simply. Leidenbrock nodded, though his eyes never left the lake. Indeed, every discovery here could hold untold significance. Beyond the lake, the cavern gave way to a strange and haunting forest. Stalagmites rose from the ground in towering spires, their shapes mimicking the trees of the surface world. Some were smooth and polished, others jagged and menacing, but all were enormous, their heights rivaling the trees of an ancient forest. "It's as if nature itself tried to recreate the surface world," Axel said, his voice tinged with awe. He reached out to touch one of the formations, its surface cool and smooth under his fingers. "Or perhaps it is a reflection of a time before the surface world existed," Leidenbrock mused. "A memory of the Earth's infancy, preserved in stone." The trio walked through the stone forest, their lanterns casting long shadows that danced across the spires. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint sound of water dripping from the cavern roof. Axel couldn't shake the feeling that they were intruding on a sacred place, a world meant to remain hidden. As they ventured further, they came across a river that wound its way through the cavern like a shimmering ribbon. The water glowed faintly, its light pulsing with a steady rhythm, as if the river itself was alive. Tiny creatures darted beneath the surface, transparent and luminous, their forms unlike anything Axel had ever seen. "These must be ancient species," Leidenbrock said, leaning closer to observe the strange creatures. "Survivors of a world long lost to time. What secrets do you hold, little ones?" Hans watched in silence, his stoic expression betraying a flicker of curiosity. He tapped the ground with his staff, testing its stability before nodding for them to continue. Eventually, the cavern opened into a dome-like chamber so vast it seemed to contain the sky itself. The walls sparkled with millions of tiny crystals, their light creating the illusion of a star-filled night. Axel stared in awe, his earlier fears momentarily forgotten. "It's like standing beneath the heavens," he said, his voice hushed. Liedenbrock's grin was wide and triumphant. "We are not beneath the heavens, Axel. We are beneath the earth. And yet this rivals any beauty found on the surface." The trio rested here for a time, their fatigue momentarily forgotten as they marveled at the surreal beauty of the dome. For Axel, the journey had been one of uncertainty and fear, but now, in the heart of the earth, he felt a strange sense of peace. It was as if the cavern welcomed them, offering its wonders as a reward for their perseverance. As they prepared to move on, Liedenbrock's excitement was palpable. "We have barely scratched the surface of this hidden world," he said, his voice brimming with anticipation. "Imagine what else lies ahead. Rivers, mountains, perhaps even life forms unknown to science." Axel, despite his exhaustion, felt a spark of curiosity ignite within him. The dangers of the journey were undeniable, but so were its rewards. With Hans leading the way, the trio pressed forward, their lanterns illuminating the path into the unknown. Beneath the surface of the earth, they had discovered a world of unimaginable beauty, a world that defied the laws of time and space. But even as they marveled at its wonders, they knew the true challenges were still to come. The explorers stood at the edge of a vast expanse of water, a sight so extraordinary it rendered them momentarily speechless. Stretching as far as the eye could see, the underground sea shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface alive with the soft, pulsating light of bioluminescent organisms. Above them, the cavern's ceiling rose into shadowy heights, dotted with crystalline formations that sparkled like distant stars. Professor Liedenbrock, his face illuminated by the ethereal light, was the first to speak. "Behold," he said, his voice a mix of wonder and triumph. "A sea beneath the earth. An untouched ocean, hidden from the surface world since the dawn of time." Axel, who had grown accustomed to the marvels of their journey, found himself once again awestruck. The sheer scale of the subterranean ocean was incomprehensible. It's like standing on the shore of another planet," he murmured. Hans, ever the pragmatist, moved to inspect the rocky shoreline. He tested the water with his hand, then glanced back at the others with a simple nod. "It is safe." Determined to explore the ocean, Liedenbrock immediately began devising a plan. "We must cross it," he declared. "Who knows what lies on the other side? This sea may be the key to reaching the center of the earth." Hans set to work constructing a makeshift raft from the materials they had carried and the sturdy wood of petrified trees nearby. With rope, planks, and ingenuity, he built a craft capable of navigating the mysterious waters. By the time it was complete, the explorers felt a renewed sense of purpose. As they pushed the raft into the glowing waters, Axel hesitated. "Are we certain this is wise? We don't know what might be out there." Liedenbrock clapped him on the shoulder. "Wisdom is often the companion of caution, Axel, but discovery is the reward of those who dare." With those words, they boarded the raft, their lanterns casting long reflections across the shimmering sea. Hans took up the oar, his calm, steady movements propelling them into the unknown. The subterranean ocean was unlike anything the explorers had ever encountered. Strange marine life swam beneath the surface, their translucent forms glowing faintly in the dark water. Some resembled jellyfish, their delicate tentacles trailing bioluminescent light, while others were massive, ancient creatures with armored shells and wide, unblinking eyes. Axel leaned over the edge of the raft, mesmerized. These creatures, they must have been here for millions of years. It's as if time forgot them. Not forgotten, Liedenbrock corrected, his eyes alight with excitement. Preserved. This is a living museum of prehistoric life, untouched by the surface world. As they drifted further, the cavern ceiling opened up, revealing towering stalactites that dripped with glowing water. The silence was broken only by the gentle lapping of waves and the occasional splash of unseen creatures. The explorers couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence, as though they were intruding upon a sacred realm. Their awe was soon replaced by terror as the calm waters erupted in chaos. A massive shadow moved beneath the surface, followed by another. The raft rocked violently as two enormous creatures broke through the waves, a pair of prehistoric reptiles locked in a fierce battle. One was a mosasaurus, its sleek body and powerful jaws reminiscent of a crocodile, while the other resembled a plesiosaurus, its long neck and flippered limbs giving it a strange, almost graceful appearance. The creatures roared and thrashed, their massive bodies churning the water into a frothy maelstrom. The explorers clung to the raft, their knuckles white as waves crashed over them. "Stay low," Hans shouted, his calm exterior cracking for the first time as he gripped the oar with all his strength. Axel's heart pounded as the mosasaurus lunged at its opponent, its jaws snapping shut with bone-crushing force. The plesiosaurus retaliated, its long neck coiling like a whip as it struck back. The water around them glowed with an eerie light, the bioluminescence tracing the outlines of the battling giants. Liedenbrock, despite the danger, could not tear his eyes away. "Incredible," he exclaimed, a glimpse of a time long past, preserved in this hidden world. The battle raged on, the two titans oblivious to the fragile raft caught in their wake. Waves threatened to overturn the craft, and Axel clung to the edge, his fear reaching a breaking point. "We're going to be capsized," he shouted. Hans, ever the steady hand, maneuvered the raft with skill and determination, steering it away from the chaos. With each powerful stroke of the oar, he guided them toward a safer part of the ocean, the sounds of the battle fading into the distance. When the waters finally calmed, the explorers sat in stunned silence, their breaths heavy. Axel wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling as he spoke. "I thought we were done for." Liedenbrock, still exhilarated by what they had witnessed, clapped Axel on the back. "Nonsense, my boy. What we saw was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, a window into Earth's ancient past." The remainder of their journey across the subterranean ocean was uneventful, but no less awe-inspiring. The glowing waters stretched endlessly around them, and the strange marine life resumed its quiet dance beneath the surface. Though shaken by their encounter, the explorers pressed on, their determination renewed. When they finally reached the distant shore, they stepped onto solid ground with a mix of relief and wonder. Before them lay another cavern, its dark expanse hinting at even greater discoveries ahead. "Onward," Liedenbrock said, his voice firm. "The journey is far from over." And so the trio ventured deeper into the earth, leaving the subterranean ocean behind but carrying its memory with them, a place of beauty, danger, and ancient life, untouched by time. The explorers had barely left the shores of the subterranean ocean when the atmosphere around them began to change. The air grew heavy and charged, a faint rumble echoing through the vast tunnels. Axel looked to his uncle, Professor Lidenbrock, who strode confidently ahead, seemingly unfazed by the ominous shift. Hans, ever the steady guide, adjusted his pack but said nothing. The silence between them was broken only by the distant sound of water dripping from the cavern walls. As they pressed deeper into the labyrinth of tunnels, the faint rumble grew louder, transforming into a low, guttural roar. Axel glanced nervously at the dark walls, which seemed to vibrate with the force of the sound. "Uncle," he called, his voice echoing. "Do you hear that? It's growing louder." Lidenbrock turned, his expression alight with curiosity rather than concern. "The earth is alive, Axel," he said. "What we hear is its heartbeat. This is nothing to fear, only to study." But Axel's unease deepened. The air felt oppressive, the walls narrowing as the tunnel twisted and turned. The flickering light of their lanterns cast strange shadows that danced and flickered, playing tricks on his already frayed nerves. Without warning, a deafening roar shook the ground beneath their feet. The trio froze as the cavern walls seemed to tremble, loose rocks tumbling from above. A sudden, violent gust of wind surged through the tunnel, extinguishing their lanterns and plunging them into darkness. "Stay together," Lidenbrock shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. "Do not lose your footing." But the storm intensified, the wind howling like a living beast. Axel felt himself pushed back by the force, his hands scrambling to find purchase on the slick walls. "Uncle," he cried, but his voice was swallowed by the chaos. A surge of panic gripped him as he was swept down a side passage, his body dragged by the powerful wind. The sound of his uncle and Hans calling out to him faded, replaced by the relentless roar of the storm. Axel tumbled over uneven ground, his hands and knees scraping against jagged rocks, until he finally came to a stop in a small alcove. When the storm subsided, the silence was almost more oppressive than the noise had been. Axel lay on the ground, his heart pounding, and his breath coming in ragged gasps. He tried to steady himself, his hands shaking as he fumbled for the flint in his pack. With trembling fingers, he managed to ignite his lantern, its faint glow revealing the unfamiliar tunnel around him. "Uncle," he called, his voice echoing into the darkness. "Hans, can you hear me?" No answer came. Axel's chest tightened as he realized the truth. He was alone, lost in a labyrinth of endless tunnels with no sense of direction. The weight of the earth above him felt suffocating, the oppressive silence broken only by the distant drip of water. "Stay calm," he muttered to himself, forcing his breathing to slow. "Think. They'll be looking for you. You just need to find your way back." Axel tried to retrace his steps, but every passage looked the same. Walls of rough stone, shadowy alcoves, and no clear path forward. The isolation gnawed at his mind, each shadow seeming to move in the corners of his vision. His lantern flickered, casting eerie shapes on the walls, and Axel gripped it tightly as if its light were the only thing tethering him to sanity. Hours passed, or so it seemed. Time had no meaning in the depths of the earth. Axel's legs grew weak, his body trembling from exhaustion and fear. He slumped against the wall of a narrow passage, burying his face in his hands. "I'll never find them," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I'm going to die here, alone." But as despair threatened to overtake him, Axel remembered his uncle's words. "The earth is alive, Axel. What we hear is its heartbeat." The memory ignited a spark within him. His uncle was counting on him, and Hans, with his quiet strength, would not give up. Neither could he. Axel forced himself to his feet, clutching his lantern as he moved forward. He listened carefully to the faint sounds around him, searching for any clue that might lead him back to his companions. A distant echo caught his attention. Footsteps? Voices? His heart leapt, and he quickened his pace. After what felt like an eternity, Axel turned a corner and froze. Ahead, the faint glow of another lantern pierced the darkness. Relief flooded him as he recognized the towering figure of Hans, standing at the intersection of two tunnels. Behind him, Professor Leidenbrock emerged, his face etched with worry that quickly transformed into joy. "Axel!" Leidenbrock called, striding forward to clasp his nephew's shoulders. "We feared the worst. Are you hurt?" Axel shook his head, his voice trembling with emotion. I thought I'd never see you again." Hans gave a small nod, his calm presence grounding the moment. "We did not stop searching," he said simply. "We knew we would find you." The trio stood together, their reunion a beacon of hope in the otherwise desolate depths. Leidenbrock's grip on Axel's shoulders tightened. "You've shown great courage, my boy," he said, "and now we are whole again." With Hans once again leading the way, the group pressed on, their bond stronger than ever. Axel, though shaken by the experience, felt a newfound determination. The labyrinth of tunnels still stretched endlessly before them, but as long as they were together, he believed they could face whatever lay ahead. The storm had tested them, separating and isolating them in the unrelenting darkness. But it had also proven their resilience and the strength of their trust in one another. For in the heart of the earth, where shadows reigned, the light of their shared resolve burned brighter than ever. The oppressive heat and sulfuric air grew heavier as the explorers ventured deeper into the earth. The tunnels became narrower, and the walls glowed faintly, pulsating with an eerie crimson light. Axel, already wearied by their ordeal, felt a growing sense of unease. The air seemed alive, charged with energy, as though the earth itself were stirring. "Uncle, do you feel that?" Axel asked, his voice laced with apprehension. Professor Leidenbrock stopped, his keen eyes scanning the faintly glowing walls. "Yes, the temperature is rising," he admitted, though his tone betrayed more curiosity than concern. "Fascinating. We must be nearing a magma chamber. This could explain the geological upheaval in these tunnels." Hans, ever the silent sentinel, motioned for them to move forward. His sharp instincts sensed danger, and he quickened his pace, guiding the trio with urgency. The flickering light of their lanterns illuminated the shifting ground beneath their feet, cracks forming in the rock as faint tremors rippled through the tunnel. The first explosion came without warning, a deep, guttural roar that shook the ground beneath them. The walls trembled, and a blast of hot air surged through the tunnel, extinguishing their lanterns and plunging them into darkness. "Run!" Hans shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The trio sprinted forward, their feet pounding against the unstable ground. Behind them, the roar grew louder, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of molten rock tearing through the earth. The air grew hotter, thick with ash and smoke, as fiery cracks began to spread along the walls. "An eruption!" Liedenbrock gasped, his voice barely audible over the deafening noise. "The volcano is awakening." Axel's heart raced as he struggled to keep up, his lungs burning with every breath. The ground beneath him felt alive, heaving and trembling as the earth unleashed its fury. A brilliant, blinding light filled the tunnel as molten lava surged behind them, its fiery glow casting monstrous shadows on the walls. The tunnel began to slope upward, the incline steep and treacherous. Hans led the way, his unshakable focus and strength guiding them through the chaos. Axel stumbled, his legs screaming in protest, but Liedenbrock grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. "You can do this, Axel," he shouted. "We must keep moving." The roar of the eruption grew deafening, a relentless force that drove them upward. The tunnel walls grew hotter, the glowing cracks spreading like veins of fire. Suddenly, the ground beneath them bucked violently, and Axel was thrown against the wall. Hans turned back, his steady hand pulling Axel to his feet. As they climbed, the light at the end of the tunnel grew brighter. Not the warm golden light of the sun, but the fiery red of molten rock. The heat was unbearable, waves of scorching air threatening to overwhelm them. Yet they pressed on, driven by sheer will and the instinct to survive. With one final, earth-shaking explosion, the trio was hurled upward through the volcanic tube. The force of the eruption propelled them like a fiery geyser, sending them tumbling through a torrent of ash and smoke. Axel screamed as the world blurred around him, his senses overwhelmed by heat, sound, and motion. When they finally emerged, the cool night air struck Axel like a blessing. He landed on a rocky slope, coughing and gasping for breath. Around him, ash rained from the sky, illuminated by the fiery glow of the volcano behind them. Liedenbrock and Hans landed nearby, both battered but alive. Axel turned to see the source of the eruption, a towering volcano spewing fire and smoke into the heavens. It was a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. "Where are we?" Axel managed, his voice hoarse. Liedenbrock, his face streaked with ash, stared at the fiery mountain in recognition. "Stromboli," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "We've emerged on the surface, in Italy." The trio staggered down the rocky slope, each step bringing them farther from the angry volcano. The cool breeze and the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore were a stark contrast to the inferno they had just escaped. Exhausted, they collapsed on a patch of soft grass, the stars above a welcome reminder of the surface world. Axel stared at the night sky, his body trembling from both fear and relief. "We survived," he whispered, the words feeling almost surreal. "We made it." Liedenbrock sat up, his eyes gleaming despite his exhaustion. "Not just survived, Axel. We achieved the impossible. We've journeyed to the depths of the earth and lived to tell the tale." Hans, ever the silent figure of strength, gave a small nod, his expression unreadable, but his calm presence a source of reassurance. As they gazed back at the erupting Stromboli, the trio reflected on the harrowing journey that had brought them to this moment. The earth had tested them with its power, its beauty, and its danger, but it had also revealed secrets that few could ever dream of knowing. "We've seen what lies beneath," Liedenbrock said, his voice reverent. "And though it nearly consumed us, the journey has shown us the heart of the earth itself." Axel nodded, a newfound respect for both the earth's power and their resilience settling over him. The eruption had been a final, fiery trial, a dramatic conclusion to their extraordinary journey. As the volcano rumbled in the distance, the trio knew their adventure was not just a story of survival, but a testament to the boundless courage and curiosity that had driven them into the depths. Together, they had emerged stronger, wiser, and forever changed. The quiet of the Italian countryside was a stark contrast to the fiery chaos the explorers had left behind. Stromboli loomed in the distance, its smoke spiraling lazily into the clear blue sky, a reminder of their dramatic escape. Axel, Professor Leidenbrock, and Hans sat on the grassy slope near the shore, their bodies battered but their spirits unbroken. For a time, they simply rested, letting the reality of their survival sink in. The earth itself had tested them with its wonders and its wrath, but they had endured. Slowly, the weariness gave way to a shared sense of triumph. "We did it," Axel said softly, his gaze fixed on the distant waves. "We journeyed to the center of the earth and returned." Professor Leidenbrock's face lit up with pride and exhilaration. "Not just returned, my boy. We have achieved what no one else has dared even to dream. The world will know of this journey. It will change everything." Hans, ever the silent observer, gave a small nod. Though he spoke little, his calm presence was a testament to the strength and perseverance that had carried them through their perilous adventure. The trip back to Hamburg was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The trio traveled by sea and land, their story beginning to spread among those who crossed their path. In each port and village, whispers of their incredible expedition grew, the details becoming more wondrous with each retelling. By the time they reached their home city, their return was no longer a quiet one. Crowds gathered to greet them, their eyes wide with curiosity and awe. Leidenbrock, ever eager to share his knowledge, addressed the eager listeners with vivid descriptions of their journey. The towering underground caverns, the glowing subterranean sea, and the ancient creatures that roamed beneath the earth. Axel, though more reserved, could not help but feel a swell of pride as he recounted the trials they had overcome. Hans remained in the background, his stoic nature unchanged even as the crowd hailed him as a hero. For him, the journey had been a task completed with quiet determination, and he was content to let Leidenbrock and Axel take the spotlight. Back in his study, surrounded by maps and artifacts collected during their journey, Professor Leidenbrock began compiling his findings into a detailed account of their expedition. The scientific community, initially skeptical, could not ignore the sheer depth of his observations and the evidence he presented. The glowing minerals, fossilized remains, and detailed descriptions of subterranean phenomena were unlike anything ever documented. Though some dismissed their tale as fantastical, many others were captivated. Leidenbrock became a figure of fascination, his lectures drawing audiences from far and wide. Scientists debated the implications of his discoveries, while poets and storytellers found inspiration in the sheer audacity of the journey. Axel, though reluctant to embrace the spotlight, found his perspective forever changed. The journey had tested his courage, forged unbreakable bonds, and opened his eyes to the vast mysteries of the world. He often recounted their adventure to small groups, his modest nature adding authenticity to their incredible tale. Beyond the scientific community, the story of their journey captured the imagination of the public. Children dreamed of following in their footsteps, imagining hidden worlds beneath their feet. Artists painted vivid depictions of glowing underground seas and battles between prehistoric creatures, while writers wove tales of exploration inspired by the adventurer's courage. Liedenbrock's name became synonymous with discovery and daring, but he always emphasized the collective effort of their journey. "It was not my discovery alone," he often said. "It was a triumph of perseverance, trust, and the human spirit's unyielding curiosity." For Axel, the greatest reward was the bond he shared with his uncle and Hans. Together, they had faced the unknown and emerged not only alive, but transformed. Though the depths of the earth were now behind them, the lessons of their journey would remain forever. Years later, their story would still be told, a testament to the courage and determination of those who dared to dream beyond the boundaries of their world. The journey to the center of the earth was more than an expedition. It was a reminder of humanity's endless curiosity and the power of exploration to inspire. As Axel looked back on their adventure, he realized that its greatest impact wasn't the fame or the discoveries, but the way it ignited a spark in the hearts of those who heard it. The Earth's secrets had been revealed not just to them, but to all who dared to imagine the wonders that lay hidden beneath the surface. And so, the legend of their journey lived on, growing with each telling, a story of courage, wonder, and the unyielding spirit of adventure. Thank you for joining us tonight on Mr. Sleep's Story for the enchanting tale of Journey to the Center of the Earth. This extraordinary adventure reminds us of the boundless possibilities that await when courage meets curiosity and the power of imagination. As you drift into sleep, let the wonders of glowing underground seas, ancient creatures, and hidden worlds inspire your dreams. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and tap the bell icon so you never miss another soothing adventure. Until next time, may your dreams take you to places as magical as the heart of the earth itself. Good night, and sweet dreams. Tonight, we journey to ancient Greece to relive the enchanting story of Hercules and the Nemean lion. This legendary tale follows Hercules, the greatest hero of Greek mythology, as he embarks on his first labor, a quest to defeat the fearsome Nemean lion, a creature of unmatched strength and invulnerability. Through bravery, determination, and divine strength, Hercules faces one of his greatest challenges, proving himself a true hero. In the heart of ancient Greece, beneath the shadow of Mount Olympus, Hercules, the son of Zeus, stood at the crossroads of his fate. A hero of unmatched strength and courage, Hercules had also been a man burdened by tragedy. Deceived by the goddess Hera, who sought to punish him for his divine lineage, Hercules had been driven to commit a terrible act, one that left him seeking redemption. The gods decreed that his sins could only be atoned for through a series of impossible tasks, 12 labors, assigned to him by King Eurystheus, a mortal man chosen by the gods to test Hercules' strength, endurance, and character. Eurystheus, consumed by jealousy and fear of Hercules' power, sought to make each labor as dangerous and humiliating as possible. Hercules' first task was to confront a creature of mythic terror, the Nemean lion. This monstrous beast had ravaged the region of Nemea, leaving destruction in its wake. Farmers whispered of its golden fur, impenetrable to arrows and blades, and its claws, said to cut through the strongest shields. The lion was no mere predator. It was a creature of divine origin, a curse upon the land. As Hercules approached Eurystheus's throne, the king's sneering voice echoed through the hall. "You, Hercules, claim to be a hero," Eurystheus said, his tone laced with mockery. "Let us see if your strength is as great as your reputation. Your first labor is to slay the Nemean lion. Bring me proof of your victory." Eurystheus smirked, certain that even Hercules would fall before the might of such a beast. But Hercules, his shoulders broad and his gaze unwavering, merely bowed his head. "I will return," he said simply. Hercules set out from the city, his club in one hand and his bow slung across his back. The road to Nemea was long and treacherous, winding through rocky cliffs and dense forests. As he traveled, he met villagers fleeing their homes, their faces pale with fear. "The lion is a demon," one farmer said, his voice trembling. "Its hide cannot be pierced, and its roar shakes the earth. Many have tried to defeat it, and none have returned." Hercules listened in silence, his resolve only hardening. "Do not fear," he told them. "The lion's reign of terror will end. This I swear." After days of travel, Hercules reached the outskirts of Nemea. The land was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves replaced by an oppressive silence. He followed the signs of destruction: broken trees, scattered bones, and claw marks etched into the earth, until he found the lion's lair. The cave loomed before him, its entrance dark and foreboding. Hercules gripped his club tightly, his heart steady. He knew this would be no ordinary hunt. This was a test not just of his strength, but of his courage and ingenuity. "The gods have sent me this task," he said to himself, his voice firm, "and I will not fail." With the roar of the wind at his back and the whispers of the villagers in his ears, Hercules stepped into the shadows of the cave, ready to face the first of his legendary labors. The rugged hills of Nemea stretched before Hercules as he arrived in the cursed land, his every step shadowed by the weight of his task. The air here felt different, thick, heavy, and charged with an unnatural stillness. The villagers he passed along the way kept their distance, their eyes wide with fear, as they whispered warnings about the monstrous beast that prowled the region. One elderly man, trembling with age but brimming with urgency, approached Hercules with cautious steps. "Are you the one sent to face the lion?" he asked, his voice brittle as dry leaves. "I am," Hercules replied, his tone steady but respectful. The man nodded grimly. "Then know this, hero. The lion is no ordinary beast. It is said that its fur is a gift from the gods, impenetrable to any weapon forged by mortal hands. Swords, arrows, they shatter like glass against its hide. And its claws." He paused, shuddering. "Its claws are sharper than the finest blade, cutting through shields and stone as if they were parchment." Hercules absorbed the old man's words, his jaw tightening. A lesser man might have felt fear at such a revelation, but Hercules only felt his resolve harden. "Thank you for your warning," he said, "but no beast, no matter how invincible, will prevail over my strength." The old man placed a weathered hand on Hercules's arm, his eyes filled with both hope and doubt. "If anyone can end this terror, it is you. May the gods guide your hand." Hercules pressed on, following the trail of destruction that marked the lion's territory. The land around him grew more desolate with every step. Trees stood broken and scarred, their trunks gouged with the deep claw marks. The remains of shattered farm carts and scattered bones littered the ground, grim reminders of those who had crossed the lion's path. At one point, Hercules paused by a shallow stream to study the tracks leading into the forest. The lion's paw prints were massive, each one larger than his own hand, pressed deep into the earth as though the creature carried the weight of a mountain. As he knelt, the wind carried a distant sound, a low, guttural growl that seemed to rumble through the very ground beneath him. The hairs on the back of Hercules' neck stood on end. He rose to his full height, his muscles tensing, his grip tightening on his club. "It knows I'm here," he murmured to himself. "Good. Let it come." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting the hills of Nemea in a fiery orange glow, Hercules reached the mouth of a dark, cavernous cave. The jagged rocks surrounding it seemed to form a grotesque frame, as if nature itself recoiled from the beast's lair. This was no ordinary den. The stench of decay hung heavy in the air, and the ground was littered with broken bones and torn armor, grim trophies of the lion's previous victims. Hercules stepped closer, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. The lion emerged with a roar that shook the earth, its golden fur gleaming like molten fire in the fading sunlight. It was larger than Hercules had imagined, its massive frame rippling with muscle. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly ferocity, and its maw revealed teeth as long and sharp as daggers. For a brief moment, the two adversaries stood motionless, their gazes locked. The lion, sensing a foe unlike any it had faced before, growled low, its claws raking the ground. Hercules, unfazed, tightened his grip on his club. "You are a mighty beast," Hercules said, his voice calm yet resolute. "But I am Hercules, son of Zeus, and I have come to end your reign of terror." The lion roared again, a sound that echoed through the hills like thunder, and charged. Hercules stood his ground, the warrior within him fully awakened. He had faced impossible odds before, and he would do so again. With the sun sinking behind him and the shadows of Nemea deepening, Hercules braced himself for the fight of his life. The golden light of the setting sun cast long shadows over the hills of Nemea as Hercules began his hunt. With each step, the air grew heavier, the sounds of the natural world fading into an eerie silence. This was no ordinary chase. It was a battle of wits between a mortal hero and a beast of divine origin. Hercules knew that brute strength alone would not secure his victory. He would need to rely on his skill, his cunning, and his indomitable will. Hercules moved with the precision of a seasoned hunter, his eyes scanning the ground and his ears attuned to the faintest sound. The lion had left its mark across the land, a trail of broken trees, trampled grass, and clawed boulders that bore the unmistakable signs of its passage. Shattered bones and torn remnants of armor were grim evidence of those who had tried and failed to stop the beast. Near a stream, Hercules knelt to examine deep gouges in the earth. The paw prints were enormous, each one pressed into the soil with the weight of an unstoppable force. The spacing of the tracks told him the lion moved swiftly, its stride long and unrelenting. As he rose, the faint scent of decay reached his nose, carried on the wind from somewhere ahead. Hercules' grip tightened on his club. "Your time of terror ends tonight," he murmured, his voice low but resolute. The trail led Hercules through dense woods, where the trees grew gnarled and twisted as though recoiling from some ancient curse. The fading sunlight pierced the canopy in golden beams, but even this light seemed dimmer, as if reluctant to touch the cursed ground. Then, in the distance, he heard it, a low, rumbling growl that sent a shiver through the earth. The sound was primal, vibrating with a power that could not be denied. Hercules froze, his muscles coiled like a spring. He scanned the horizon and saw movement. A flash of golden fur slipping silently between the trees. The lion had sensed him. Rather than attack, the beast retreated, melting into the shadows as if inviting Hercules deeper into its domain. Hercules understood the challenge. The lion wanted him to follow, to step into its lair where it held the advantage. Hercules's lips curled into a grim smile. "So be it," he said, his voice steady. "Let us see who prevails." The trail ended at the mouth of a vast, foreboding cave nestled in the side of a rocky hill. Its entrance gaped like the maw of a great beast, dark and silent, with jagged rocks forming its grim teeth. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the ground outside was littered with the remnants of the lion's victims. Shattered shields, broken spears, and skeletal remains. Hercules stepped forward, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. The cave had 2 entrances, both narrow and treacherous, offering the beast multiple paths to attack or escape. The interior was pitch black, its depths swallowing the light of the setting sun. It was the perfect lair for a predator as cunning as the Nemean lion. Hercules paused, his hand resting lightly on his club. He understood the risk of entering the lion's den. It would be a battle fought on the beast's terms, in close quarters where every move would count. But there was no hesitation in his heart. This was his task, his labor, and he would not falter. Hercules took a deep breath, the weight of the moment settling over him. He studied the terrain, noting the crags and boulders that might offer cover or concealment. He bent to the ground, picking up a smooth stone, and tossed it lightly into the cave's mouth. The sound echoed eerily, but there was no immediate response. The lion was waiting, watching. Hercules blocked one of the cave's entrances with a large boulder, ensuring the lion could not escape unnoticed. Then, gripping his club tightly, he stepped into the shadows, his every sense heightened. The cool darkness enveloped him, the faint scent of the beast stronger now. His footfalls were silent, his breathing steady as he ventured deeper into the cave. Somewhere in the blackness ahead, the Nemean lion waited, a living embodiment of fury and power. Hercules whispered a prayer to the gods, not for protection, but for the strength to see his task through. "This ends here," he vowed, his voice a low growl that matched the lion's own. With courage in his heart and fire in his soul, Hercules pressed on, ready to face the legendary beast in the darkness of its lair. The air inside the cave was cold and damp, heavy with the scent of earth and decay. Hercules moved with careful precision, his steps silent, his senses heightened. The darkness pressed in around him, broken only by faint beams of light filtering through cracks in the cave's roof. Somewhere in the shadows, the Nemean lion waited, a predator unlike any other. Then a sound, low, guttural, and primal. It was not the roar of a beast, but the rumbling warning of a creature confident in its dominance. Hercules froze, his grip tightening on his bow as his eyes scanned the shadows. The lion was close, its presence palpable, its growl reverberating through the cavern like distant thunder. Suddenly, the lion stepped into the dim light, its golden fur gleaming like molten metal. It was a monstrous creature, its massive frame rippling with power. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its claws clicked against the stone floor, sharp as daggers. Hercules felt the full weight of its presence, a creature of divine origin, born to test the limits of mortal strength. Without hesitation, Hercules raised his bow, his movements swift and fluid. He loosed an arrow with deadly accuracy, the shaft cutting through the air toward the lion's chest. But instead of piercing its flesh, the arrow glanced harmlessly off the beast's hide, shattering against the cavern wall. The lion didn't flinch. Its lips curled back in a snarl, revealing teeth as sharp as swords, and it roared, a sound so powerful that it seemed to shake the very foundations of the cave. The force of it was almost enough to make Hercules stagger, but he held his ground, his jaw tightening with determination. Undeterred, Hercules fired another arrow, then another, each shot aimed with the precision of a master archer. But no matter where his arrows struck, its chest, its side, its neck, they bounced off the lion's impenetrable golden fur as though it were armored steel. "It's true," Hercules murmured, his voice a mixture of awe and frustration. "No weapon can harm this creature." The lion roared again, louder this time, and charged. Its massive paws thundered against the ground, its claws raking the stone floor as it barreled toward Hercules with terrifying speed. Hercules barely had time to drop his bow and seize his club before the lion was upon him. It leaped, its claws outstretched, aiming to strike him down with a single blow. Hercules sidestepped just in time, swinging his club with all his might. The weapon connected with the lion's side, the force of the blow enough to fell an ordinary beast. But the lion barely staggered, its hide unyielding even to Hercules' immense strength. The lion swiped at him with its claws, the sheer power of its strike splintering the stone pillar beside him. Hercules rolled to avoid the attack, his mind racing. He was no stranger to battle, but this was a challenge unlike any he had faced before. His weapons were useless, and the lion's strength matched his own. "Think, Hercules," he muttered under his breath, keeping his eyes fixed on the beast as it circled him, its movements fluid and predatory. "This isn't a fight of brute strength alone." Hercules realized he would have to outwit the lion, not overpower it. He began to maneuver through the cave, using the shadows and the terrain to his advantage. The lion followed, its glowing eyes tracking his every move, but its massive size made it slower in the narrow confines of the cavern. With each exchange, Hercules tested the lion, dodging its attacks and studying its movements. He noticed how it favored its right side, how its claws struck with precision but left it momentarily exposed. These details began to form a plan in his mind. The lion lunged again, its teeth snapping inches from his shoulder. Hercules ducked and rolled, grabbing a jagged stone from the ground and hurling it at the cavern's ceiling. The impact caused a small shower of debris to fall, momentarily disorienting the beast. "You're strong," Hercules said, his voice steady as he faced the lion. "But so am I. Let's see who prevails." As the dust settled, Hercules stood firm, his club in hand, his muscles taut with readiness. The lion growled low, its golden fur shimmering in the dim light, and the two adversaries locked eyes. This was not just a fight of strength, but of will, a test of whether a mortal man could face a creature born of divine power and emerge victorious. The first encounter had shown Hercules the limits of his weapons, but it had also revealed something greater: his determination to find a way, no matter how impossible the odds. With his strategy forming, and his courage unwavering, Hercules prepared for the battle to come. In the heart of the cave, beneath the weight of the gods' expectations, hero and beast stood poised for the fight that would become legend. The Nemean lion prowled through the cavern, its golden fur glinting faintly in the dim light. Its glowing eyes never left Hercules, who stood at the ready, his chest rising and falling steadily. The hero had faced monsters and challenges before, but this was different. This was no ordinary beast. It was a creature born of divine power, its hide impervious to all mortal weapons. Hercules had already tried his arrows and club, but they had proven useless. He now knew that brute strength alone would not be enough to defeat this foe. He would have to meet the beast on its own terms, in the raw, primal battle of hand-to-hand combat. Hercules moved cautiously, retreating deeper into the cave. He studied its layout, his keen eyes noting the narrow passages, the jagged walls, and the heavy boulders that surrounded him. The lion followed, its growls echoing off the cavern walls, a sound that vibrated through Hercules' very bones. As he maneuvered through the space, Hercules noticed a second opening in the cave, a potential escape route for the beast. Quickly, and with great effort, he rolled a massive boulder to block the exit, sealing the lion within the confined space. Now, there was no escape for either of them. The battle would end here. The lion roared, a deafening sound of rage and defiance, and lunged at Hercules with astonishing speed. Its claws slashed through the air, narrowly missing him as he dodged to the side. The beast's strength was immense, its movements fluid and lethal. But Hercules was no ordinary man. He had been blessed by Zeus, his father, with strength beyond mortal comprehension, and he knew that he had to use every ounce of it to survive. The battle raged within the cavern, the space tight and unforgiving. The lion's massive paws struck with earth-shattering force, its claws raking through the stone walls as Hercules dodged and countered. The beast lunged again, its jaws snapping inches from his throat, but Hercules caught its massive head with his powerful arms and held it back. The lion twisted and thrashed, its muscles rippling as it tried to break free of Hercules' grip. But Hercules' strength was unyielding. With a mighty roar of his own, he forced the lion back, slamming it against the cavern wall. Dust and debris rained down as the two struggled, locked in a ferocious contest of will and power. Hercules wrapped his arms around the lion's neck, his muscles straining as he attempted to subdue the beast. The lion roared and clawed at him, its strength nearly equal to his own. But Hercules held firm, his grip tightening with each passing moment. This was no ordinary fight. It was a battle of gods and mortals, of man against beast, and it tested every ounce of his strength and determination. As the struggle wore on, Hercules began to feel the lion's resistance weaken. Its thrashing grew less violent, its roars more ragged. With a final surge of strength, Hercules tightened his grip, his arms like bands of iron around the beast's neck. The lion's golden eyes dimmed, its massive body sagging as its strength finally gave out. With one last effort, Hercules twisted sharply, and the lion's struggles ceased. The cave fell silent, save for Hercules' heavy breathing. The mighty Nemean lion, the scourge of Nemea, a creature said to be invincible, lay defeated at his feet. Hercules knelt beside the fallen beast, his body aching but his spirit triumphant. He ran a hand over its golden fur, marveling at the divine craftsmanship that had made it impervious to all mortal weapons. For a moment, he felt a pang of respect for the creature, an opponent that had tested him like no other. But his labor was not yet complete. Hercules needed proof of his victory to present to King Eurystheus. He attempted to skin the lion using his blade, but it failed to penetrate the hide. Frustrated, he studied the beast's claws and realized their sharpness could serve his purpose. Using the lion's own claws, Hercules carefully skinned the beast, fashioning its hide into a cloak that would become his iconic armor. As Hercules stepped out of the cave, the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson. The villagers who had fled the region crept back, drawn by the silence that now hung over the hills. When they saw Hercules emerge, draped in the lion's impenetrable pelt, they fell to their knees in awe. "The Nemean lion is no more," Hercules announced, his voice carrying across the land. "Its terror has ended." Cheers erupted as the people hailed him, their hero and savior. Hercules, however, did not linger in their praise. He had completed the first of his 12 labors, but he knew there were more trials to come. As Hercules journeyed back to King Eurystheus, the story of his victory spread like wildfire. His battle with the Nemean lion became the stuff of legend, a testament to his unmatched strength and courage. The lion's pelt, now his cloak, served as both a trophy of his triumph and a symbol of his divine heritage. But for Hercules, this was just the beginning. Many more challenges awaited him, each one testing not only his strength but also his heart, his will, and his place in the world. The morning sun crept over the hills of Nemea, its golden light illuminating the still form of the Nemean lion sprawled at the entrance of its cave. Hercules stood over the beast, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath, his muscles aching from the ferocious battle. The monstrous creature, said to be invincible, now lay lifeless, a testament to Hercules' strength and determination. But Hercules knew his task was not yet complete. King Eurystheus would demand proof of his victory, and the beast's impenetrable hide was the ultimate evidence. Kneeling beside the lion, Hercules unsheathed his blade, its edge sharp and gleaming, and set to work. Hercules gripped the lion's fur and pressed his blade against it, expecting the sharp steel to slice through with ease. But as he drew the blade down, it barely left a mark. The lion's golden hide, as unyielding in death as it had been in life, resisted his efforts entirely. Frustrated but undeterred, Hercules tried again, applying all his strength. The blade skidded harmlessly off the fur, its edge dulled by the divine protection of the hide. For a moment, Hercules paused, frowning at the beast. "Even in death you defy me," he muttered, his voice tinged with admiration. He sat back on his heels, the weight of the lion's legendary invulnerability pressing upon him. But Hercules was no stranger to challenges that demanded more than brute force. His mind, as sharp as his strength, sought a solution. As he examined the lion's body, Hercules' gaze fell upon its massive claws. They gleamed in the morning light, their edges curved and razor-sharp. He remembered how those very claws had raked through stone and steel during their battle, their divine sharpness unmatched by any mortal weapon. An idea began to form in his mind. "These claws," Hercules murmured, "are sharper than any blade. Perhaps they hold the key." Carefully, Hercules took hold of one of the lion's paws, marveling at the size and power of the beast's natural weapons. Using his own strength, he pried loose one of the claws, its golden curve glinting in the sunlight. Testing its edge, he found it to be as sharp as he had hoped. With steady hands, Hercules set to work, using the lion's own claw to cut through its impenetrable hide. The process was slow and painstaking, but the claw proved equal to the task. Bit by bit, Hercules peeled back the golden pelt, revealing its smooth underside. The fur shimmered in the light, its texture unlike anything he had ever seen, soft as silk, yet harder than steel. Hercules worked with care, his movements deliberate and precise. As the hours passed, the lion's hide was fully removed, and Hercules stood, holding the gleaming pelt in his hands. It was heavier than he had expected, but its strength was undeniable. He draped it over his shoulders, fastening it around his neck. The pelt fit him like a cloak, its golden fur gleaming against his powerful frame. As Hercules adjusted the pelt, he felt its strength envelop him. The hide, which had once deflected swords and arrows, now served as his armor, a gift earned through his courage and determination. It would protect him in the trials to come, a constant reminder of his first great labor and the lessons it had taught him. For a moment, Hercules stood at the mouth of the cave, his figure silhouetted against the rising sun. He glanced down at the lifeless lion, a mixture of respect and triumph in his gaze. "You were a worthy foe," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of his victory. "And now, your strength becomes mine." With the pelt draped over his shoulders and the lion's claw tucked into his belt as a keepsake, Hercules began his journey back to King Eurystheus. The villagers, who had feared the lion for so long, emerged from their hiding places to watch Hercules pass. They stared in awe at the hero, clad in the golden pelt of the beast that had once terrorized them. Cheers erupted as they hailed him, their savior and champion. Hercules, ever humble, nodded in acknowledgement but did not linger. His mind was already on the path ahead, knowing this was only the first of 12 labors. Yet, as he walked, the weight of the lion's pelt felt not like a burden, but like a shield, a symbol of his triumph and the strength he carried within. The journey back to Mycenae was long, but for Hercules it was a march of triumph. Draped in the golden pelt of the Nemean lion, he cut an imposing figure, the glinting fur catching the sunlight and proclaiming his victory to all who saw him. Villagers along the way gathered to cheer him, their fear of the lion replaced with awe for the hero who had defeated it. Hercules accepted their gratitude with a modest nod, his focus unwavering. His task was not yet complete. He needed to present a proof of his triumph to King Eurystheus, the man who had ordered the labor. Yet, as he approached the gates of Mycenae, he could not have anticipated the reaction his return would provoke. The guards at the city gates watched in stunned silence as Hercules approached. The lion's pelt hung over his broad shoulders, its head resting atop his own like a hood, its massive claws draped across his chest. The sight was both awe-inspiring and intimidating, and the guards hesitated to speak until Hercules addressed them. "Tell your king that I have returned," Hercules said, his voice calm but commanding. "The Nemean lion is defeated, and I bring proof of my victory." One guard, his hand trembling slightly, nodded and rushed off to deliver the message. Hercules waited patiently, standing tall and unbothered by the curious and reverent gazes of the townsfolk who gathered nearby. The whispers grew louder as they marveled at the golden pelt, wondering how any man could have achieved such an impossible feat. When King Eurystheus received the news of Hercules' return, he was overcome with a mixture of disbelief and fear. He had chosen the Nemean lion as Hercules' first labor because he believed it to be impossible. Yet now, Hercules stood at the gates, not only victorious but clad in the lion's indestructible hide. "Let him enter," Eurystheus commanded, though his voice betrayed his unease. He retreated to his throne, hoping to mask his growing dread behind a facade of authority. As Hercules entered the court, his presence filled the chamber. The golden pelt glinted in the light, and the lion's head, resting atop his own, gave him an almost godlike appearance. He strode forward with confidence, unshaken by the king's uneasy gaze. Eurystheus faltered, leaning back in his throne as if to put more distance between himself and the hero. You have completed the labor?" he stammered, his voice betraying his disbelief. Hercules nodded, his expression calm. "The Nemean lion is no more. Its pelt is proof of my victory." The king's eyes darted to the massive hide, the golden fur seeming almost alive in its brilliance. The sheer size of it, the ferocity still etched into its features, was overwhelming. Eurystheus realized then that Hercules was more than a man. He was a force of nature, a reminder of the god's power made flesh, and it terrified him. Eurystheus, struggling to maintain his composure, waved a trembling hand. "Leave it. Leave the pelt outside the gates," he said hastily. "You may not bring it into the city. From now on, you will not speak to me directly. All future labors will be communicated through a messenger." Hercules raised an eyebrow, amused but silent. He could see the fear in the king's eyes and understood its source. Eurystheus, who had hoped to humiliate and subdue him, now realized the magnitude of the hero's strength and resolve. Rather than confront it, the king chose to distance himself, hiding behind messengers and decrees. "As you wish," Hercules replied, his voice steady. He turned without further argument, leaving the court with the same quiet confidence that had marked his entrance. Hercules left the lion's pelt just outside the city gates, where it stood as a silent monument to his triumph. Villagers and travelers alike came to marvel at it, running their hands over its impenetrable fur and speaking in hushed tones of the hero who had brought it there. As he departed Mycenae, Hercules wore a small smile. He had completed the first of his 12 labors, but he knew that many more challenges awaited him. Each would test his strength, his courage, and his will. Yet he felt no fear. He had faced the impossible and emerged victorious, and he carried the lesson of that victory with him, that even the mightiest obstacles could be overcome with determination and ingenuity. For King Eurystheus, however, the sight of Hercules' triumph lingered in his mind, a constant reminder that the hero he sought to break was far more powerful and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The golden hills of Nemea were quiet once more, the terror of the lion gone, replaced by whispers of awe and admiration. News of Hercules' triumph spread like wildfire, carried by travelers, villagers, and merchants who had seen him clad in the beast's impenetrable hide. The tale of his victory grew with every telling, painting him not just as a man, but as a hero touched by the divine. For the people of Greece, the defeat of the Nemean lion was more than just the completion of a labor. It was the birth of a legend. The lion had been thought invincible, a creature of divine wrath sent to test the limits of mortal strength. By defeating it, Hercules had accomplished the impossible, proving that even the god's creations could not withstand his courage and determination. In every corner of the land, bards began to sing of Hercules' deeds. Around tavern fires and within the walls of great halls, they recounted how the hero had faced the mighty lion in its lair, wrestled it with his bare hands, and emerged victorious, draped in its golden pelt. The people marveled at his strength and bravery, and his name became synonymous with greatness. The lion's pelt, now Hercules' most prized possession, became a symbol of his triumph. Its shimmering golden fur and the lion's fearsome visage struck awe into all who saw it. Worn as a cloak, the pelt made Hercules appear larger than life, an embodiment of raw power and divine favor. But for Hercules, the pelt was more than just armor or a trophy. It was a reminder of the lesson he had learned during his first labor, that strength alone was not enough to overcome every challenge. Facing the Nemean lion had required wit, strategy, and perseverance, traits that would serve him well in the trials to come. For the people of Nemea, Hercules' victory marked the end of a nightmare. Farmers returned to their fields, merchants resumed their trade, and families once again felt safe in their homes. To them, Hercules was not just a hero, but a savior, a beacon of hope in a world often ruled by chaos and fear. Word of his deeds inspired others to rise against their own struggles. Young warriors trained harder, dreaming of achieving even a fraction of Hercules' greatness. Poets and storytellers immortalized his name, ensuring that the tale of the Nemean lion would echo through the ages. For Hercules, however, the labor was only the beginning. As he departed Nemea, the golden pelt draped over his shoulders, his thoughts turned to the challenges that lay ahead. He knew that King Eurystheus would not make the next task any easier, and the labors to come would demand even more of his strength, cunning, and resilience. Yet Hercules felt no fear. With the Nemean lion defeated, he had proven to himself and the world that no obstacle was insurmountable. Each step he took now carried the weight of his burgeoning legend, a legacy that would inspire generations long after his mortal journey ended. In the centuries that followed, the story of Hercules and the Nemean lion became one of the most enduring myths of Greek lore. Artists depicted the scene in sculptures and mosaics, showing the hero wrestling the mighty beast or wearing its pelt as he stood victorious. The lion's golden hide became synonymous with Hercules, a visual shorthand for his strength and courage. For those who heard the tale, the message was clear. No matter how impossible the challenge, the combination of strength, intelligence, and determination could overcome it. And thus, the defeat of the Nemean lion was not just a victory for Hercules, but a testament to the boundless potential of human courage. Thank you for joining us tonight on Mr. Sleep Story for the enchanting tale of Hercules and the Nemean lion. This timeless myth reminds us that even the greatest challenges can be overcome with courage, wit, and determination. As you drift into sleep, let the bravery of Hercules inspire your dreams, and the golden hills of Nemea guide you to a peaceful rest. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and tap the bell icon to join us for more legendary tales every night. Until next time, may your dreams be as mighty as a hero's heart, and your rest as serene as a quiet forest at dawn. Good night and sweet dreams.
Tonight, we journey deep into the enchanting Sherwood Forest to revisit the legendary story of Robin Hood. This classic tale of courage, kindness, and justice follows the heroic outlaw who steals from the rich to give to the poor. Alongside his band of merry men, Robin Hood outwits the greedy Sheriff of Nottingham and fights for those who cannot fight for themselves. In the days of old, when England's green hills were dotted with castles and its forests stretched far and wide, there lived a young nobleman named Robin of Locksley. Known for his unparalleled skill with a bow and his sharp wit, Robin was admired by many but despised by the corrupt rulers who preyed on the weak. Under the oppressive reign of Prince John, taxes bled the poor dry, leaving families destitute while the rich feasted in luxury. Robin, with a heart as noble as his lineage, could not stand idly by. One fateful day, while traveling to Nottingham, he witnessed a heartbreaking scene. A poor farmer, bent with age and labor, being dragged to prison for failing to pay an unjust tax. The Sheriff of Nottingham, a cruel and cunning enforcer of Prince John's tyranny, watched with a smirk as his guards tore the man from his crying family. "Enough!" Robin's voice rang out like a clarion call. The guards turned, startled, as Robin stepped forward, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. "Release him or face me." The sheriff sneered. "And who are you to defy the law of the land?" "The law?" Robin shot back, his eyes blazing. "You twist the law to serve your greed. I will not stand for it." In a flash, the scene erupted into chaos. Robin, swift and precise, drew his sword and faced the sheriff's guards. His movements were a dance of skill and daring, his blade flashing as he disarmed one guard after another. The villagers, inspired by his courage, gathered around, their silent hope growing with every swing of his sword. But the sheriff, ever the opportunist, had anticipated resistance. Reinforcements arrived, their numbers overwhelming. Robin, though unmatched in skill, knew he could not win against such odds. He mounted his horse, turning to the villagers. "Fear not. This fight is not over. Justice will prevail." With that, he spurred his horse into the dense woods, arrows whistling past him as the sheriff's men gave chase. The forest of Sherwood, vast and untamed, welcomed him like an old friend. Robin navigated its twisting paths with ease, the towering oaks and whispering pines providing shelter from his pursuers. The sheriff's men, unused to the wilderness, soon faltered, their shouts fading into the distance. Robin, breathless but resolute, dismounted and gazed around the ancient forest. The sunlight pierced through the canopy in golden beams, illuminating a sanctuary untouched by the corruption of the outside world. Here, among the rustling leaves and the song of birds, Robin vowed to fight for the oppressed and stand against tyranny. But he knew the cost. By defying the sheriff, he had branded himself an outlaw. His title, his lands, and his wealth were now forfeit. Yet, in that moment, Robin of Locksley became something greater. He became Robin Hood, the people's hero, destined to turn the forest into his fortress and the oppressed into his allies. Deep within the heart of Sherwood Forest, where the trees stood ancient and proud, Robin Hood made his refuge. The forest, wild and untamed, became his sanctuary, a place where the Sheriff of Nottingham's men dared not venture without trembling. But Robin knew that no hero, no matter how skilled, could stand alone against the might of tyranny. If he was to challenge the sheriff's rule, he would need allies, brave souls willing to risk everything for the cause of justice. Robin's first companion came to him in a most unexpected way. One crisp morning, as sunlight dappled the forest floor, Robin encountered a broad river spanned only by a single, narrow log. As he prepared to cross, a towering figure appeared on the opposite bank, a man with shoulders as wide as an oak and a staff taller than Robin himself. "Hold there!" the man boomed, his voice deep and commanding. "Only one can pass, and it won't be you." Robin grinned, undaunted by the challenge. "Well then," he said, drawing his own staff, "let's see who's fit to cross." The two men met in the middle of the log, their staffs clashing with a sharp crack that echoed through the forest. The duel was fierce, the log swaying with each strike, but Robin's agility matched the man's immense strength. With a deft move, Robin swept the man's legs out from under him, sending him splashing into the river below. Instead of anger, the man erupted into laughter as he pulled himself from the water. "Well done," he roared. "You've bested me fair and square. My name's John Little, but after this, perhaps they'll call me Little John for jest." Robin extended a hand, helping him ashore. "I could use a man of your strength and good humor," he said. "Join me, and we'll fight for justice together." Little John clasped Robin's hand with a grin. "You'll find no stronger ally in all of England. I'm with you." Not long after, Robin's reputation began to spread throughout Sherwood. It was during a moonlit night that he found his next ally, a young man clad in bright red, his eyes sharp and his movements quick as a fox. Will Scarlet was a master swordsman, known for his daring exploits and knack for slipping out of trouble just as quickly as he got into it. Robin found Will cornered by a band of the sheriff's men, his blade flashing in the moonlight as he fought off overwhelming odds. Without hesitation, Robin loosed an arrow from the shadows, striking down one of the guards. His merry men, hidden among the trees, followed suit, and in moments, the sheriff's men fled, their shouts swallowed by the forest. Will, catching his breath, turned to Robin with a wry smile. "It seems I owe you my thanks. But tell me, who comes to the rescue of a rogue like me?" "Robin Hood," Robin replied, extending his hand. "And I could use a man with your skill and courage." Will laughed, sheathing his sword. "Robin Hood, eh? I've heard the tales. If half of them are true, you're the kind of man I'd gladly follow. Count me in." Robin's band grew, but it was not yet complete. One day, while hunting near the forest's edge, Robin heard the sound of boisterous singing echoing through the trees. Following the melody, he came upon a rotund man in a friar's robe, carrying a barrel of ale on his shoulder, as though it weighed nothing. Robin stepped forward, his bow at the ready. "And who might you be, wandering so merrily in these dangerous woods?" The man set down his barrel and crossed his arms. "I am Friar Tuck, good sir, and these woods are no danger to me. But tell me, what business does Robin Hood have with a poor friar?" Robin's eyebrow arched. "You know my name?" "Who doesn't?" Tuck replied with a chuckle. "The man who steals from the rich to give to the poor? A worthy cause, if ever I've heard one." Robin grinned. "Then perhaps you'd like to join us. We could use a man of your strength, and your ale." Tuck laughed heartily. "I'll join you on one condition, that you let me teach your men the joys of a good drink and a hearty feast." "Done," Robin said, clasping Tuck's shoulder. "Welcome to the merry men." Under the towering oaks of Sherwood, Robin Hood gathered his companions, Little John, Will Scarlet, Friar Tuck, and many others who had joined their cause. Together, they swore an oath to protect the poor, defend the oppressed, and fight against the greed and corruption of the sheriff and Prince John. The forest became their home, its hidden paths, and secret glades, their fortress. They trained by the rivers, feasted beneath the stars, and shared in a bond of loyalty and friendship. Robin's merry men were not merely outlaws, they were a family united by purpose. The forest of Sherwood had become a sanctuary, not just for Robin Hood and his merry men, but for the hope of a downtrodden people. Word of Robin's exploits spread far and wide, whispered in hushed tones by villagers gathered around hearths. He was the hero they dreamed of, the outlaw who stood against the rich and corrupt to champion the poor and powerless. And now, his band of merry men was ready to make good on their vow, to take back what had been stolen by greed and return it to those who needed it most. It began with the sheriff's gold-laden caravans, trundling heavily through the forest. These wagons, escorted by armed guards, carried the fruits of Prince John's oppressive taxes, coins wrung from the hands of struggling farmers and merchants. Robin and his men, concealed among the trees, watched as one such caravan wound its way down a narrow path. Robin raised his hand, signaling for silence. His sharp eyes scanned the guards, counting their movements, their patterns, and their weaknesses. He drew his bow, its string taut, and loosed an arrow with unerring precision. The shaft struck the lead guard's shield, not to harm, but to startle. The guard's shout echoed through the trees, and confusion spread among the sheriff's men. "Now!" Robin called, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. From every shadow, the merry men emerged. Little John swung his staff with powerful precision, disarming guards with single blows. Will Scarlet, his red cloak a blur, danced through the fray with his sword flashing in the sunlight. Friar Tuck, laughing heartily, used his sheer size and strength to block the wagon's escape. Robin moved among them like a shadow, his arrows flying faster than the eye could follow. Each shot disarmed a guard, pierced a wheel, or struck the sheriff's men with such precision that resistance became futile. Within moments, the guards were subdued, their hands bound, and the gold lay in the hands of Robin and his men. Rather than hoard the spoils, Robin led his band to the nearby village of Edwinstowe. There, poverty and hunger clung to the people like a second skin, their faces lined with the weight of their suffering. When Robin appeared at the edge of the village, a sack of gold over his shoulder and his merry men following close behind, the villagers froze, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. Robin stepped forward, his voice steady and kind. "This gold was taken from you by greed and cruelty. Now, it is returned to where it belongs." He opened a sack, letting the coins spill onto the ground in shimmering cascades. The villagers hesitated, as though unable to believe their fortune, before they surged forward with cries of joy. Mothers clutched their children, fathers embraced one another, and laughter rippled through the crowd like a spring rain after a drought. "Thank you, Robin Hood," an elderly woman said, her voice trembling as she clutched a handful of coins. "You've given us back our lives." Robin smiled, tipping his hat. "And I shall give you more if I can. But for now, remember that we fight for you." Back in Nottingham, the sheriff raged as reports of Robin Hood's actions reached him. Each ambush was another insult, each act of generosity another blow to his authority. "An outlaw dares to defy me?" he thundered, his fists slamming against his desk. "I'll see him hanged if it's the last thing I do." The sheriff doubled the guards on his caravans and offered a hefty reward for information on Robin Hood's whereabouts. Yet no matter how tightly he tried to grip the forest, Robin always seemed to be one step ahead. disguises, decoys, and clever strategies allowed the merry men to evade capture time and again, turning the sheriff's fury into humiliation. Robin's acts of rebellion became bolder with each passing week. He raided the coffers of greedy merchants, intercepted royal tax collections, and outwitted the sheriff's every trap. With each daring feat, his legend grew. Children played games where they pretended to be Robin and his band, shooting imaginary arrows into the sky. Ballads were sung in taverns about his cunning and bravery, and villagers whispered his name with a mix of awe and gratitude. But for Robin, it was never about fame. Each coin he returned, each family he saved, was a victory far greater than any tale could capture. His merry men shared in this purpose, their bond strengthened not just by their adventures, but by the knowledge that they were making a difference. Under the canopy of Sherwood Forest, where sunlight filtered through the leaves and the laughter of the merry men rang like music, Robin Hood stood as a beacon of hope. For every coin stolen and every heart lifted, his message was clear. Justice would prevail, no matter the cost. And though the Sheriff of Nottingham vowed to crush him, Robin's spirit, and the spirit of those he fought for, remained unyielding. The Sheriff of Nottingham paced the stone floors of his castle, his face dark with fury. Robin Hood's name had become a symbol of rebellion, whispered in taverns and sung in ballads, and it seemed every attempt to capture the outlaw ended in humiliation. His guards had returned from Sherwood Forest time and again, empty-handed and grumbling about traps, decoys, and the impossible cleverness of Robin's band. "Enough!" the sheriff roared one evening, slamming his fist on a heavy oak table. "If brute force cannot catch this wretch, then I shall use my wit." A malicious gleam lit his eyes. He called his advisors close, and together they devised schemes designed to lure Robin Hood into his clutches. The sheriff's first plan was as tempting as it was treacherous. Knowing of Robin's legendary skill with a bow, he announced a grand archery contest, the winner to receive a golden arrow and a purse of gold. "He won't be able to resist," the sheriff said with a sly smile. "And when he reveals himself, we'll capture him on the spot." News of the contest spread quickly, reaching even the depths of Sherwood Forest. The merry men were wary, urging Robin to stay away. "It's a trap," Little John warned, his voice low with concern. "You'll be walking straight into his hands." Robin, however, only laughed, his green eyes gleaming with mischief. "Perhaps, but it would be rude not to attend such a fine event." Disguised as a humble woodsman, Robin joined the crowd at Nottingham's tournament grounds. The contest began, with archers from across the land stepping forward to test their skill. Each arrow flew true, some striking near the mark, others missing entirely. But when Robin's turn came, his arrow split the very center of the target, earning gasps of amazement from the crowd. The sheriff's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward. "That must be him," he muttered. Yet Robin's disguise was flawless, and his manner unassuming. When he was declared the winner and handed the golden arrow, he bowed humbly, thanking the sheriff with a grin hidden beneath his hood. It wasn't until Robin returned to the forest, the golden arrow glinting in the sunlight, that the sheriff realized he had been outwitted. "Curse that man!" he bellowed. "I'll not rest until he's in my dungeon!" Determined to corner Robin in Sherwood Forest, the sheriff dispatched heavily armed patrols to scour the woods. He laid traps, setting bait in the form of false caravans laden with treasure, hoping to lure Robin and his merry men into an ambush. But the forest was Robin's domain, and the merry men knew its every path and shadow. One such trap involved a wagon laden with glittering gold, left conspicuously on a forest trail. Robin and his men watched from the treetops, their laughter barely contained as they spotted the sheriff's men hiding in the underbrush. "Shall we give them what they want?" Will Scarlet whispered, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Robin grinned. "Why not?" With a signal, the merry men descended like ghosts, their movements quick and silent. Before the sheriff's men could react, the wagon's wheels were sabotaged, its gold spirited away, and the guards found themselves tied to trees, their shouts of frustration echoing through the woods. When the sheriff arrived to see his men bound and the gold gone, he fumed. A simple note was pinned to the wagon, written in bold script, "Better luck next time." Robin Hood. In another scheme, the sheriff himself ventured into Sherwood, disguised as a traveling monk. With a satchel of coins jingling at his side, he wandered the forest paths, hoping to be intercepted by Robin's band. Sure enough, the merry men appeared, surrounding the monk with their bows drawn. "Your gold, good sir," Robin said, stepping forward, "will serve the poor far better than it serves you." The sheriff, suppressing a smirk, allowed Robin to take the satchel, knowing it was filled with marked coins that would lead his men to the outlaw's lair. But as the merry men inspected the coins, Robin's sharp eyes caught something unusual. "These markings," he said, holding up a coin, "are no accident." His grin widened. "And neither is this monk." In an instant, the merry men surrounded the sheriff, who now realized his disguise had failed. Stripped of his satchel and his dignity, the sheriff was sent stumbling back to Nottingham, his robes in tatters and his fury boiling over. Each scheme the sheriff devised, Robin countered with wit and daring. The sheriff's caravans grew emptier, his guards more demoralized, and his own reputation tarnished by Robin's unstoppable ingenuity. Meanwhile, the people's faith in Robin grew stronger, his legend spreading beyond Sherwood to the farthest reaches of the land. As Robin and his merry men gathered around their fire one evening, the forest alive with the sounds of night, Little John clapped him on the shoulder. "The sheriff will never best you, Robin." Robin smiled, his gaze distant as he stared into the flames. "The sheriff fights for greed and power," he said, "but we fight for something greater, justice, and as long as that fight continues, he'll never win." Under the ancient oaks of Sherwood Forest, the band of outlaws laughed and toasted to their success, knowing the sheriff would try again, and knowing they would always be ready. The sun filtered softly through the towering oaks of Sherwood Forest, as Robin Hood walked a well-trodden path, his thoughts momentarily far from the sheriff and his schemes. It was on such a day, as birdsong filled the air, that his past unexpectedly came rushing back to him in the form of Maid Marian. Marian, the spirited and clever daughter of a noble family, had been a part of Robin's life in his youth, before the days of outlaws and rebellion. They had spent carefree summers roaming the fields and woods near Locksley, their laughter echoing in the wind. But as the years passed and their paths diverged, Marian's life had taken her to the court of Prince John, while Robin's had led him into exile. Their reunion came by chance, or perhaps by fate. Marian had journeyed to the forest, disguised in a simple cloak, to visit the village of Edwinstowe. She had heard whispers of Robin's deeds, of his defiance of the sheriff, and his protection of the poor. Her heart swelled with both admiration and concern. She needed to see him, to know if the boy she had once loved was the same man who had become a legend. As Marian walked through the forest, Robin, hidden in the shadows, observed her approach. At first, he mistook her for a lost traveler, but as she pulled back her hood to glance around, his breath caught. There she was, Maid Marian, her beauty undimmed by time, her eyes bright with determination. Stepping into view, Robin called out with a mix of surprise and joy. "Marian?" She turned sharply, her expression softening into one of recognition and delight. "Robin!" she exclaimed, her voice carrying both relief and happiness. They stood for a moment, the weight of years and unspoken words hanging between them, before she closed the distance with quick steps. "It's true, then," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "You've become the Robin Hood they sing about, the outlaw who fights for justice." "And you," Robin replied, his gaze unwavering, "have become even more radiant than I remembered." Marian blushed, though her expression remained resolute. "I came to find you. I've heard what you've done for the people, the poor, the desperate. You've risked everything for them." "For them," Robin said, "and for England. Prince John's greed cannot go unchecked. But tell me, Marian, why are you here? Surely it is dangerous for you to seek me out." Marian's eyes darkened slightly. "I am no stranger to danger, Robin. The court is rife with intrigue, and Prince John grows more ruthless by the day. But I could not stay silent, not when I knew you were fighting against his tyranny. I want to help." Marian soon proved herself invaluable to Robin and his merry men. Her keen mind and courage made her an ideal ally, and her position at Prince John's court provided her with vital information. Disguised as a commoner, she traveled between the forest and the castle, warning Robin of the sheriff's plans and carrying messages to those who supported the rebellion. One such instance came when Marian learned of a trap set by the sheriff. He planned to lure Robin to Nottingham under the guise of a captured villager in need of rescue. Knowing the risk, Marian slipped out of the castle under cover of night, riding through the forest until she reached Robin's camp. "Robin," she called, breathless but determined. "The sheriff means to trap you. He's using a false prisoner as bait." Robin, listening intently, nodded. "Then we'll turn his trap against him. Marian, your warning may have saved us all." Her efforts did not go unnoticed by the sheriff, who grew suspicious of her frequent absences from the court. But Marian, ever resourceful, used her wit and charm to deflect his questions, remaining one step ahead of his schemes. Amid the dangers and intrigue, Robin and Marian's bond deepened. In quiet moments beneath the forest canopy, they spoke of their shared past and their uncertain future. Robin admired Marian's bravery and intelligence, while she marveled at his unwavering dedication to justice. One evening, as the merry men gathered around a roaring fire, Robin and Marian found themselves standing apart from the others, the glow of the flames casting warm light on their faces. "Do you ever regret it?" Marian asked softly. "Leaving the life you knew to become an outlaw?" Robin shook his head, his gaze steady. "How could I, when it led me back to you?" Marian smiled, her eyes glistening. "Then I'll stand with you, Robin. No matter what comes, we'll face it together." With Marian by his side, Robin's resolve grew stronger. She became more than an ally. She was his partner, his equal, and the love he had never stopped carrying in his heart. Together, they outwitted the Sheriff Time, and again, their daring exploits inspiring those who had lost hope. Sherwood Forest, once a refuge for Robin alone, now held a deeper meaning, a place where love, justice, and courage thrived. even in the face of tyranny. And as the legend of Robin Hood grew, so too did the tale of Maid Marian, the noblewoman who defied a prince and stood by the outlaw she loved. The Sheriff of Nottingham's fury knew no bounds as Robin Hood's daring exploits continued to undermine his authority. Determined to make an example of anyone who defied him, the sheriff ramped up his campaign of terror, imprisoning villagers who resisted his oppressive taxes and setting elaborate traps to capture Robin and his band. But no matter how high the stakes or how heavily guarded the prisoners, Robin and his merry men never abandoned those in need. In Sherwood Forest, the news of each arrest was met with solemn resolve. Robin would gather his band beneath the ancient oaks, his voice steady and his eyes blazing with determination. The sheriff seeks to silence the innocent with fear, but we will not let him succeed. Each soul imprisoned is a blow to the freedom we fight for. Let us show him that no prison wall, no iron bars can hold the spirit of justice. One crisp morning, word reached Robin that the sheriff had seized an entire family, a farmer, his wife, and their 2 children, for failing to pay an impossible tax. The sheriff had dragged them to the castle dungeons, declaring they would serve as a warning to anyone who dared defy him. Robin and his merry men quickly devised a plan. Disguised as merchants delivering goods to the castle, they approached the gates in a rickety cart piled high with barrels. Inside those barrels, hidden beneath layers of hay, were Will Scarlet, Friar Tuck, and Little John, their weapons at the ready. The guards at the gate, eyeing the cart suspiciously, grumbled as Robin, posing as the cart driver, offered a cheerful greeting. "Fresh provisions for the sheriff's feast," he said with a grin. The guards, hungry and distracted, waved him through. Once inside the courtyard, Robin gave a subtle signal. The barrels burst open, and the merry men sprang into action. Little John's staff knocked guards off their feet. Will's sword flashed in the sunlight, and Tuck's booming laughter echoed as he wielded a barrel lid like a shield. Robin, his bow always at the ready, moved with precision, disabling locks and disarming guards with his arrows. In the dimly lit dungeons, the frightened family huddled together until Robin appeared, a reassuring smile on his face. "You're safe now," he said, unlocking their cell. "The sheriff's cruelty will not touch you again." With the prisoners freed and the guards incapacitated, the merry men vanished into the shadows of Sherwood, leaving the sheriff to find his dungeon empty and his pride bruised. The sheriff, enraged by his latest failure, devised an elaborate trap to lure Robin out of the forest. He spread false rumors of a caravan carrying innocent villagers to execution, hoping to bait Robin into an ambush. The plan was whispered through the villages, reaching Robin's ears as the sheriff had intended. But Robin, ever the strategist, saw through the ploy. "If the sheriff wishes to set a trap," he said, "then we shall turn it against him." Under cover of night, the merry men set their counterplan into motion. As the sheriff's caravan moved through the forest, its guards tense and alert, a distant sound of hoofbeats broke the silence. The guards braced themselves, expecting an attack, but were instead met with a herd of wild horses, their hooves pounding and their manes flying. In the confusion, Robin and his band struck. Arrows flew silently through the air, disarming guards without spilling blood. Will Scarlet leaped from a tree, cutting the ropes that secured the caravan's prisoners, while Little John felled the remaining guards with a few swift strikes of his staff. Within minutes, the prisoners were freed, and the sheriff's carefully laid trap was nothing more than a chaotic shambles. When the sheriff arrived at dawn, he found his men bound and gagged, the caravan empty except for a mocking note pinned to the side. "Better luck next time, Sheriff. Robin Hood." The sheriff's frustration boiled over when he captured one of Robin's own, Alan a Dale, a talented minstrel and loyal member of the Merry Men. Alan had been caught spreading tales of Robin's bravery in the villages, and the sheriff intended to hang him as an example. Robin, upon hearing of Alan's capture, was resolute. "Alan has sung our story to inspire hope in the people," he said. "We will not let his voice be silenced." The Merry Men launched a daring rescue. Disguised as wandering performers, they infiltrated the sheriff's castle under the pretense of entertaining the court. With pipes, drums, and Robin's own lute in hand, they distracted the guards with raucous music and dancing. Marian, dressed as a courtly lady, slipped into the sheriff's chambers to retrieve the keys to the dungeon. As the guards clapped and cheered for the performers, Robin and Marian descended into the dungeons. They found Alan bound but unbroken, his spirit as strong as ever. "You're late," Alan quipped as Robin cut his bonds. Robin grinned. "We thought we'd make an entrance." With Alan free, the Merry Men staged their escape in a flurry of music, laughter, and chaos, leaving the sheriff humiliated once again. Through every daring rescue, Robin Hood and his Merry Men reminded the sheriff and the people of Nottingham that no prison could hold justice captive. Each mission strengthened their bond and deepened their resolve, for they knew their fight was not just for freedom, but for hope. And in the hearts of those they rescued, Robin's name became a symbol of unshakable courage, his deeds echoing far beyond the forest of Sherwood. The forest of Sherwood was alive with whispers, carried on the wind, and spreading like wildfire through the villages and towns of Nottinghamshire. News had come from distant lands. King Richard the Lionheart, the true and noble ruler of England, was returning from the Crusades. For years, the king's absence had allowed Prince John to seize power, ruling with greed and cruelty. But now, the tides of fate seemed to be shifting. In his hidden camp beneath Sherwood's ancient oaks, Robin Hood stood before his band of merry men, his expression alight with a rare mixture of hope and determination. "King Richard is returning," he announced, his voice strong and steady. "Our rightful king comes to reclaim his throne, but we must ensure that he finds a land worthy of his rule. Until he arrives, we cannot rest." With Prince John still clinging to power, Robin and his band redoubled their efforts to undermine his oppressive rule. They targeted the prince's tax collectors, intercepting wagons laden with gold meant to line the royal coffers. Each stolen coin was redistributed among the poor, ensuring that the people would not buckle under the weight of Prince John's greed. One such raid took place on a moonlit night, when Robin and his merry men ambushed a heavily guarded caravan. The guards, clad in armor emblazoned with Prince John's crest, were confident in their numbers. But Robin's knowledge of Sherwood's hidden paths turned their strength into weakness. Arrows flew from the shadows, horses were startled into chaos, and Robin himself leapt onto the lead wagon, his sword flashing in the moonlight. "This gold does not belong to you," Robin said, his voice ringing clear as he confronted the captain of the guard. "It belongs to the people of England." The merry men overwhelmed the guards with precision and skill, disappearing into the forest with the treasure before reinforcements could arrive. The villagers awoke the next morning to find sacks of gold left on their doorsteps, tokens of hope delivered under the cover of night. Robin's loyalty to King Richard was unwavering, and he knew the fight against Prince John could not be won by force alone. Through Marian's position at court, Robin established a secret network of allies, nobles who still supported King Richard and resented Prince John's usurpation. Messages were carried by trusted couriers, coded in songs sung by minstrels and poems recited in taverns. One of Robin's most trusted couriers was Allan a Dale, whose quick wit and talent for weaving messages into ballads made him invaluable. Posing as a traveling minstrel, Allan carried news of Robin's victories and the king's impending return to the ears of loyalists, uniting them in quiet resistance. Marian, too, played her part with unwavering courage. At great personal risk, she attended Prince John's court, listening carefully to his plans and passing critical information to Robin. Her reports of troop movements and supply routes allowed Robin to strike with precision, foiling the prince's schemes at every turn. As word of King Richard's return spread, a sense of hope began to take root in the hearts of the people. For too long, they had suffered under Prince John's oppressive rule, but now they dared to dream of a brighter future. Robin Hood became more than an outlaw. He was a symbol of resistance, his name spoken with reverence in every village and town. The Sheriff of Nottingham, sensing the growing tide of rebellion, grew more desperate. He increased patrols, tightened his grip on the villages, and set even more elaborate traps for Robin and his band. But each measure was met with Robin's cunning and the unyielding spirit of the merry men. As the day of King Richard's arrival drew closer, Robin called his band together in a clearing deep within Sherwood. The moon hung high above them, casting its silvery light on the gathered faces of the merry men. Robin's voice, steady and resolute, carried through the still night. Prince John has ruled with cruelty, but his time is ending. King Richard's return is not just the end of tyranny, it is the beginning of hope for England. We must be ready to stand with him, to fight for the justice we have sought for so long. Little John, his staff resting on his shoulder, stepped forward. We've followed you through every danger, Robin. We'll follow you still. The band raised their weapons in silent agreement, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight. Together, they prepared for the final chapter of their rebellion, knowing that their fight was not just for themselves, but for the future of England. Though Prince John's spies worked tirelessly to suppress the news, the truth could not be silenced. King Richard was coming, his banners flying high, his knights riding at his side. The people of Nottinghamshire, emboldened by Robin's efforts, began to resist Prince John's forces openly, their courage ignited by the promise of their king's return. For Robin, the arrival of King Richard was not just the end of a long fight, but the fulfillment of a dream, the dream of a just and noble England. As he stood beneath the towering trees of Sherwood, the forest alive with the whispers of change, Robin Hood smiled. The Lionheart was coming home, and with him, the hope of a brighter tomorrow. The day dawned clear and bright, the skies a brilliant blue that seemed to reflect the mood of a long-suffering England. The news had finally become reality. King Richard the Lionheart had returned. His banners flew proudly as he rode through the countryside, his golden armor gleaming in the sunlight. The people gathered in the streets and fields to cheer their rightful king, their cries of joy echoing far and wide. In Sherwood Forest, Robin Hood and his merry men stood ready to greet him. For years, they had fought against injustice in his absence, risking their lives to protect the people and resist Prince John's tyranny. And now, the moment they had dreamed of was upon them. King Richard, flanked by his loyal knights, rode into Sherwood under the ancient canopy of trees. Robin stepped forward, bowing low, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice steady but filled with reverence, "we have waited long for your return." The king dismounted, his sharp eyes taking in the outlaw who had become a legend. "Robin of Locksley," he said, his voice warm and commanding, "I have heard of your deeds, of your courage and cunning. They say you are an outlaw, but I see a hero before me." Robin rose, meeting the king's gaze. "We fought not for ourselves, but for England, your Majesty, to protect your people and defy those who would see them suffer." King Richard's expression softened. "And for that, you shall be pardoned. You and your band have done what was right, even when it meant becoming outlaws. England owes you a great debt." The merry men cheered, their voices ringing through the forest. Little John clapped Robin on the back, his grin as broad as his shoulders. "You've done it, Robin. We've all done it." While Robin and his band were honored, the same could not be said for their enemies. Prince John, stripped of his ill-gotten power, fled into obscurity, his dreams of seizing the throne shattered. The Sheriff of Nottingham, captured by the king's men, was brought before Richard to answer for his crimes. "You ruled with cruelty and greed," King Richard said, his voice cold as steel. "You oppressed the people you were sworn to protect. Your title and lands are forfeit, and you shall pay for your misdeeds." The sheriff, once so proud and arrogant, was led away in disgrace. For the people of Nottinghamshire, his fall marked the end of an era of fear and oppression. With peace restored to the land, the villagers of Nottinghamshire turned their thoughts to celebration. It was during this time that Robin Hood and Maid Marian stood before the gathered crowd, their hands clasped and their faces radiant with joy. Under the towering trees of Sherwood, with the forest bathed in golden light, they were married in a simple yet beautiful ceremony. Friar Tuck presided, his jovial voice carrying over the laughter and cheers of the merry men and villagers. Marian, resplendent in a gown of soft green, looked every bit the queen of the forest, while Robin, clad in his familiar garb, seemed at last at peace. "You've given us hope, Robin," Marian said softly, her eyes glistening. "And now we can dream of a future filled with love and freedom." Robin smiled, his voice steady and full of promise. "It's a dream we'll share together, Marian. Always." The celebrations lasted long into the night, with music, dancing, and feasting beneath the stars. Villagers toasted to freedom, to King Richard's return, and to the bravery of Robin Hood and his band. Children ran through the forest, pretending to be merry men, their laughter mingling with the crackling of the fire. As the festivities wound down, Robin stood with Marian at the edge of the clearing, the quiet sounds of the forest wrapping around them like an old friend. "Sherwood has been our home," Robin said, his voice thoughtful. "But now, it's time to build something more, to rebuild what was lost." "And we'll do it together," Marian replied, her hand slipping into his. With the rightful king restored, the oppressors vanquished, and the people free at last, England began a new chapter. Robin Hood's name became more than a legend. It became a symbol of hope, courage, and justice. And though he and Marian stepped away from the forefront of rebellion, their story lived on in the hearts of the people, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the light of freedom can never be extinguished. Thank you for joining us tonight on Mr. Sleep Story for the epic tale of Robin Hood. This timeless story of courage, justice, and love reminds us that even in the darkest times, heroes can rise to restore hope and freedom. As you drift off to sleep, let the enchanting forests of Sherwood and the bravery of Robin Hood carry you into peaceful dreams. If you enjoyed this story, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon to join us for more soothing tales every night. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with adventure, and may your sleep be as peaceful as a quiet forest under the stars. Good night and sweet dreams.